Uh, okay. Are we here? Chat? YouTube? Tubers? We're here? Think we're here? Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay. Hmm. Had a very slow start to today, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. Hmm. Content forbidden from Twitch. That's true. That's exactly what we're looking at. We are face first to the unknown. The forbidden fruit that is um a panel that has destiny on it. I don't know. Oh god. I guess we'll see how it goes. I did catch a little bit of it yesterday. It seemed fairly brain damaged. Why do you look taller? I think it's just because of the camera placement on this software. I can just do that. Hmm. But no, my posture's the same. How's things in Scotland? I miss Empire Island. It's all right. Not much to say. There's a bit of it's been very cold. This this week has been very cold. And apparently it's going to get lower. I think there's like a cold snap coming, like minus it's going to go into the minus at the end of April, so Ooh, that's fun. I love that for me. Okay. Let me make sure I've got everything in order. Chat's up. Oh. Hmm. Already getting it here. Yep. I wonder what it's gonna be like through the week. I think it doesn't happen until later though. No. I don't actually so I think the minus thing might have been bullshit. I don't think it's actually gonna go all the way down. But for the next wee while, it's gonna be fucking challenging, at least. Like when it's this temperature, it's like really difficult because I'm always like stuck between heating and no heating because my flat gets hot so quickly. So I have to put heating on for literally like 10 minutes, then turn it off, and that does me for a few hours. Yeah, it's really annoying. Hmm. Hmm. Good to see you in Sunday chat. You made a positive splash. I did drop into Sunday's chat. I felt like there was vital information missing from that debate. And I had to. I had to do the rounds. My furnace box caught fire. What the fuck? That's not good. I hope you're okay. That sounds... Yeah, that sounds not good. That sounds like fucking death. Oh! It's so weird that YouTube is like a lot slower for people coming into the chat. But you ultimately get more viewers. Oh, I haven't even done the thing. Maybe that's part of it. I haven't even done the Discord notification. Let's do that. Yeah. Okay. Do that thing. That's what I thought. Yeah, you great minds. Everyone. Yeah. Streaming on YouTube. Navigating. Okay. What the fuck is a furnace box? I wasn't even gonna ask. I don't know what a furnace box is. Also, I want to know why YouTube chat on my OBS is gone multicolored for some reason. I don't know why. It usually isn't like that, but the multicolor isn't showing on my screen. At least it's good to separate the members from the non-members, eh? Because we need to pump those numbers. All right, hang on. Hmm. Hmm. I noticed. Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember last week, or was it? It was a couple of days ago. The tweet that went out of that Ukrainian soldier with the skull badge that was tweeted out by Defense of Ukraine Twitter page. Remember this? The skull. I don't know if you can see it. It's not letting me zoom in as hard, but you can see there's a little dot. There's a tiny little dot next to the skull. It looks like, and people were saying this is like an SS thing. Apparently that patch is from, see there, this is the patch. The patch, it's got a 6 on it. This is actually from a band. And not even a Nazi band. It's from a band called Death in June. That's why it has the 6 on it. And there's like, I don't think there's ever been any evidence that this band, because I looked them up a little bit earlier, I don't think there's ever been any evidence this band has anything to do with Nazism either. You can even look up like Death in June badges. I'm pretty sure you can get a Pride one as well. But I guess this is like the very unique, the very unique Ukrainian anti-Semitism where they're actually like pro-LGBT, and they're actually also, what are they? They're also like willing to elect 2 Jewish leaders, a Jewish president and prime minister. Fuck me, it's so exhausting. Because a lot of people tweeted that shit out. Our favorite fucking, I don't even know, colleague, bonger colleague. The Ukraine government account tweeting out a soldier with a literal Nazi German logo on a Ukrainian flag on his uniform. It just keeps happening. It just keeps happening. What do you think of the Ukraine government posting a soldier with an SS logo on a Ukraine flag? Oh dear. Oh dear. It's just the fucking brain rot. Like, make Ukraine not give Western aid to Nazi soldiers. Like, how do you enforce that? How do you enforce the idea of taxpayer money not going to not like people who have these badges on them? You would just give the money to the, I'd imagine you'd give the money to the Ukrainian government. They would give it to the, and it would go to the army. And then what? Death in June is a Nazi band. Google lyrics, rose clouds of Holocaust, rose clouds of lies. I'm an old school goth there. Is that true? Oh no. It was a Prussian symbol long before the Nazis. I mean, personally, I would avoid it, but like, this is what I don't get. Like, they were part of a, they were members of a left-wing anti-fascist band. Wakeford was fired in 1984. for bringing his right-wing leanings into the group. Because he was a National Front member. Ooh, that's not good. But that was from the 80s. What are they doing? What are they doing now? So Wakeford was gone in the early 80s. God, they've changed a lot of members. Brown Book had been banned as well. Has been banned. Selling it is totally illegal in Germany because it contains elements of the song Horst Wessel Lied. Oh. The sample juxtaposed. I don't know. It's really annoying because like punk bands used to do this a lot. Even the Sex Pistols used to do this thing with like fucking where they would like go up to interviews with swastikas on their fucking arms and shit. And it's really annoying because like within punk there was always like there were two kind of like factions. There was the one faction that was actually like Nazis, like Screwdriver and shit. And then there were other ones like Sex Pistols, where their whole like punk aesthetic was this like edgy, ironic Nazism that they would do. But there was never really any like indication that the members themselves supported Nazism. So, which is very difficult because that whole like meme has a very different meaning now. Like you can't do that anymore, right? You can't do the fact that Sex Pistols I think were pretty popular amongst left-leaning people back in the day, but even though they were running around with fucking swastikas, but now obviously if you do any like Nazi meme, it's like makes you think of alt-right and shit like that. Vivienne Westwood did it. Yeah, yeah. As a Jew, I'm honestly trying to figure out if I think it's cringe or not to dig into band's history to find out if there might be some Nazi deleted things in there. Like, I don't know. I think as far as Death in June go, I don't think their Nazi controversy is really a thing anymore. Like, they kicked out their fucking National Front guy, and then, eh, post-punk and post-industrial. Yeah, they do a lot of it, and it's really annoying because there are lots of punk bands that are genuinely like Nazi bands. There was a big thing, but there are also punk bands that just like fucked about with that imagery because it was, I guess at the time it was part of their being subversive, even though they didn't believe in they didn't believe anything to do with the ideology. Which is why if you want to make political normative statements about an army, when your fucking argument is hinging upon just spamming pictures of like ambiguous fucking logos of a band that might have at one point that had a Nazi member but doesn't seem to anymore and hasn't done for like 30 fucking years. Well, more than 40 years now actually. So, what about commie bands? Do those exist? What about commie bands? Do those exist? Yeah. Well, Rage Against the Machine still fly USSR flags around their gigs, don't they? Or they used to. Uh, Let me see. Where's the Rage gig where they were flying? Was it USSR flags or was it just Hammer and Sickle? Because I guess they're a little bit different. Hmm. Hmm. Rage Against the Machine is so good. Yeah, I like Rage. I'm a big Rage fan. Where the fuck is the Rage Against the Machine? Wait, was it an album cover? I don't think it. No, they used to fly flags around gigs, but I can't find any pictures of it. Ugh. Hmm. How much worse is a Nazi flag than a USSR flag, really? I think it's. I think it's a bit more ambiguous, I guess, because lots of people who wave USSR flags don't support the USSR. It's really weird. Um, what Kiss logo am I looking at here? Oh, the lightning bolts. Is that what is that what we're talking about? Like this whole thing? Yeah, it's just like welcome to the 1980s. Welcome to the fucking horror show. The fucking the labyrinth of trying to navigate 1980s punk and post-punk aesthetics. Kiss weren't even a punk band. I feel like caring about this is toxic as fuck. It's just this obsession with aesthetics because the problem is if you're like anti-war or anti-supporting Ukraine, you're just the problem is that you have nothing to hold on to apart from a few disparate pictures of soldiers from an army of 200,000 people, some of which have sussy imagery on them, and that's all you have. You don't have evidence of the army doing like widespread Nazi shit. You don't have like pogroms happening. You don't have like concentrate them the people opening concentration camps or like you don't have any of that. So like they're just behaving like any other army, which is the why people are just hinging upon the flag stuff. Because if they had more, they would show you it. Aren't they mostly Jewish? Kiss? I think they were, yeah. Not 100% sure, but I think that's true, yeah. I don't know. But it looks like Anna got mad. I seriously don't know if there's anything more pathetic than online leftists obsessing over aesthetics and symbols and being uncomfortable with supporting Ukrainians because of bad optics of a soldier defending his country in an imperialist invasion and genocide. Pathetic. This is a patch with Death in June logo, by the way, a music band. But here's the thing most people on Earth don't fucking know every single emblem and symbol that Nazis used or appropriated because they have better things to do than obsessing over Nazi shit 24/7. Death in June. So, yes, for most people, this is a cool skull and band logo. I had no idea, for example, that this symbol has anything to do with Nazism, and I can bet my money on it, neither did this soldier. But do go on, sit your asses in safety and security, putting anti fascist and anti imperialist in your Twitter bios, while this Ukrainian Nazi, because he wears a cool skull patch while
I
laying in a
knew
trench,
this would be a drama stream less than 3.
risks his life every day to fight actual fascists. You can't be more pathetic if you tried. Brrr. Matsugen, thanks for the $10. I knew this would be a drama stream. Hey, I know you guys like it. I support Ukraine because it's a country being illegally invaded and aggressed upon. That still doesn't mean I have to cheer Ukraine 100% of the time, even when questionable imagery like this continues to show itself in the Ukrainian military. So you don't understand how spreading shit like this that harms Ukraine and our chances to save ourselves from a genocide. You think you're doing a great thing by concentrating on this absolutely irrelevant in the great scheme of things patch, and you don't add to an already existing smear campaign Russians created and sponsored since the 1950s to paint Ukrainians as Nazis and thus deserving everything that they do to us, and not deserving support of the West, on which our survival as a nation literally depends on. You don't understand that you are assisting a country that is fascist to the core by posting shit like that. While there are basically no Nazis in power in Ukraine, a Nazi problem in Ukraine is not in any way, shape, or form a big issue in Ukraine. If you look up your tweets, I will see you talking. Will I see you talking about Palestine's Nazi problem and how uncomfortable it makes you? I bet I won't. And Hamas are not just random soldiers wearing questionable patches. Nope. This is actually their stated agenda, their goal. Is she using the loner box arguments? Oh my god. She's using the loner box arguments. I know you don't have to support everything. Like that's the thing. If Palestinians actually were able to rally around a secular democratic leader who wanted international support to fight against the occupation, I don't think I would oppose supporting that movement just because what 10% of their or 20% of them were like Hamas sympathizers or lean towards Hamas. The Ukrainian army is the army of a secular democratic government with 2 Jewish leaders. That's what they think is a Jewish president and a Jewish prime minister, right? No, you don't have to support everything Ukrainians do 100%. You also don't have to assist Russian propaganda machine in the middle of a fucking invasion that threatens our actual existence as a people. People actually don't know the Atomwaffen. Oh. But yeah, I don't know. Like, as far as I know, okay, I've known a few Death in June fans. I'm not a fan myself, but I've never heard the Nazism thing come up. Like, not really. If you're like a Screwdriver fan, that's a fucking problem, okay? If you're a fan of Screwdriver, it's probably because you're a Nazi. Like, Israel has a Jewish prime minister and president, so yeah, Israel aren't Nazis. What? Like, what's the point in that? What's the point in that statement? Their problems when it comes to far right stuff is a little different, but I haven't accused Israel of Nazism. They're just like a different kind of shitty far right at the moment. So, fuck. Just joshing around. Okay, you're confusing me. Obsessing over badges and logos on random soldiers is cringe, but whitewashing those. I don't think it's whitewashing though. Like, I don't think it's whitewashing to suggest that, like, if you see someone with a Death in June badge, I'm gonna say the chances of that person being a Nazi, if your only indicator is that badge, is probably like less than 5% or less than 1%. Probably, I'm gonna go with 1% actually. Death in June are like a fairly popular band. They had one member who was a bit of a fascist until like the fucking 80s and mid 80s, and then he got kicked out for being right wing. Like, no, I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe they have a big Nazi following. I don't know. But like, again, I don't think it's whitewashing. Like, welcome to punk aesthetics. Look, you can get a Black Sun fucking pride flag as well if you want. Yeah, as far as I know, Death in June, yeah, well, that's what we just read. Death in June was a spin off from an anarchist band, like a left wing anarchist band. Most of these bands are anarchists. Yeah, most of them are anarchists, but yeah, some of these punk bands from the 80s are Nazis, but even like the anarchist punk bands would still fuck about with Nazi imagery. That's what they would do. Even some of the communist and socialist ones would fuck about with Nazi imagery. That was just what they did back in those days. It had a like ironic Nazi posting just doesn't mean the same thing anymore that it used to in the 80s. That's it. Now, ironic Nazi posting usually means you're a Nazi. Like that's because that's how the engagement changes over time. But back then it was just ironic Nazi shit that punks did. Didn't mean they endorsed any of it or like ever advocated for any of it. Anyway. I lived in Kiev in 2010. There were shops below Maidan that sold USSR belt buckles next to swastika ones. There is clearly an affinity for the Third Reich that exists in Ukraine. So what you just said there, Hank Norton, what you just said there means absolutely nothing to me. It means nothing. The fact that people have to, again, if you, all you can point to is the fact that like some symbolism is kicking around, and compare that to the fact that whenever far right people run for office in Ukraine, they get completely fucking rammed because the population doesn't care for it. And if you look at polling on anti Semitic attitudes in Ukraine, you find out that they're one of the better countries in the region for that. It's just, eh. How do you respond to people in YouTube chat? What do you mean? Oh, we have a new box stockholder. Beast! Thank you, Z. I really appreciate that. Ba-ding, bing, 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 bing. All right. I think it's a response to Soviet totalitarianism. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Like that's actually where a lot of Ukraine's. I don't know. Whatever. So much Ukraine discourse. Ooh. Do I want to watch this panel, or do I want to wait till we have more viewers? Because the numbers are still climbing, chat. What the fuck? The numbers are pumping. We've only been here for half an hour, and we're still climbing. Wow. Remember to like the stream. Hey, wait, hang on. I still can't decide if I want to insert myself into this discourse. What the fuck is that comment? Oh, you're just letting us know who you are as a chatter. Where is he? Where is... I have on good authority that President Sunday had a good showing yesterday.
Rooks and or pawns in pill form.
I guess that's rooked and pawn pilled. Thanks for the $10. I really appreciate that. I need you to stream on YouTube more. You're a measured voice and we need it. Thanks, Blitz. I stream on Twitch most days. One day I'll find out why why the YouTube alerts are doubling, but that's a different story. Did you hear Burn's second channel got deleted? Yeah, I retweeted it, yeah. Oh god. It was this one. And people being really fucking mad that he said this. Liberalism is authoritarian. Soy nod. Big soy nod. I don't know. I did ask Katie if she wanted to talk about this. The whole idea about liberalism giving way to fascism or whatever the fuck. Because as far as I know, it's kind of ahistorical. What are the quote tweets again? It was this one that triggered the fuck out of me. Where was it? The Weimar Republic was impressively liberalized. Oh! I don't know. We'd love to have you on Leftist Mafia Talk to Lance. Who are you, Roller Dragon? Are you a leftist mafia person? I feel like, I don't know, I get on with all those creators, I think, the ones that I've spoken to, but I don't know if the audiences like me very much. I don't know. You're a mod on the surfs. Oh. Oh, cool. Could do. Could do. Hey, Revenant, how's it going? I think Sunday did okay. He really reeled in the condescension, which made it much more palatable. Yeah. I wonder if the thing with Sunday shows you as well is that, like, because I just saw the Destiny subreddit saying a bunch of nice things about him. And it's funny that after all that drama with the erudite and all that, I feel like that side of the internet, like the Destiny side of the internet, is like they're so internet brained that they really only care about what you did 5 minutes ago when they're judging you. It's like um that the same people who were railing against him for the fucking erudite stuff or the whatever else are just like, oh, we like him now because he did well in this one debate. It's like, okay. Um, but I think that's a good way to go about it. I think the kind of grudge obsession is really unhealthy. Wait, what? Did Hassan claim this guy? What? Oh, what? Fuck. I have no object permanence. Yeah, well, that's the internet brain. Did Hassan try to claim the fucking Vosh Chad fan? Oh no. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he emailed Vosh, didn't he? And he showed up. Yeah, he emailed Vosh to say that he was a Vosh fan. And he used Vosh arguments. Shall I just say he was a Loner Box fan now in my video? He was in Vosh's chat on the night. Yeah. Is it because Hassan is still not over the fact that he was criticized for his performance in trans debates? Did he destroy him? I thought Matt Walsh just sidestepped him. I mean, if you can get, if you're in this environment, in a debate at a university campus where you've got the entire scene set in your favor, and you have to dodge a question and then say,
DGGL.
well, you actually have to send the guy away, bring him back, and then say, ah, what is a woman? You've lost. Yeah, I think that's you getting destroyed. If you sidestep a question, then the thought pops into your head to just say, oh, wait, I have my Yu-Gi-Oh! Fucking what is a woman card. I'll just bring him back and ask him that and just forget what he told me about, like, the religion analogy. Nah, fuck it. Matt Walsh is a fucking loser. Like, that's about as bad as you can possibly. Like, these shows are designed for you to not lose. They're supposed to be unlosable situations. And Matt Walsh, like, kind of lost. That's as much as you can lose in that situation, and Matt Walsh managed to do it. So, yeah. Thanks for the $20, Sean Borger. Borger King. DGGL. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, the only way you can find out he looked so weak with the wait, what's a woman thing. It was yeah, he did. It was pathetic. Yeah. He sent the guy away and then brought him back so he could ask what is a woman. He actually sent the guy away. This fucking kid sent him away, had a shower argument, which just happened to be the question he's asked everyone for the last 2 or 3 years, and then brought him back. Like, what the fuck, man? That's an absolute fail. That is a giga fail. What's the quick answer to what is a woman, though? All right, guys, you want your, just in case a Loner Box fan ends up in front of Matt Walsh? Basically, you say the dictionary definition is fine. Dictionary definition of woman is actually fine. Adult female person. What does the same dictionary say about trans woman? A woman who is identified as male at birth. Dictionary definition of women is fucking fine. Whatever. And then they'll say, well, we don't like this definition because this definition is political, right? This is a political, like, how do you decide if a definition is political or not? That's probably the easiest way to go. Because what you have to keep in mind is like, it's a bad faith question. And the answer, the true answer to what is woman is a very difficult, like nuanced question that encompasses biology, it encompasses fucking social performance, it encompasses like identity, it encompasses a lot of things that people have written very extensively on in philosophy or biology or fucking history, like sociology. But that's the point, is they want you to seem like you're doing like a mental gymnastics thing. So just say, doesn't the definition of female then contradict you? Nope. Well, actually, what is the definition of female? The egg gamete, yeah. Typically. No, it doesn't contradict at all. B, having a gender identity that is opposite of male. No, it doesn't contradict. No. Typically. And also B. Usually. Merriam-Webster is based. Dictionary definition of woman is all you need. Wait, the answer seems easy. Why is this a Yu-Gi-Oh! Exodia move? What do you mean? It it is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Exodia move, isn't it? Like it's all in everything's in the right place, isn't it? Fuck it. I don't know. There are some things I don't like though. I don't like it when people say a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman. I don't actually like that one at all. Because how do you indicate someone's identifying as woman? If I say I'm a woman, does that make me a woman because I've identified as one? Or like, well, no, not really. And how do you decide whether or not that identification is authentic? How do you communicate that to other people? How do you yeah, I don't like it at all. But yeah, I think that so far, and I kind of stole that or half stole that answer from Katie Montgomery, but yeah, I like it. You're a queen, Lord of Box. Don't anyone tell you otherwise? Thanks, Z. I always liked you. Oh yeah, guys, I think we might be. Do we have enough members for a Tala emote in chat? Hang on, hang on. Hang on. Do we? I don't know if we do, because I filled it last time, but let's see if it's maybe gotten more. Aww. Oh, it's gone down. Oh no, some people canceled their memberships because I haven't streamed in a bit. Okay. Still, 30-something members. Where is it? Fuck. Oh, it's customization. Oh, yeah, here. Now, we need 5 more members to get a Tala emote, guys. It says 5 more. Okay. In the meantime. Oh, about some stupid nerd shit. Have you observed the debacle of Magic the Gathering, Lord of the Rings, and Black Aragorn? No. I don't know. What I do know is that I need to turn my heating off and get a glass of water. And then we'll watch the debate. Okay, hang on. Lonabox, how do you feel about the definition of women being anyone who identifies with what we culturally view as feminine? No, because if you're a femboy, you are identifying with what we culturally view as feminine. I think when we go into the identify and culturally, and that becomes like your narrow definition, I think the problem with that is like, it makes me think of, I think it's sidestepping the fact that like, I think you lose the immutable quality of being trans, because as far as we know now, like once you're trans, like that's an immutable characteristic, and that's why we justify giving fucking healthcare to under 18s, right? You wouldn't give trans healthcare to an under 18 if you thought it was just like some cultural thing that people identify with. Like in the same way that I've heard some people, when some people go down the identification or the social performance road, they'll say being trans is like it's kind of like liking a certain type of music, right? Like you can't really force someone to like a style of music that they don't like any more than you can force them to stop liking a type of music that they do like. The problem with that is people's tastes can change. People's preferences in life can change, whereas being trans doesn't. So like the immutable side of that is kind of missing. Yeah. MNKY, is that monkey? Monkey? Thanks for the membership. I really appreciate that. Welcome aboard. Oh. All right. Wick panel. Let's go for this here. Damn, that's a lot of super chats for 40 minutes into the stream. Holy shit. Beast. Beast. Oh yeah, remember, by the way, in case you guys don't know, there is a there's a war going on in chat, okay? There's an ongoing Cold War over the pictures. People are paying back and forth with their super chat alerts to get the pictures straightened or more bent. So, just so you know. Is this Wick's fucking waiting room? Where did it start? Come on.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. I'm just figuring this out.
Straighter 8 has a camera. Hallelujah.
Oh.
It exists. It's happening.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
So I'm going to put that there, go here.
Wait.
Main camera on.
The volume levels are not going to be good.
Here we go.
They're not going to be good. Is it on Destiny's channel? No. Hey, there we go.
Would be okay with banning false accusations like that, right?
Seems insane to me. If I host a forum and I want to host a forum for like people that love cats and people step in and start posting dog pictures, am I not allowed to ban them now because I'm gonna lose my Section 230 protections? I think the Section 230 arguments, I've never heard a good one in favor of that leads you to be the stripped of these, or you're like all of a sudden not allowed to moderate your platform. Like I think
that's the disagreement we have. So
well,
the entertainment
itself
has to appeal to prurient interests. So
sure. So let's say that a stripper is. Let's say that's.
Hold on. If you're going to drag queen reading hour, like reading to kids, is that sexual entertainment?
Performance any of those other people are doing, these people are probably going to get in trouble if they're doing a performance in a public area. It's necessarily going to be prurient interest. Somebody dressed as a stripper.
What's a go-go dancer?
It's I don't know, but it's probably some sexual fucking.
What's a mailer?
If it's sandwich.
Is Twitter?
What's the radical centrist position for these portraits? Do nothing, I guess. Someone actually paid me $100 last 2 streams ago to just do nothing to them. I was like, based. Based chatter. Like these assholes making me work for money and shit. But thank you, Z. I really appreciate that.
And other social media companies, right?
What's the radical centrist position for these portraits?
Why is it doing that? I don't understand. There's only one audio source. There's only one audio source. I don't know. Wait. What if I make it inactive? This one. I already did though. It's already inactive. Bartosz Heller, thanks for the membership. I really appreciate that. Let's see what that does. I don't know.
Have they become the de facto town square? What do we think?
What do we think, guys? Social media platforms, the town square. 1's for yes, 2 for no. 3 for daddy. I don't know. That's a lot of no's. The question is, are social media platforms the new town square? 1 for yes, 2 for no. I want to say yes. Maruzzi, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Holy shit, thank you so much.
There's just a free for all.
Up to you. Anyone wants to jump in, go ahead.
Well, my immediate... After you.
My opinion, I think, is that the totality of like the 3 or 4 big social media companies has become like the town square, and they seem to be kind of lockstep in terms of moderation policies. So like Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok, I guess, like those 4, we're probably like, this is like the new town square.
Everyone agree with that?
I don't.
Okay.
To me, is that you say has it become the new town square? And when I think about, there's 2 angles that I would take issue with that statement. The first is that, has it become the new town square from what? Were we all assembling in some wide open space with a bunch of robots in addition, just like yelling random stuff at random strangers and then swiftly disappearing back into the crowd to come again in a later time to do the same thing over and over again? That's not typically what we have in mind when we think of the town square.
Could I enter something there just as a quick thing? I think didn't that actually used to be the case, that there were like people like screaming on corners and shouting and like holding pamphlets and doing stuff?
No, like town hall meetings were very disorderly. The issue that I'm bringing up is not the chaoticness of the actual thing itself. The point is that there's an interminability and a kind of unenclosedness to Twitter and to social media that a town square lacks. Like, among other things, which town? Right? Like, we're not talking about a community somewhere deliberating about like public action. We're talking about randos from across different borders. Sometimes, once again, like not even actual people, just throwing things. And at no point does this culminate in deliberation or an actual increase in public knowledge. Maybe sometimes it does, but it's not fulfilling the function in a liberal society that I think the town square analogy is supposed to, is trying to put its finger on.
It's more of like a national...
Is that like a little bit pedantic? Like, it's not exactly like the town square, but I think those things you mentioned does happen, right? Social media can set discourse in communities, and like, I guess it's like, it's not really, I think one thing that is kind of interesting about the town square is that social media actually alienates you from your literal town square, like, because people become so much more invested in politics that's actually further away from their home, right? Like, I know more about American politics than I know about the politics of my local council. Which is probably an issue, but that's also like globalized. It's like globalizing the town square almost. But it just depends on how you're doing the analogy. Yeah. By the way, you can wait. Hang on. Refresh your chat. We got a new emote. Hi, Dimmer Media. How's it going?
Town square, right? So, and I think this is especially true when public congregations get banned, perhaps like let's say during a pandemic, where the only...
Hang on, there's just too many chats. Let's clean things up a bit, you know? This chat's just too messy. That's much better. That's much more cute, isn't it? Look at it. Beautiful.
The only option you really have is to congregate online. And just like in the regular town square, you have people who, say stupid things, raise their hand, yell, and you have people who are, standing off on the side, maybe having more intricate conversations. I don't, just because one happens to be like a more physical place as opposed to like an electronic place, I don't think that really detracts from the spirit of when we call it a town square, right? It is supposed to be a place for discussion, right? A place for ideas to be exchanged.
I don't want to monopolize. May I respond to that quickly? Okay. I don't disagree with you entirely. I think it definitely takes on some of the functions and even monopolizes some of the functions of what we associate with the town square image. But once again...
Guys, here's a challenge. You have to outpace the Destiny chat, okay? I know there are like about a 40th as many of you, but I think you can do it, okay?
Like, that doesn't seem to me to indicate that it fulfills the function of a town square. Perhaps it was the case that we lacked entirely, for a brief period of time, maybe a long period of time, the function of a town square from
yes,
like, public discourse.
Look at it go.
And then, as a result of social media, certain aspects of that were brought back in a potentially toxic and dangerous way.
What is, maybe we should ask ourselves then, what is the function of a town square? And then we can figure out if it satisfies that or not, so we're all working on the same definition.
I would say, okay, the function of a town square is that it's the place where people can voice their opinions to like as many people as possible, right? Like, if you want to voice your opinion to the largest possible audience, you would either go, back in the day, you'd go to the town square. Today you go to social media. Like,
Well, I think for myself, the function of a town square is a forum where members of a discrete community can come together and address their respective issues, decisions that affect the whole of the community, and they can weigh in, and then decision can be reached about how these things are going to be addressed. And then people disperse and go back.
Is it that deep? Like, as I understood it, historically, a town square is just where people gathered and talked about shit, right? It usually wasn't a formal issue, right? Like, they would get up in their soapbox and maybe discuss issues of the day. But this concept goes back a long ways, right? And you're right about the discrete community. It was localized by dint of it had to be, right? They didn't have any other ways of long distance communication. But like. It was never really so formal, and different areas had different mores and different norms surrounding it. But yeah, as I understood it, at least, the town square was simply a place where people gathered to talk about what they thought, right, and discuss issues of the day.
Well, a town square was a marketplace, so I'm collapsing two things together. So the value of a town square, why we care about that particular thing, is not because there's some intrinsic value of one random person getting up in a box and screaming to a crowd. That person could be ignored and nothing could happen as a result. That happens in a lot of different places. However, if you have a robust community where people are engaging with each other on their day-to-day as they're passing through their places of work and places of purchase and places of leisure and so on and so forth, you end up with a situation, at least in the ideal scenario, where the things that people are belting out to the crowd are also addressed by members of the crowd in a way where there's some commensurateness between the person speaking and the crowd that's responding to them. On Twitter, by contrast, and I was talking about this with Aaron earlier, a rando who goes onto Twitter starts off with 0 followers, has no capacity to be heard at all. Someone shouting back at the person in the town square, by contrast, does. What happens when we consider social media like Twitter and YouTube to be the town square, much more so with Twitter, is that we substitute celebrity culture with politics. And I think that's where it becomes dangerous, because now real political influence can be gained by propping up people as celebrities. Donald Trump or some other major figure.
This isn't a very great opening from Sunday. Like, he's pointing out some differences, but a lot of this just sounds like stream of consciousness. It's not like celebrity culture had no impact in the town square, right? If you were like a notable figure, more people would gather in the town square. They'd even the state would even sometimes make space for people to listen to you. But okay.
Has the poor judgment to respond to somebody, that person now becomes a major player. That's actually a really dangerous set of dynamics, I think. And it's not discrete to any particular community, so it doesn't seem like it actually culminates in any kind of decision. If anything, it arrests.
Right, and what is the equivalent of like a counter protest?
It culminates in decision. The Arab Spring, wasn't the Arab Spring kind of like mobilized in almost like, wasn't the mobilization of the Arab Spring almost like essentially social media? It was through people sharing stories and sharing like particular events, especially that fucking that fruit, was it like a fruit vendor who got fucking killed by the police or something? Like that's what kicked it off. I think social media can absolutely. The sharing of the George Floyd protests, like I think most people found out about George Floyd's killing through social media, right? Not from maybe news as well, but
online in a town square, unless if you're going to say that the example that Sunday and I talked about was Richard Spencer. If I'm trying to counter protest what Richard Spencer
he got beat up by police and lit himself on fire. Okay.
Spencer is using his social media platform to do on Twitter, is that like a ratio? Is that supposed to be the equivalent of like countering them?
Well, he was a fruit vendor, wasn't he? He was selling fruit. Because remember the joke was that it was to martyrdom. Get it? To martyrdom. That was the joke. Oh, okay.
Tweets, quote tweets, and like retweets, and giving your argument.
Yeah, posting furry porn underneath. Like, I've seen people do a lot of weird things when it comes online. For one interesting form of a digital protest, actually, it's not exactly the same thing, but when that was it Texas opened up their lines to like report people for being trans or something, or was that Florida or Minnesota or something? That happened, and then a bunch of people like did a bunch of fake phone calls and got the phone call line shut down. Right? There's ways to like protest people online, I think. And even on Twitter, whether it's ratios or posting images or retweeting or quote tweeting people, whatever, right? Oh, it was abortion for Texas.
Right?
Sorry.
I mean, hashtag seems to be like that's the whole thing. That there's a reason why like they trend.
There are ways to reply. Oh, sorry, go on.
So, continue. But I asked that question to ask others, and I'm curious. But okay. Continue with your thought.
Yeah, there are certainly ways in which individuals, even with no following whatsoever, can technically respond. However, now we run into the question of whether or not it satisfies the conditions of an open forum where somebody can respond but categorically can't be heard because the system itself, for reasons that are inscrutable to most people, for legitimate reasons, they just have no uptake or no visibility. There are some people who will respond to very big figures and they'll make a very poignant point and it will just go unseen. Whereas at the very least in a literal town square...
Well, that happened in town squares as well, though. There were some people that just wouldn't get listened to. And also, fuck me, in the town square, how many topics were just off the table? That's why one of the most popular town square events, I've mentioned this before, was at the gallows. Because at the gallows, not only were you watching someone die, but you were also listening to someone uninhibited. And that was the only time like an average citizen could just say whatever the fuck they wanted. So... because they were going to die. And that's when you could hear people denounce the government and all other such things. Yeah.
Square, when you shout back, somebody around you hears. Maybe the person you're even shouting at hears. That is
Do you
not
not think
the case
they had like
Twitter,
celebrity status back then too, though? Like if the town mayor or Socrates, right, walked in, obviously people were going to defer to them much more so than strangers, right?
Oh, of course.
Like,
no, the issue I'm pinpointing isn't that celebrities and important officials and whatnot will always have an advantage in any public space. Obviously they do. They're better known, whatever. The difference, though, is that in an actual town square, just because of physical proximity, and I'm not saying we need to bring back the town square itself. That's infeasible. The point is whether or not this counts as one. In an actual town square, the square itself is not so designed that a smaller person saying something is actually muted, like they actually physically cannot be heard.
Fair enough. I asked that though because I also wanted to ask something that Destiny asked the Alex Jones and the other panelists there that I don't think he got a good answer for, and I'm curious, given his stance on this as kind of like the de facto public square, what his answer would be to the question. And that's, should it be a company or corporation's responsibility to guard free speech or to make sure that their customers or the people that are participating on the site have access to information outside of their bubble? And what does that even look like? What do we think, gang? If you think, right, that the social media has become the town square, right? Do the people that own the town square and operate the town square have any responsibility to make sure that people are heard?
Their only responsibility is going to be to make money and maximize profits. Insofar as they're going to be concerned about that, it will only be to cover their ass when it comes to liability. It's not really going to be in the interest of promoting one idea over the other.
I think with respect, I think the question itself is a bit fraught. You're asking if like a private company owns the space of public discourse, and I don't think that's really an apt comparison. For one thing.
Well, yes, you disagree that it's a public town square, right? But for those like Lactoid or Destiny, even who say, well, I mean, they do, right?
Well, let's pretend that it is for a second, though, right? In that case, now the responsibility becomes whatever the public determines it to be. Now we've directly linked the responsibilities of the companies because they are presiding over a specifically public service that is being anointed as like a central part of democratic deliberation. If a democratic society determines that it should be legally responsible, there really is no ethical component to this. That is the ethical link. It is directly connected to law. Here we run into the additional problem, though, and why characterizing it as a public space is an issue in the first place. Whose public space? We have people from Russia, we have people from Canada, we have people from the United States. Even in this panel, we have multiple nationalities present. It's managed according to whose lights. Like
right, Lactoid said this is like a national conversation, but really like Twitter is host to international users, and it's going to expand. Like right now our conceptions of like what constitutes free speech is going to be biased in favor of like the First Amendment and stuff like that. But
like as far as town square goes, like isn't it pretty, you can say that it takes people maybe away from their local politics, but isn't it actually like, I think there's something kind of amazing about the fact that with the Ukraine war, the fact that like there are people from all over like Europe and the States and even parts of like fucking Asia and South America and shit, but also like actually interacting with Ukrainians who are in Ukraine right now during the war. That's like and it's so accessible, right? If it was Iraq and you wanted to find out what like Iraqi civilians were saying about the war, that was like, I don't even know where you'd have to go to get that. Maybe you find like a journalist interviewing someone or something like that, or you just have to hope that there's like a journalist broadcasting it from the place. But the fact that you could just imagine if you could have just gone on Twitter and just found there were some like relatively high profile Iraqi Twitter streamers going around, like, or Twitter users going around. Yeah, shit.
Sunday is a Canadian, Lactoid obviously are an American, but like the European conception of free speech is going to be incredibly anemic compared to the American, but I'm just biased to say that. I don't know that Twitter like adopting any sort of like
well, that just begs the question, like
wait, hold on, is Wick moderating this panel, or are you debating on this panel?
I'm trying to
I got a few points, right? So to answer the question directly, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Companies have like a responsibility to freedom of speech. It's always so odd to me that like otherwise very lefty people will just like, for some reason, like when you ask them about censorship, right? This is why I think authoritarianism is actually often.
Right, is Vosh live right now? What? Oh, he's live in 2 hours. Okay. I don't know why I got a notification. Nikita Karava Shadid, thanks for the membership. Welcome aboard.
Like their underlying motive for most things. When it comes to like terms of censorship, like they immediately flip into like the most free market like ANCAP you can possibly imagine. Well, no, they're just there to make profit. We can't even criticize them, right? We shouldn't even be able to like come together and say, well, no, like fuck you, like you were managing freedom of speech in this country and you're basically reducing it and eating away at it and eating away at the spirit of what it was intended to do. As to how that affects other countries, I mean, ultimately, I wish American free speech interpretation was the law in all countries. Ideally, America would be the country, but that's a whole different conversation.
I feel like the other countries thing is kind of a red herring. Like, who cares how other countries manage it? We should probably manage it according to U.S. standards, right? And then you would do whatever compliance you need to exist as a service in those countries. But, like, we have our standards here. Like if one country said it was okay to have child porn, we wouldn't be like, oh, well, we need to make sure that Twitter like works for them in the United States. We would moderate in the United States based on whatever we think our U.S. values ought to be.
First child porn analogy
but its function,
well done,
its
Destiny.
function as a public space, though, is not dependent on the place in which its head offices are situated or where it's.
Well, it kind of is, yeah. I would expect like a company that's situated in Britain to operate under British values. That'd be my guess.
I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I'm saying though is that the argument that it fulfills the role of a public square, that is satisfied regardless of whether or not the company itself is situated legally in the United States or elsewhere. For example, it fulfills the same function in Canada as it does in the United States. It fulfills the same function in the UK.
Oh, sure, it can, but it's a fundamentally different question for them as Canadians because they're using a US-based company for their town square, which is kind of weird. That would be a weirder question, but that'd be for them to answer, I guess. Or they could pass laws if they feel like they want to see reform or change, like from a legal process. But
well, yes, but I don't think Lactoid's argument would change if, for example, Twitter was located in Canada or the UK.
Lactoid, would it change?
I mean,
He's here. We can ask him.
From like a legal perspective, yeah, I guess it would change because it would be domiciled in a different country and it would have different rules apply to it. But
well, exactly. You're not talking about the legal perspective.
I'm not talking about that, right?
Well, I think even from an ethical
responsibility,
even from a moral responsibility, it would change. If Facebook passed a law saying that women needed to cover, or not a law, I'm sorry. If Facebook passed a rule saying that in every picture of a female, the female needed to wear the hijab, right? And males needed to accompany them in public in all public pictures. Obviously, I would protest the fuck out of this. This is crazy, okay? But if somebody made like a Muhammad book or something, and it was like from fucking Saudi Arabia, and it was popular online, and that was their rule, it's like, okay, well, I mean, it's Saudi Arabians like social media. If they want to have this fucking rule on their shit, I mean, it makes sense. It's like, I'm not about to tell them, you need to go change your platform to comport with my American values. That wouldn't make any sense. So I think that the company headquarters and like where the company comes from is actually kind of important, I think, to the ethical question of how they ought to function.
It does. I just don't think it touches on the public square question. I'm not disagreeing with anything that you're saying.
Oh, I think it kind of does too, because like if the public square is owned by a foreign company,
it's not a public square then. It's owned by a company, which is.
Well, but we're begging the question. That's exactly what the point is. Is the public square now
owned by a totalitarian country? Is that really like a public free square? I don't really think so.
I mean, that was most public squares, right? Most public squares were run by monarchs. But if we're talking about the town square, when people think about the town square, they mean what? Like, at latest, probably like 1920s or 30s, but even but usually people think before then, right? Medieval times, fucking Elizabethan times, fucking I don't even know all the periods. Shit, Victorian, yeah. Then people think about the town square. There's usually some kind of like authoritarian regime over it for most of history. Rome, Greece. Yeah.
Saudi Arabia?
Maybe, but isn't that kind of what we're at right now? Because Facebook and YouTube and all these things are, in a way, totalitarian. They don't answer to constituents. They answer to shareholders, right?
Well, this is part of the problem.
Should they? Well, on that, let me ask. Should they? Should the government protect, right?
I just wonder what happens. If I just Google town square, what images come up? I guess it's just regular old town squares. Okay. Whenever I think of town square, I just think about some really like 1500s kind of imagery of people just gathering around, hustling, the gallows. Yeah, well.
People's right.
Life of Brian. Yeah, totally. Life of Brian. Yeah. Like, hang on. Yeah, this is the town square, right? That's it. Oh god. Why did I never understood why they gave this person this like contemporary bangs covering her eyes. I don't know why they did that. Why did they do that anyway?
If quote unquote right, to be on social media and to have a voice on social media, such as.
Are you asking if we have a constitutional right to a Twitter account?
I'm asking if they should. If you should have the, since you do, in America at least, have the right to freedom of speech, and the government does protect you, right? To be able to have your right of freedom of speech in a public space, right? If you were in a public space passing out pamphlets for your stupid ass belief system, no one can come and stop you from doing that, right? Not the government, not other people, etc. The government will protect you. Should they not do so in social media as well?
Like how?
I think if
the question to that is like, how the fuck do you enforce? Like, can the government tell a social media company to unban someone? That is weird.
Politicians like Joe Biden and Donald Trump are tweeting out a good portion of their messages. Maybe. I loathe being on the side of Lactoid in this, but unfortunately, if we're in a situation which, like, these spaces are monopolizing over a specific type of political discourse that's very effective, whether or not I think that that's a good thing, I think you would need very strong reasons for excluding people from that.
Yeah, I think we
thought he had a good reason when he banned Trump, right? Like it is like on what do you mean?
To ban Trump? Are you talking about?
Oh no, I'm saying Jack Dorsey single-handedly thought that he had a compelling reason to ban, a world leader at the time from his platform. And I guess he would defend that on the basis of, I have the right to do that. It's my private company. This is not the town square, even though it's utilized by public officials. But should he be doing that? No, he should not. Or like he shouldn't have the ability to, as like an individual actor, decide that he is not going to host a world leader. I wouldn't be comfortable if Jack Dorsey had banned Obama.
That case is tricky because at the time Donald Trump was fomenting what very well could have been an insurrectionary action, right?
Yeah, like I think we can agree that even public officials, like if Biden gets on and just starts spamming the N-word, it's probably okay for him to get banned from Twitter, right, for a blatant TOS violation.
But if we're trying to say that Twitter is supposed to
Don't give up hope. Don't give up hope on Biden coming out to do that. He's been very surprising as a president so far,
function as like the town square, then why would a sovereign or president ever be subject to that?
I don't think he should be, actually.
Well, I think you should.
I want to
be,
know if Biden was doing that.
Well, I think in this particular case, though, Trump was engaging in something that I think would not even be acceptable within the context of normal politics, anyways. He was calling into question an election, trying to overrun the will of the people as has been determined legally. Like, I don't know. I don't.
Well, let me ask you directly, Sunday. Do you think that election denial or an election questions about the free and fair election in a country should be censored by a TOS company? Not whether they can or can't. I'm not asking legally whether they can or can't, but I'm asking should a company, should a corporation censor people questioning the legitimacy of an election?
Well, that's an impossible question to answer. Once again, like, where and at whose behest? These are private companies. The questioning the legitimacy of an election, that's tantamount to like a prelude to a declaration of civil war. You're saying that the Constitution has been overrun and the people have been betrayed by its leadership. There's only, if you actually accept that thesis, there's only two possible outcomes. You concede to what you believe is tyrannical rule, or you fight against it. So the question is whether or not the people in a position of decision-making authority have what I would deem to be just reason to think that these claims are spurious. At the end of the day, there's going to be a human being making these decisions.
So we're saying on the grounds of like the undermining of the election could potentially lead to violence, and that's why it needs to. There's a case for it to be deplatformed, even though it's coming from a public official. Because if we're worried about like violence, right, significantly more Americans will have died from COVID-19 vaccine disinfo, right? Yeah. Then will, from the insurrection or something like that.
I don't think it's like information that gets more people killed. That's actually not a really good metric for it, because then you could easily make the argument that inciting January 6th was less bannable than inciting BLM protests, because I think more people died over the BLM protests than died at the Capitol riots. But the problem is that like the things that you're advocating for and the actual intent and the meaning of what you're advocating for matters so much more than how many people died. Yeah, it's not good.
As far as I know, like less than 3 people died at the insurrection or something like that. If it were a murder or something like that, this would be cut and dry. But if I'm like a Weinstein brother disseminating nothing but vaccine misinfo, and I'm responsible for the deaths potentially of misleading thousands of people, he's not going to be in a jail cell. He's going to be in a mansion by the end of the night.
I think that there's a difference. I think some deaths we're willing to accept. We should be willing to accept a democracy. Other deaths we're not willing to accept. If, as part of our engagement of freedom of speech, some people end up spreading information that causes harm to other people, like we could call it stochastic terrorism if we want, that's a form of freedom of speech. That's a negative repercussion of freedom of speech that we accept as part of having the right to freedom of speech. So the COVID misinformation or anything else, we accept that. That's a cost of freedom of speech. However, a direct call to violence, we don't consider that freedom of speech. That's not a cost we're willing to bear. If somebody's saying we should go out and kill all black people, like any deaths associated with that are too much because that type of speech has no value. We don't value that whatsoever. But we do value the ability to speak freely about things that other people might consider harmful, even if those things at the end of the day do manifest in some real harm.
It's a directive speech, not like an informative or inquisitive speech, right? That's the difference. And that's what
well, no, not just directive, to be clear, because somebody could direct you not to get vaccinated, right? Technically.
They can also direct you not to get vaccinated using implicature, not a direct statement that somebody can clearly point to and say, hey, this unequivocally means this sentence in all cases. Like, it's always going to be subject to interpretation, or in many cases will be subject to interpretation.
I think potentially that's different. I think if you tell like somebody on the internet, you should not get vaccinated or you should get vaccinated, like I think that speech is much more on the table to get regulated than like talking about what you think the efficacy of COVID vaccines are, right? One is like a direct call to something. You're not like having a discussion about the merits of it or like the underlying truth value, which is like ultimately the point of this. The first part though is like the discussion of truth. And
you don't think you should be able to like tell somebody like, hey, I think you should get vaccinated, or hey, I don't think you should get vaccinated?
I don't think that, obviously some calls to action like aren't bad enough to where like imminent violence under different tests that I would consider them to be like those specific phrases to be banned. But I think that like the only like category of speech that I'm like willing to go after is going to be like not like truth-seeking kind of like inquisitive speech, but more like go do this, or let's all get together and do this, right? One is directly, I think one's completely different than the other.
So what if some very moneyed and well-organized actors flood the online space with misleadingly phrased questions that tend towards a specific interpretation?
Like Purdue.
Asking questions about like the efficacy of vaccines. Has this actually been adequately researched?
It's just the threshold just gets way too low when you think about it like that. I think if you want to do indirect calls, there probably are situations like the electoral fraud thing where it was so clear where that was going, like what direction that was going in, without openly calling for doing it. But but that's why there needs to be like a very, very clear pattern of speech and direction to a particular act. I don't think you can ever get away with like ambiguity there when you're banning people. Excuse me. Thanks for the bless you.
And the direct implication, the read that most reasonable people who are otherwise uninformed will take from this is, I should probably hold off a little bit. And now you actually have a real public danger that's not just confined to one nationality. Now you have a real public danger where a bunch of people are suddenly holding off on the vaccine. The disease, meanwhile, is spreading. And like you see how immediately, bring this up to climate change as well, same deal. You end up with an interminable kind of arrest of action and address of serious issues with a very short time scale. Like that's a problem.
Yeah, Lactoid, is the threshold for you is that it has to be explicit and that anything short of that could not reasonably be interpreted as a true call to action?
Yeah, so I my opinion on this like follows essentially like what the Supreme Court said in Brandenburg, right? The idea is it's got to be like a call to like imminent violence that has to be somewhat credible, right? There needs to be something behind it, and it needs to be like imminent, let's go do this, like directive action. Because this like implication of, well, we can draw a line from something like the truth-seeking question that you're asking today to then like it's implied, or like a reasonable person could intuit that this actually has like a directive kind of statement hidden within, or someone could come to a directive statement. Like before you know it, all speech is on the table, right?
But
like,
who judges?
Now we can censor people trying to call out Purdue Pharma. You know, the people who are like, hey, this shit's actually addicting. Well, hold on. Are you telling? If you point out that's addicting, then some people might not get it, and so you're basically telling people to not buy OxyContin, and so like they're dying or they're in tremendous amounts of pain. We're going to censor you now. Like you can basically do anything.
But who judges what is imminent? How is that judged? That is going to be a person drawing a line. Yep. At some level of analysis, that is an inevitable factor in every single censorship decision.
Yeah, and I think it's just like on the responsibility of companies to have like a much more transparent and clear TOS. Not like we're just going to ban hateful conduct. It's like we are going to like in this kind of situation, like example A, B, or C, or you know if there's something that like according to I don't know U.S. Supreme Court precedent or whatever about what is the definition of imminent violent action or a call to, credible threat of violence, things like this. That makes sense to me.
Do we think there's been a lot of talk on this topic of toss, right? And moderation decisions by tech companies. There's been a lot of talk that tech companies have been putting their thumb on the scales to promote certain ideologies and to demote or shadow ban or get rid of other ideologies. One, do we think this is happening? And to what degree? And what's the solution to this if you do think this is happening? Or if it's not happening, what is happening instead? What are you thinking?
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that there's a lot of stuff that's related to the conservative agenda that's not very popular on social media platforms. Like, most people that are going to be asking questions about like climate change or vaccines are probably going to be right-leaning. And if that type of stuff is being heavily moderated, then conservatives are probably going to feel like they're getting moderated out more than anything else.
And the stats reflect that, right? So, like, I think it was, of all people banned on Twitter, with like 4 or 5 times more conservative-leaning people get banned than left-leaning people.
That may be true, but I think it's well, let's assume that is true. It's also been determined nonetheless that conservative coded tweets are massively more amplified than left-wing coded ones. So it may be the case that conservatives just on average, or conservative coded, because how are we determining these things? Going to be based on superficial characteristics. Conservative coded actors are just breaking TOS more often. Maybe they just have less self-control when it comes to using slurs.
Right, it obfuscates the point to just say that conservatives are being disproportionately targeted or banned as a result of these toss enforcements, because like, when you actually look into it, sometimes it's just flagrant inability to follow even just the most basic anti-harassment policies and stuff like that. And there's a difference between being banned because you're a conservative, or were you banned and you also happen to be a conservative,
Sure, I didn't go through every single ban. I just know
it's probably because conservatives are more likely to do like hate speech, right? Would a conservative deny that?
that like 4 to 5 times more conservatives are banned. I look at like shadow banning, right, which Twitter said it wasn't doing. It turns out it was. Or
COVID, or election disinformation, or Holocaust denial, or JQ. I don't know. There's so many things, but it probably is. It probably is worth mentioning that I feel like leftists just get away with more, right? Leftist calls to violence, they get away with it more easily, right? Is that a wild thing to say? I don't know how many right-wing YouTube channels can advocate for fucking concentration camps and not get banned. I don't know. Non-compete did that, remember? Non-compete with the fucking re-education camps? Like, they can go with quite a lot. Yeah.
Which I think is fraud. But shadow banning, I mean, at least my perception is this happens more often to conservatives. I don't know, like, what are you talking about when you say conservative voices are like amplified more on social media? Do you think that's true?
Well, what are you talking about when you say conservatives are banned more?
Ooh. I have to study.
Study.
Okay.
Hey, what was the methodology?
Well, I think, to be clear,
That's
I think we have to be careful when we
up.
say conservatives are banned more. Like, let's say somebody calls somebody the N-word on Twitter. That's probably a bannable offense. If we think that happens, who's more likely to be doing that? It's probably going to be a conservative account, right? So,
well, are they talking to Candace Owens, or are they talking to a normal person?
Yeah.
Right?
So I think
that's because the slurs against us aren't banned yet. It's unfair.
Sure, but
that's not true. Wasn't Hassan removed off of Twitch for saying, I can't even say it, can I?
The C word.
Maybe.
We're on.
You can say you can say cracker on Twitch. You just can't call someone a cracker on Twitch. I think that was what the ban was for, wasn't it? Did you guys see this from yesterday? Jackson Hinkle with his I was offered to debate Destiny in Las Vegas this Saturday. He is now running and refusing to debate me. Sad. I'm just very tempted to throw up a bit. Fuck it.
YouTube, we can say cracker all we want over here.
Yeah, but was Wick on Twitch? Oh, you're not on Twitch.
No,
right?
I'm Destiny's. No, that would be
We
terrible.
can't be on Twitch right now.
I'm the Twitch ward.
Oh, that's a good question. Sunday, do you think that they should lift Destiny's Twitch ban?
Fuck, because people on Twitter are so stupid. I need to do like a quote tweet thing, don't I? Hang on. Need to make it a little bit more apparent. I don't trust people to judge these things appropriately. Where's the thing? Where'd I put it? Fuck. Okay. There we go. Better.
What was the ban for initially? It was you were saying something to the effect of rednecks need to mow down BLM rioters or something like that?
Oh, no, I don't know what my ban was for. But it definitely wasn't that, because that was a long time ago.
Okay, well, if it wasn't
It was
for
a
that,
truth
then...
statement, and he got banned for it. This is the evidence of the problem.
Well, what was the truth statement?
That American hero, Kyle Rittenhero.
No, hold on. That wasn't even what I got banned for. Where do you guys get this idea from?
That was essentially, let's be honest, right?
No, that happened like a year. That was like 2 years ago.
I thought he was banned for the trans woman in sports thing. It was either that or didn't he call someone subhuman? Did he call a trans person subhuman? Subhuman piece of shit? And that was like, I don't know. Untermensch. Yeah, fuck.
That was the first one. That was the first big one.
I got unpartnered for that. I didn't get banned for that.
Well, so do you have any idea what you got banned for? Because now I thought I knew, but
if my guess is that I think when I was fighting with people, I called somebody subhuman, and apparently they decided that that was ban worthy now. I think that's what I've heard from Twitch, but I don't have an official reason. I don't know officially.
Okay, the redneck mowing people down thing. If he was banned for that, arguably. The other thing, no.
Arguably,
that's dumb.
Damn.
Okay, fair enough. What about
Or
Sunday being First Amendment pilled? Boost. Freedom-loving Sunday. President Freedom.
Break that reverse. Yeah,
Sure.
If it was
lack
it was
of
for an insult.
transparency. Right, that's the problem here.
So-
you banned, you don't even know why. That's crazy.
Well, that's a Twitch specific issue, right? That's I mean, like that sucks. I don't like that their TOS is impenetrable, that they don't give adequate explanations for why they ban people. That's annoying, and that sows distrust towards them.
And which
But that doesn't really bear on the
aligned with.
Well, that doesn't really bear on their responsibility as a platform unless we're already construing them as a town square. And we've already identified 2 different companies.
I think I'm still on like the town square thing. Like another reason why that falls flat is that I don't think Twitter, as far as I know, is in the interested in litigating slander or libel. So, and like a town square, that would be actionable. Like I wouldn't be able to just go up and start talking about how Steven sexually abused me, allegedly, without there being repercussions to that. As opposed
well, no, you can, yeah. You detect the speaker. In that case, because of Section 230, the social medias do actually function kind of like a town square. Like somebody can go on Twitter and say some shit like that, and Twitter doesn't get banned for that. It's the person that would like suffer criminal charges, or I'm sorry, civil charges. But it'd be the same in a town square. If somebody goes and defames somebody in a town square, then you're not going to sue the street. You would sue the person making the speech.
Yeah, but there's recourse there. Like I don't see like.
Wait,
Twitter
what do you mean? What's the difference for recourse? What do you mean by that?
Ooh.
Because in a town square, if you do it, you can take them to civil, potentially criminal court. As opposed to if you try to report another user on Twitter, they said this thing about me. Can't they just always back up and say this is a matter of opinion? Even if there are slanderous or libelous statements within what they're saying.
Yeah, they could say it's a matter of opinion.
Have people been sued for defamation because of tweets? I'm pretty sure they have, right? Like you can do it. I don't know if there've been any big like successful cases, but I know like the TERF people love, like the British TERFs love to threaten people with that shit all the time. They'll get people to take down tweets by threatening defamation.
Opinion, but it's going to be the exact same whether it's on Twitter in a town square. Where the defamation happens doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, okay.
Or they could deny it was them and say they were hacked or something.
I don't know if that defense has worked for anybody yet. And I imagine in Discovery you could probably...
What is defense?
Or they could deny it was them and say they were hacked or something.
I don't know if that defense has worked for anybody yet. And I imagine in Discovery you could probably fight that.
Yeah, I'm not sure the specifics of how.
Wait, has Destiny done quite a lot of research on defamation cases? Because because of his fucking Lav Keffels thing. Katie Hopkins got sued for tweets. Tommy Robinson got sued for, I think it was YouTube videos where he was defaming that Syrian refugee. I don't know if there was tweets involved. It's good to know that we have someone who has practiced the whole defamation fucking points. Yeah.
How a legal case would go about in the differences between a legal case brought online versus brought in person. I'd imagine they'd still have the same standards of evidence needed to convict. And defamation is, at least in America, historically pretty high, right? Like the standards you need to meet are actually very hard to meet. And it becomes...
That's not necessarily true.
Especially for public figures.
Yeah, for public figures, the standards are very high. But for a private citizen, not necessarily that high, I don't think.
What's the threshold for being a public versus a private citizen, though?
Yeah.
That's, oh God, that's difficult. Like a big Twitter user being a public or private citizen. Is there a legal definition, or is that just something that the fucking judge or the jury would argue over? That you would have to just decide in court? I don't think there's any threshold for viewer counts or how much money. Is there? Like some British MPs have like tiny Twitter accounts, but they're obviously public figures. Some British MPs actually try to start YouTube channels and they get no views. But I don't know if but they're still obviously public figures. Yeah.
I'm not sure the difference here.
Something you fight about in front of a jury.
Oh well.
Or you'd have to convince a judge, probably, I guess.
Yeah, the lines here
He's researched this one.
The lines here are not definitive,
Sunday's
but
so friendly.
even among like non-public figures, defamation cases are comparably difficult to win compared to other forms of injury, because it's like one of the civil cases that you have to prove some kind of like malintent.
Well, that's only for public figures. That's what makes it hard for public figures. I don't believe you have to prove malintent for just a normal citizen.
I think you have to prove some level of malintent, because if the person's like under a reasonable expectation that this is the truth about this other person, and they say it, but it turns out that they're wrong, and they're like, oh, sorry, I guess I was wrong. Like, I had reasonable belief to believe it, though. I mean, if that's the standard for defamation.
Yeah, but I think the difference is big, because for a reasonable, like, why are you making these claims publicly about a person if they're not like a public figure, and if it's not like a newsworthy thing?
So here's something interesting that comes about as a direct result of this flattening of social media that we were talking about earlier. If someone like Donald Trump highlights a small account, slanders them, and by so doing increases their profile by orders of magnitude, and then somebody else piles in on that person, is that person therefore being criticized as a public figure?
I think that'd be a really hard sell. The difficult part is, yeah, like when it comes to a lot of this is case law, a lot of this is jurisdiction dependent, and a lot of this is going to be defining the exact lines. It's just going to be, there's no real clear answer here as to like what's a public figure, who's acting in the course of a public figure, like what level of like malintent you have to show.
I think as far as the law is concerned, isn't just, malice is not going to have anything to do with like disliking somebody or ill will. I think it's the only two things that you have to demonstrate is that the person knew that it was false, or they were acting with like a reckless disregard for whether or not the statement was even true.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, hold on, is Lactard, are you like a lawyer or a law student guy?
I'm a civil litigation attorney. I've been practicing for like 2
Oh
years.
shit, okay, well then you'll know anything more than me, okay? My understanding was what you're talking about for malintent, I thought that was, it falls under the actual malice standard set by the New York Times v. Sullivan case, but that only applies to public figures. So like publishing incorrect information about a private citizen, I thought that could get you in trouble for defamation. You don't have to prove that they were acting with malice if it's not a public person, because for private citizens, the standards for defamation are way, way, way lower. That was my understanding. To avoid the chilling effect of publishing wrong information about like public figures, essentially.
Well, let me ask you this.
Well, wait, let him explain. If he's a law student, let him explain it.
Yeah. So I guess I probably misspoke. So let me explain a little bit. So when I'm talking about malintent, are you guys familiar with the like concept of like negligence? This idea of like you have this obligation to somebody, and like you violate that obligation. Right?
Yeah.
And so, like, you have an obligation to somebody to, like, if you say something about somebody that is, like, wrong, that you know is wrong, and that is, like, going to cause damages, and you do so negligently, right? I mean, technically, that's going to be the standard for a private citizen. Now, this is again more of like a just experience thing of. It just seems like in order to win those, like you have to show some kind of, well, like there's some kind of like hidden agenda, right? There was some kind of malintent. Because otherwise, how do you show negligence, right? How do you show that they were acting? Because if they were given information that
you need malintent for negligence. That doesn't sound right.
Wait, for negligence, you would just have to demonstrate that the person was not employing a reasonable level of scrutiny or care when they were publishing or making the statement. And I think it's that standard is way lower than like actual malice, right?
Yeah, like if I negligently publish something about you, Lactoid, like somebody's like, oh, Lactoid's a rapist, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna publish that, right? You might be able to sue me for defamation because I'm being kind of negligent. But if somebody gives me that information about a public figure, right? We'll say Wick, massively popular panel host, and I publish it, I have to actually meet a higher standard there to be sued for defamation. You'd have to show not only did you know it was wrong, you were like grossly negligent or malicious in your publishing the information.
Yeah, like did that person do everything that would be reasonably necessary to attempt to determine whether or not the statements that they were making were true? They could provide evidence that they were by showing research, editing, fact checking their work, trustworthiness of sources, stuff like that.
Right. That's what. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Like you have to show like some level of, hey, like I wasn't negligent because of XYZ reason, even if the evidence is false.
Out of curiosity, just for my own edification, do streamers count as public figures? So, for example, if they could, okay, so does there have to be a threshold? Like, for example, do you have to be Destiny sized? Or
I'm pretty sure all of that, none of this is going to be hard. I think this is all going to be argued in front of a judge. You've got to try to convince them like this person for these purposes ought to be considered a public figure, essentially.
It seems like it would always be relative too. So like someone like Destiny versus someone like, I don't know, like Asmongold, for example. I don't know off the top of my head what the relative sizes are, but I think it's roughly 50% larger. Would Destiny be considered a public figure in the light of a suit against that figure? I guess
what I'm asking specifically is if someone were to read like the Destiny report that Mr. Girl released, or see some of Lav's accusations, and then spread that, believing what they read, believing what they heard, right, and saying, oh wow, Destiny did this, and started talking and just spreading it to all corners, would they be liable under the law to be considered defaming? Or because Destiny's kind of a public figure, they wouldn't really be able to be targeted that way? I'm just curious.
My guess would be because that report deals with me utilizing a large platform. In that case, I would almost de facto be like a public figure because it's writing a report around a public person using a platform that like reaches a lot of people. That'd be my guess. That'd be pretty easy to argue.
Social media companies be enforcing standards to defamation? So if someone is engaged in what could reasonably be assumed to be defamation, should corporate media companies build that into their TOS? Should honesty be built into TOS? So if someone is purposely spreading misinformation, should TOS put a stop to that, or should it be allowed? What are we thinking?
But I don't think Lactoid can answer that question because fundamentally, once again, this is up to human interpretation. Someone's going to be making an inference that this claim is untrue, or that this claim is defamatory, that this claim is being made in a misleading fashion. So even like the asking of certain kinds of questions, for example, can imply like a certain statement, and that can have like serious social effects, individually or broadly. And so it's going to be up to some person's, hopefully, some person's judgment whether or not that passes muster. I think in the case where it's been determined by law, I think it's trivial at that point. Like obviously they shouldn't allow that kind of thing to be spread if it's been determined legally to be defamation, but otherwise.
You ask the question one more time, Wick?
Sure. Should honesty be built into TOS? Should if you are found to be lying about someone or something, be subject to moderation by a social media company?
If you're found to be like willingly lying,
willfully lying,
you knew it was false.
For example, right? You knew it was false, but you said that Lactoid is stinky. He has super stinky feet, and you just continually told that lie to one and all, right? Should a corporate media, a social media company, say we're gonna pull your account, we're gonna stop you, we're gonna block you?
If you can demonstrate that this person was like knew that they were lying. then
you have text shown.
I'm way more sympathetic. I'm way more sympathetic to like that, to like regulation of that stuff and removal of that stuff than I am about somebody genuinely believing that this is a truth statement.
Just say you were joking. And does that work? I feel like it does, because like people like Tucker got away with that in lawsuits, didn't they? For saying like no serious person could ever actually believe what we're saying. If you can do it as a broadcaster, I don't know why.
Powers that be don't agree that it's actually the true statement.
Wait, well, I don't think social media companies should have anything to do with defamatory claims. That's not. If you want to settle defamatory stuff, then you go, because otherwise, like, what is the burden of research put on social media companies to figure out like if a statement is true or false? Like, hey, John said that like I shit myself in school. Like, I want to ban him because I think that statement is like. Do we really want social media companies in the business of trying to determine how true people gossiping about each other is?
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know how much.
Yeah, that's really weird. I don't know how you would. Yeah, fuck. I'm just gonna repeat that, but shit. Ugh. I don't know how a social media moderator can investigate a defamation case. That would be insane.
I don't think I would put a lot of like, I guess under 2 seconds.
That's like the crazy fucking lady who was saying that we should, like, every ban should be overseen by a human being and like checked. That's fucking mental. Nothing would get done.
A ton of like responsibility on social media companies to like affirmatively do this. But like I can imagine a scenario of which like, oh hey, it was determined by a court that this was false, or hey, like
I'm gonna Hassan this video. I need the bathroom. Sorry guys.
Even though we didn't do we did a minor investigation and we found out like it was a lie, like this person.
How about this? How about this? Here's a good question.
Then I guess I'd be okay with it.
Here's a good question. What if an account in Pakistan accuses somebody of urinating on the Quran? See, that can culminate in an actual immediate violence against that person if they're identifiable, right?
I just don't think it's just not something I would care for. That'd be like saying, like, do we think should social media companies ban you if you've got like 3 felonies? Like, I don't know. I don't think like if you murder someone, should you get banned from Facebook?
No, sure, but like in the event that defamation or something sort of in the broad category of defamation results in immediate extra-legal harm to an individual, or can be predicted to result in immediate extra-legal harm to an individual. This can go from like the example I just gave to like accusations of somebody engaging in child grooming, for instance. Is there not an argument then for a social media platform that becomes aware of this as a pattern? Like, again, we can set like a certain threshold of awareness here where they're aware this is a pattern, they're aware that this can have like serious consequences. However, of course, given who they are and how they're operating and where they're situated, they don't have a way to actually determine the truthfulness of the statement. Or, in the case of the person who pissed on the Quran, whether or not the statement is true. Arguably, like it seems to me that it's fairly trivial. Like the value of curtailing that is greater than.
So to be clear, you would be okay with banning false accusations like that, right?
I think it's a gray area where I would allow some level of flexibility.
What if I did? What if I did piss in the Quran and this is like the one guy that saw it and then he accuses me and I just deny it?
Well, what I'm getting at with this is that it really depends on where you're situated. So where you are, that will result in nothing happening to you. Maybe a couple of Muslims will get mad at you online. If you're, for example, a woman in Pakistan who is accused of this, that might result in your death. So it's different stakes.
Again, though, should the social media company, right, be responsible for moderating that? And I don't know if they should, right?
Well, it's like there's a different question of responsibility versus do they retain the right to do so?
Fair, right? Like, but rather than asking can they, I'm asking should they.
Well, I only asked the question of can they because I think it's only going to it's going to come down to a matter of size, like Truth Social, right? Isn't this like a much smaller like kind of rip-off of Twitter? Mm-hmm. Or am I wrong? I think Truth Social is this, but like it
looks very close,
right? It's a much smaller version of that. So if the creator and CEO of Truth Social comes out and they say, I don't want, as far as I can reasonably know, I don't want to assess, or like I don't want to host like convicted felons on my platform, or liberals or people who I identify to be part of like XYZ faction and stuff like that. I don't think people would really care. People would be like, well, Truth Social is their platform. They can't be compelled by the state or really even socially encouraged to host just anybody. They have freedom of association too. And people wouldn't care. But if it came to Twitter, and suddenly the CEO, like the boardroom of Twitter, is starting to say that we don't want convicted felons on our platform, or we don't want conservatives. Now it's just a matter of like practicality and size, where previously people would be defending like, well, as an owner of, and CEO of a social media company, you don't have to host anybody who you don't want to. But when it comes to Twitter, people are much more like, no, Twitter should basically be compelled to like host these people or not deplatform them so frivolously.
They're taking 230 protection, so it makes sense to some extent, right?
Okay.
Wick, are you asking a moral question or a pragmatic question?
Moral.
I don't know why 230 would mean you can't ban whatever users you want to ban.
Well, no, I'm saying like not right now. I'm saying you could wrap that up in the obligation, right? So once you become like a social media company in which, hey, you're like distancing yourself from the statements that people make from like a liability perspective, as opposed to maybe like a smaller organization.
Not gonna lie, guys, this panel is not as interesting as I hoped it would be, but we're gonna chug along, okay? We're gonna try. So whenever it's about like the legality of Section 230 and social media, I don't know. I feel like people would be much better off just arguing about benefits of deplatforming and censorship. Like maybe looking at the way that each side or each political faction maybe is irresponsible with it, because there's always a good back and forth. I think when left-wingers are saying, well, you guys are, doing this, and this policy in Republican states, and then right-wingers can be like, well, you guys get away with saying all this violent stuff, but you didn't want to get rid of January 6th and all. Yeah, so it's there could be a lot more discussed here than what we've got now.
I think
go back in time and put Lav on the panel. Hang on. I can't find it anywhere.
I think you could all, working that into Section 230 where we're giving you that liability shield in exchange. You're also the public square now. You got to be pretty transparent about your TOS, and you can't just like act arbitrarily and remove people without explaining to them what they did.
I don't understand. I've never understood the 230 arguments. It just seems insane to me. If I host a forum and I want to host a forum for like people that love cats, and people step in and start posting dog pictures, am I not allowed to ban them now because I'm gonna lose my Section 230 protection? I think the Section 230 arguments, I've never heard a good one in favor of that leads you to be stripped of these, or you're like all of a sudden not allowed to moderate your platform. Like I think Section 230 very explicitly applies to publishers. I don't think moderating your platform all of a sudden makes you a publisher. That seems weird to me.
230 encourages moderation.
To non-publishers, right? Because if you're a publisher
or non-publishers, I mean, yeah.
Right.
So
yeah.
I don't know.
Look, I'll be one second.
If you're a publisher, you don't get the 230 protections. I don't know. The off-topic example, I think that's an interesting one where like, hey, this is a cat forum, please keep it to cats. Perhaps that's something where there needs to be maybe some other form of like section involved. I don't know exactly what kind of scheme that would look like. I do know that when you have something like Twitter, which is a public forum of politics, where certain political views are repressed and certain other ones aren't. And we also existed not just a couple of years ago. We existed at a time in which a bunch of public places that a lot of these people would normally congregate was shut down by the government. Right? Where are you going to go if your shit was shut down by the government and you don't? Let's say you're uneducated with tech, you don't have a lot of you don't know of many alternatives. You just know about Facebook. So I'm going to create my own little Facebook thing. I mean, the government technically is pushing you into a private space at that point. That benefits from 230 protections. I don't know. I don't think it's that unreasonable to expect Facebook to like accommodate that and to not just like ban the boomers because they put the color on the
So I'm not allowed then. I can't host a social media site that says like Progressive Circle, or I can't host a social media that says like MAGA for Trump. You're essentially saying you're not allowed to do that anymore. You'd ban all of that.
So any standard that would apply to Twitter, I would also apply to like Truth Social.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I wouldn't be allowed. I couldn't host like a conservative message board. You'd ban that effectively in your world because that's what Section 230 protects. You should have the right to moderate your platform however you want. I don't think
maybe this would be a compromise here. Like you can do that, but like I think there's a from like a fraud perspective, I guess there's a difference here when you are saying
it's also just that some people for certain platforms feel like it's easier to discuss the things that they want to if they have some kinds of moderation, right? Even, again, I'll keep saying it, even fucking 4chan, if they want to discuss racism, JQ and all that, they have to ban fucking bronies because otherwise their threads get bombarded by bronies. Like shit. So I don't know. But you shouldn't be able to fucking, like, yeah, this whole, like, anything goes thing is so shit. Like, applying the First Amendment to, like, online platforms. Just don't get it.
Okay, this is a conservative space. We are going to censor left-wing opinions. Just flat up, we're going to shadow ban you. We're going to actually ban you. We're not lying to you, okay? As opposed to Twitter, we're not shadow banning you. We're unbiased. We're this platform where everyone can express themselves.
Well,
and then
does Twitter present themselves as unbiased? I feel like their TOS and everything is like pretty. I think any reading of it would say, oh, conservatives are probably going to get banned by this more. Like their misinformation policy, they tell you, don't they tell you like what counts as misinformation? They've got like community notes and everything.
I haven't read the full Twitter TOS.
Let me. That's a good question. Do or should social media companies, right, and corporations have to open source their algorithm? Like, should people and consumers have the right to know on the social media site that they're on what's going to get promoted and what's going to get demoted in the algorithm? Right? Should that be a thing that is required?
I don't
shadow ban.
Say that again, Sunday. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I didn't. Or what about shadow ban, Lactoid?
I said, or if they're going to shadow ban, that should probably like be transparent, right? Before people spend a lot of time on a platform.
Well, I think Twitter
is Hinkle flat out lying? I've never gotten an offer to debate Hinkle in Vegas. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I think a long time ago I said that I wouldn't debate Hinkle anymore.
No.
So maybe he asked to debate me, and someone was like, "Oh, Destiny says he doesn't want to debate you," and now he's going to say I'm running. Is he going to say I'm running every single time in the future? If somebody says like, "Oh, Destiny said he's not going to debate," I don't know. I haven't been offered to debate him in Vegas. I don't even know what event he's talking about. I have no idea what he's talking about on Twitter right now.
Guys, such
what do you think, Sunday? Should companies be required, social media companies specifically, be required to open source their algorithm, or at least to
well, I think what you asked initially was, do people have a right to know what their algorithms are?
Yes.
And it seems like there's like the question itself is a little bit circular. You're asking if people have a right to know what they have a right to, or if they don't have a right to it, should they divulge that information anyways? That doesn't seem to follow to me.
What I'm asking is, do people, right, do individuals, right, who go onto these social media companies in order to promote sometimes their businesses, sometimes their political beliefs, sometimes their ideas, whatever they want to say, do they have a right, or should they have a right, to know what sort of information is going to be promoted and what is going to be demoted?
I mean, I would say that I would like to have the ability to see that, but I don't think businesses are going to be likely to turn over algorithms, even under, like, I guess, duress technically by the state, because they're not going to want to disclose, like, business secrets now.
Well, the reason why I'm having...
Once it is leaked, then users
like
could
open source algorithm so that everyone can know how they ban people and shit. Wouldn't that also help more dishonest people learn ways to get around the algorithm? I know if you see these like third and fourth, fifth accounts from a lot of like crazy people on Twitter, they just start doing things where like every bad word they say, they use like @ signs for their A's and zeros for their O's because they're so shit scared of getting reported again.
just game it to their advantage. Then you've just given somebody the framework, like if you're a propagandist, here's the exact algorithm that you need to manipulate in order to actually effectively promote your message. If you're being shadow-banned.
That's really well put, actually. That's my initial worry. But then the other one is if you're asking, like, should they? It depends on how seriously I want to take your question. By reference to what? Like, by reference to what's best for the consumer, what's best for the user? Or by reference to some, like, higher normal or legal? Like, I just don't know. I mean, like, objectively not. There's no judge that's going to say that they have to as of right now.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't know if I agree, personally. I think that
Well, please
the
elaborate.
algorithm now. So when you buy a product, right? When you buy a car and something, right? You have a right to know about, or you should, right? Do a thorough check to make sure that the person who is selling you that car isn't lying to you, right? So if you go on a social media something believing that your information, your business is going to be promoted, and you will have your voice, as long as you don't break the moderation or whatever. And then because you haven't broken moderation, but you've done such things that the algorithm demotes you, right? Like, isn't that the same as buying a car where someone's been tampering with the odometer?
Well, the flip side, the mirror of that, though, is that the algorithm promotes other people, and that's always going to be at the unpromoted person's expense. Does that count as demotion?
Well, the question I'm asking is, should you know, like, should everyone be given the rules, right? Everyone be giving a clear rules.
Like, if there was an algorithm that showed you guys what made it more likely for me to read your chat messages, if they could get an algorithm into my brain, that would be fucky. I don't know, just saying. I'm trying to make this panel interesting. Shit.
So whether you take
I know
the
it
time,
does get more lively later on, but fuck. Maybe I'm just hungry.
time to look through the algorithm and to monopolize, or to
We're also, just very quickly to interject there, we're also presuming that the effects of the algorithms are even known specifically to the people who are employing it, right? Like, they don't know. They didn't know specifically, or they at least had no answer as to why conservative viewpoints were being magnified over left-wing ones.
Nah, fuck it. I need to get some, like, fucking hummus and bread. Shit. 1 second.
This was treated as like a surprise. So
right, that's the other thing, is that, like, unless you can intimate from the algorithms that are made public, unless there's going to be some way to determine, like, explicit coding directions that have bigotry built into them, you could have this transparency, but that doesn't mean you're going to have people who could tell you whether or not the algorithm is fair, right?
I mean, if I may, just very quickly, sorry, I just want to jump this before I forget it. The very fact that we're even talking about any kind of algorithm affecting the outcomes of discussions, or of magnifying or demagnifying certain voices, directly contradicts the very idea that something like Twitter can even function as a town square. Because at this point, it's not even just people who are now having a say, it's automated processes that are whose activities may be beyond the understanding.
Maruzzi, there are links all over the stream if you want to do donos or super chats. What the fuck are you? I don't think you need. There's, like, if you're in the chat, is there not a super chat button, like, right under where you're typing? Are you fucking with me?
Understanding of even the people who made them.
Beyond the understanding of the people who made them. Okay,
Yeah.
I want to reset a little bit. I don't think anyone's biting on this question. Does deplatforming and
It's giving you an error message. Oh no. Have I been demonetized? Oh no.
censorship even work?
Yes.
Also,
That's a
what
good
do you mean by
question.
that?
Well, if you're playing a specifically media game, and you're trying to garner sympathy and followers over a vast expanse of space, and your sole medium for doing so is via your social media account, removing that social media account neuters your reach. That seems pretty intuitive. Studies have
Wait, what do you mean by work?
Studies.
By work, because in terms of, like, whether or not it's, like, effective, obviously it is, but whether or not you should be doing it, or, like, whether or not it's moral would be a different question altogether.
I think both, right? So, for example, they have deplatformed many people on the manosphere. Many conservative voices have been deplatformed 4 times the rate, right? But these ideas haven't gone away. If anything, they have been gotten stronger, right?
Wick is going to say it makes them stronger because it gives them the I'm being censored card. As if the majority of people are basing their political fucking sympathies on who got banned. Maruzzi, thanks for the $5. Money is the algorithm into Learnbox's brain. That's true. There's no getting around that.
Fed into this kind of oppressor narrative that they have, right?
Well, it seems the situation you're dealing with there is not that deplatforming hasn't worked. It's that deplatforming hasn't actually taken place. Someone has been removed or limited on some platform, and has meanwhile held an extreme amount of influence on another platform, and so they've been able to rhetorically deploy the deplatforming here over here as a propaganda tool. So what you actually can't tell if the deplatforming worked at all, because
I think if you're deplatformed from YouTube and you end up on Rumble, probably fair to say you've been deplatformed a good bit. Like, your reach has been limited, but what do you mean by, like, what's the answer to that? Do you think there should be, like, cross-internet bans? Like, actual cross-platform bans enforced on people? If you're banned on YouTube, you should be banned everywhere? How do you enforce that? Then they just end up going to a street corner and shouting at people. Total deplatforming. Just kill them. Video game.
it never actually took place. They were removed from one medium, but they weren't actually depersoned in the way we typically tend to think of when we talk about like total deplatforming. So
depersoned. Damn, it's a dark euphemism. Don't deplatform them, deperson them. That's so woke.
The issue here is of like, once again, because there is no public square, these are different mediums controlled by different people whose motives we do not fully understand. Because of that, nobody is actually getting fully deplatformed at all. So there's actually no commitment to a policy of deplatforming any one party across the board. And this speaks again to the international state of things, because even if somebody is totally deplatformed, and this is where, for example, like this actually becomes a positive. If someone is deplatformed unjustly by the state, they can nonetheless have an international voice from somewhere else. So,
I want to agree with Straight Raid with the idea of like, what do you mean by work? Are you silencing a whole bunch of people? Yeah, right. Are you preventing people from hearing whatever they want to hear? Yes, you are. But I think there's like a smaller subset of people who, maybe they're a little bit more engaged. They take a little bit more time to research. They take a little bit more time to like be skeptical, and they find out that like, yeah, you've banned this, and that makes them more skeptical, right? Because when somebody's hiding the ball, at least for me, right, when I'm reading an article and I notice that like paragraph after paragraph they're not saying something, right? That's like the natural implication of what I'm looking for. They're just not saying it, and then I get to the end and it wasn't said at all. Wow. My intuition is that's true. My intuition is that's true because they're not saying it and they don't want to say that, because that truth is counter to the actual intention of the article. And so, so I think for like a smaller group of people, it might radicalize them even further, right? So I mean, there are examples of topics where I am incredibly skeptical, primarily because there was so much censorship regarding certain things surrounding certain events that I don't even know if I can talk about on this fucking platform. So.
But the censorship is known to you, though. The censorship is like a fact in your world. So they clearly haven't been totally censored, because you're aware of the party that has been censored. You're aware of what they have been saying that they are not allowed to say. Somehow that is
because of their inefficiency. Because of their inefficiency, right? Like, oh, like I see somebody like posting some shit, and then all of a sudden tomorrow it's gone.
No, exactly. But
I don't want to jump to conclusions, because he hasn't actually advocated to fully censor someone. I think this was a thing in the Soviet Union. I might be wrong, because I heard it from Zizek, and he speaks a lot of crap. But I think when it came to censorship in the Soviet Union, there were certain books or like publications that were so censored that like no one even knew they existed, let alone like people might know about a book that got banned that you can get in other countries. But then there's another layer of things that were just like caught before they could ever even enter into the public consciousness. Is that what he's talking about though? Is that what he wants? I don't know. He hasn't said that, but
what I'm saying, though, is that the social consequences of that, when it's radicalizing people a little bit further, that's directly the consequence of deplatforming not having been carried out. So
well, no, I think we don't have to have an absolutist point of deplatforming. Like, if somebody's been banned from Facebook, but they haven't been banned from, like, Twitter or YouTube, they've been deplatformed, but not completely, right?
Well, sure, but I mean, the question of deplatforming working sort of assumes that it's not being undermined by some other equal platform lifting them up. If you want to actually judge whether or not deplatforming could work, like its function, which is to remove the platform from the person. It has to be fulfilled to some extent, and I don't see much of a strong distinction between someone's been banned off Twitch but not off YouTube.
Well, I mean, in that case,
we
then it
have
seems like our
audiences that bleed
definition
into
of-
each other.
Yeah, but our definition of deplatforming then basically has to be like, is somebody getting killed or not, right? Because unless you're actually murdering somebody, you're not going to completely remove them. Like, everybody's going to be able to make some kind of account on Gab.
Well, how about Stefan Molyneux? So he's been removed from like a wide variety of things simultaneously, and his influence is dead.
Yeah, but he could probably still make an account on Rumble. I don't think he's been there, right?
Yeah, but Rumble is a recent thing, right? That's so once again, like once
or
it's
Gab
undermined by
or
another
Truth
platform,
Social,
sure.
right? I'm saying that like, so he's not really. So in your definition, he's not truly deplatformed because he could make an account elsewhere. He just hasn't, right?
But the issue is like with these manosphere types that have been
I feel like
deplatformed.
Stefan would make your point though, because if your goal, this is what I said, is like if your goal is to hurt an individual with certain ideas, then deplatforming does work. Of course it does. No one wants to be going off YouTube and onto Rumble or fucking Truth Social, but because you can just have both platforms anyway. But it's whether or not it actually gets rid of the problem that is the product of those ideas that they were espousing. And I don't think that's necessarily true, right? Like, Stefan Molyneux was really big on, was it race realism and Great Replacement? Well, he's been gone for a while now, and Great Replacement theory still got blasted on Tucker Carlson hundreds of days a year. It's still like the main talking point of the second largest party in France. I think a lot of Central and Eastern European countries still talk about it, so I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily worked.
Platformed, there's always obfuscation. So like Steven Crowder, for example. So he went around calling Carlos Maza like a lesbi queer and maybe even like the F slur. But he would make it sound like, oh, I was deplatformed or whatever because of like dangerous ideas or something like that. And it was like, no, I mean, you were deplatformed because you were harassing somebody on the basis of their sexual orientation. Or like Sneako, for example. I think the thing that got him on YouTube was not because he was talking about pickup artistry or like red pill ideas. Wasn't it because he made a rape joke basically against another like female content creator? Like regardless
no, I think
of
what got him banned was,
and that's going to get you swatted.
I think it was COVID misinformation that eventually got him. Or election denialism or something is one of those things.
Lactoid-like studies. So a few months ago, we actually did a bit of a research dive into a bunch of studies that were looking at the effects of deplatforming on radicalization. Yeah. And so here's the thing. One of the side consequences of deplatforming in this otherwise neuter sense, where they're off one platform.
Hey, this is kind of similar to what my research was. Let's see if we got the same conclusions, eh?
Like a general culture of, if you say X, Y, and Z in this particular manner, you will be demagnified or you will be removed, that kind of thing. One of the consequences of that is that people who have ideas or who have arguments that would otherwise run afoul of the censors now are forced to pad them out. So they either have to couch them in more acceptable terms, they have to limit the extent of their claims, and they have to like remove language like slurs, for example, which would have the efficient effect of depersoning like certain groups or of helping people sort of target their anger on specific parties.
Let me be more specific because I think we're all missing it. I understand that you can hurt someone individually. You can.
No. There was. I was getting to a point with this though. So what they actually found with the studies is that as a consequence of this, the actual growth of monitored extremist spaces online was stunted entirely. They became more extremist because less dilute, because fewer moderates were finding them. But as a consequence of them having to sanitize their rhetoric in order to stay on these mainstream platforms, their efficacy in bringing together a bunch of people and of radicalizing them en masse was sharply diminished.
Even though they have like the talking point now of like they're coming for us, because that's all I see for like from the people pretty much anywhere who have been like deplatformed, right? You have like Tate who's ranting about like how the Matrix is coming to get him, and I mean Crowder talked about it too.
Oh, that's been around forever.
Right, but like there must be some, there must be some kind of beneficial reason for pointing that out.
They don't like. I mean, I feel like, again, I'm more principled that, like, just because they personally don't follow the spirit of it themselves, I don't think that they should be frivolously deplatformed. But Fresh and Fit was going around, I'm pretty sure, just spamming copyright claims to all of these channels that they didn't want to engage with the criticism of. Abba and Preach was one of them. They attempted to hit them with like 20 frivolous copyright.
Well, she's gone to a completely different point there. I think the problem is that we know that deplatforming shrinks audiences, but also the remaining members of that audience are likely to become more radicalized. And the question is just whether or not you're willing to accept that consequence. Because I think a smaller group of more radicalized people can actually be, in some ways, more dangerous, right? Like, January 6th was a really good example. It didn't take that many people to decide that the answer was to go to the Capitol and walk into the building and hope that they would change over the election. But it's because of how radical they were that was like the big problem. Or even the same with Charlottesville. That wasn't that many people, but it was just the extent of the radicalization behind that was what made it worse.
Claims in an attempt to like quell criticism, but then they turn around and say like, oh, people are trying to cancel us or whatever. So it's not even like they have some principled opposition to like cancellation or whatever. They just as soon do it themselves if they could, you know.
I think that's a separate issue, right? Like, I don't believe almost anyone is actually for free speech. I think they're for their free speech, and their enemies need to be silenced.
Cynical Wick.
It's not completely true. So there was recently a poll that just came out, and now we're controlling for students, right? So I understand it's like a different demographic.
January 6th was not a small group, though. I mean, so there were the number of people who thought that there was electoral fraud, which was huge. But the number of people who actually thought the right thing to do was to go into the building and try to smash things up and force the vote to stop, that was a minority. And that was led by a minority of insanely radicalized people like Patriot Prayer or the Oath Keepers or 3%ers, whatever the fuck that, yeah.
At least in my state, among my public university system, the disparities between political beliefs and like which political demographics were okay with people of the opposite political demographics speaking their mind and talking about what they believed, and whether or not their ideas were dangerous, and whether or not those ideas should even be allowed in the first place, or whether or not administrators should step in if they say things that push forward this particular agenda. The differences were stark, right? Like, generally speaking, it appears, at least in my state, but I think I would be confident enough to say this across all of America, that like the right tends to be a little bit more tolerant here when it comes to like accepting other people saying their shit as long as they get to say their own shit.
This is dumb as well, though. Like, which party is the one banning books? Which party is the one trying to ban drag shows? What the fuck? The right wing is not more tolerant of people's free speech in America. They're actually they're the ones trying to enforce laws about it. At least with progressives, it's like they want what, social media bans? Yeah, fuck.
Yeah,
I think that is absolutely not true. I think that the right is just as, if not worse than the left when it comes to censoring speech. The only problem is right now they're losing. So of course now they want to be
the far right, or like just
normal stock conservatives.
Yep.
Well, I was just to add to that very quickly. Let's assume that you're right, Lactoid. Okay. Is there an equivalent study that also shows like how many of those people also actively advocate for the marginalizing of entire groups of people?
Well,
maybe the reason.
Even ignoring that, I mean,
you don't need that example of Sunday. Just they're banning forms of, like, they're passing bills that are being thrown out by the fucking by federal judges because they contradict the First Amendment. It's like very clear. You don't need to go into this like esoteric, like, oh, they're against the expression of marginalized identity. Fuck off. No, it's much more simple than that. They are passing bills that federal judges are saying, whoa, this is not First Amendment. Fuck you. I'm not talking about the book Secular Beast. I'm talking about the drag ban in Tennessee. That bill was thrown out by a federal judge because it was contradicting the First Amendment. Maruzzi with the $5, confident in speaking for all America, he's a semi-sentient circus peanut. Maruzzi, do you have special beef with this Lactoid guy because he's like a lawyer guy? Is that your special beef with Lactoid? I think it might be. He's one of your contemporaries. Oh no.
Real quick on the freedom of speech thing, conservatives, when they have the ability to censor, like, it's funny because we can say, like, well, here's a poll. Conservatives right now are actually more tolerant of other points of view.
Secular Beast, if you want to get into Discord and discuss this, you're more than welcome to, okay? It's in the description of this video. There are already laws against shaking your wood at kids. I don't know if you know that or not, but if a guy fucking windmills in front of a kid in Tennessee, before that bill was passed, they would still get arrested. That bill was not about shaking your wood at kids, you fucking idiot. Jesus.
Than progressives are. I think it's just because conservatives are on the losing side of it. If you look at where they do have power, like, what are they trying to do throughout states? Ban medical treatment for adults related to trans stuff. Ban books from different schools. Matt Walsh and I think Ben Shapiro was retweeting that somebody, Lizzo, should be arrested for having performers on stage fully clothed in drag, right? That's like more authoritarian than most left-leaning stuff I've heard recently. So I think when conservatives do have the power, they will flex it in highly highly censorship-prone ways. They just right now they don't. So
I think you made
also what Michael Knowles trying to eradicate transness from public life. That's going way beyond think of the children or whatever else. That is just anti-First Amendment. Like, you can't even just express like a trans identity in public. Look, Matt, yeah, this was the Matt Walsh tweet. Throw her in jail for taking drag performers on stage in Tennessee. And this guy's a very popular conservative. He's not like a fringe character, right? He's a theocrat. Yeah, fuck.
A lot of context behind some of the things that were just said. When we're talking about like the banning books in where kids are, like elementary school libraries, I think that's completely different. Like controlling.
Why?
Rules.
What's the difference?
Well, because the difference is, when we mandate that children go to education or are educated, right? You can enforce that as a law. Like if it's a public school education, it would make sense that the public gets to have a little bit of a say as to what the kids are being educated on.
Yeah, that's fine.
This is not like a freedom of expression like issue when we're like dictating what books get to go like in an elementary school library necessarily, compared to what a college campus system, which is supposed to be the like where ideas are challenged, where you have the vast majority of left-leaning people who think that right-leaning people should not be able to say their ideas, or if they do, kicked off campus, right?
Okay,
so completely different magnitudes.
What I was going to say, actually, thank you, Destiny, for that. That dovetails very nicely with the point I was trying to make. It may be the case that they appear on paper to be more accepting of other people espousing their ideas, because they're presuming the depersoning of most of the people they actually care about in the first place. So
is Mouse one of the books being banned? Wait, really? Well, that's what I think is like, because they do this thing where they will publicize a story about a book that probably shouldn't be shown in front of kids, like some very erotic shit that shouldn't have been in a school. But they'll use that to throw in a law that bans so much more than that. That bans loads of things like basic sex education and shit like that. Yeah, fuck.
Once again, they're
why do they hate
Stephen
Mouse?
Adequately put.
Fuck.
Like immediately once in power, their immediate go-to is ban the books, ban discussion of X, Y, and Z, terminate these university departments, and so on and so forth. They say like, hey, we're for the equalizing of the university, want more diversity of thought. But in practice, that's just because they only view diversity of thought as being between a few liberal professors on campus and Tucker Carlson.
No.
And conservatives totally dug their own grave with this one, because if you are championing like deregulation, right, the thing that would actually keep more conservatives on social media would be more regulation, would be more of an incentive or compulsion for these private media groups to host them. So, you know, you can't have that one both ways. And then didn't Trump, by executive action, attempt to revoke 230? Right? I know it wasn't enforced.
He was threatening it. He was threatening it unless
they should make puppy play a mandatory subject in elementary schools. No psychodynamic. No. That was impressive bait. No.
like the social media companies didn't what he believed to be like be fair, right? Start being
yeah,
fair and
but like what he doesn't even they couldn't even enforce it because they didn't know how to go about.
Trump also said he wanted to open up libel laws to sue mainstream media. He also tweeted that he wanted to put people in jail for or revoke their citizenship for burning a flag. So I don't know.
I don't disagree like Trump, but I would consider him to be like a little bit further right. I'm just going off of like your run-of-the-mill conservatives compared to like your run-of-the-mill liberals or left-wingers. I don't know. For some reason, lefties don't like to be called liberals because of the classic multiplication. But I think what I see is that, yes, there seems to be like a pretty like milquetoast conservative onus on controlling what ideas children get, especially outside of the family unit. I think that's just, when we're talking about children, like with most things, that's just fundamentally different when we're talking about.
You know what's so bad about like these arguments when it comes to America is a lot of these conservatives have got so much of their impression of liberals from social media that they have this really skewed understanding. The difference is that run-of-the-mill conservatives made Trump the nominee. They voted for Trump. They backed Trump. The run-of-the-mill conservatives did that. They made excuses for Trump for 4 whole fucking years, and now, like, what, 40% of them still believe the election was stolen? And they're maybe now just starting to get a little bit fed up with Trump. Run-of-the-mill liberals did what? They have 4 fairly left-leaning people in Congress. They rejected Bernie. Run-of-the-mill liberals in America are just that. They're liberals. They're like center-left liberals. They're not. We don't have the same extreme contingent in America that the right has with Trump. Yeah, liberals put in Brandon. Yeah, fucking. I guess it's just because you see loads of far left people on Twitter that you think that's representative, but they're really not. Like the far, and even then, even the far left people, like they don't even really like AOC anymore because of like some votes that she did on Israel or maybe minimum wage. If they knew, I get if they knew what people like Talib and Ilhan Omar have kind of said, and to appease the more centrist voters, they probably wouldn't like them either. So wouldn't they be center right in Europe? I don't really know how people make that judgment. Economically, yeah, because it's much more mainstream. Things like healthcare, it's much more mainstream opinion in Europe for healthcare to at least be public option, if not fully universal. But on social issues, I don't know. I feel like American liberals are quite progressive on social issues. I feel like they're pretty based on that stuff. It just depends on what issue, I think. The problem with America is that a lot of their national economics is just, it's so different from somewhere like Europe. Like that's why you've got the low minimum wage, the tipping culture, the precarious healthcare system, the insanely privatized pharmaceutical industry, like the prison system. But that's because, like, a lot of that's because it's really difficult to get rid of that on a federal level, and because so much low union rates. Yeah, so there are some ways that America is more to the right, but even then, that's going to vary so much by states, I would imagine. Low taxes, the low top tax rate. What the fuck?
Expression of one's body or expression of one's mind or expression of any ideas that you want to share with somebody else. And a college campus, like a system, is just, I think, different again than like an elementary.
I'm calling it. This kid grew up in an all-white suburb, in a neighborhood that was definitely called Briarwood something, and his mom for sure told him he won his participation trophies.
Holy shit. Thanks for the money, Maritzi. Thanks for the super chat, but you don't like this guy, I'm maybe guessing. Mr. Boner, you're looking pretty great today. Congrats. You've been in my community for a long time, haven't you, Gabriel Nofal? I feel like I know your name from years ago. Is that true? Have you been around for a while? Or am I making that up? Anyway, thank you. Nice to... Damn. Yeah, that's also a thing. People... But I think Eastern Europe is still...
I'm calling it. This kid grew up in an all-white suburb.
Why?
In a neighborhood that was definitely called Briarwood something, and his mom for sure told him he won his participation trophies.
I thought I turned the thing off. I turned the second one off, you fucking asshole. Oh, whatever. Okay.
Preschool classroom, or like a drag show where
Brazilian
children
elections.
are in the audience, which that seems to be like those are the rallying points in which conservatives are like getting pissed off.
So you think
the flag thing, by the way, that seems to be like I don't disagree with you that that's a weird fucking like. Despite believing in the First Amendment, I think more strongly and being better on free speech generally.
Yeah.
For some reason, that fucking issue, the conservatives are not as good at.
Well, and then also
so the better on
issue.
Just real quick, I just don't believe it. I don't buy it because it feels like conservatives will start with these things, but they use it as a pretext to always go a little bit further. So, for instance, you say it's just about kids. Okay, fine. Well, then why are states trying to ban hormone treatments for adults? Right? Or people say it's just about kids being exposed to drag. Okay, fine. Well, then why are some states like Texas trying to get the entire state to ban all drag performances? Like even without children in the audience. Like it feels like it's always a pretext to go further, and it feels like, oh, you actually don't care about freedom of speech or even kids. This is just the pretext you're using to start to like insert your anti-free speech ideas.
on that point,
I want to let Lactoid respond to that. I'm curious what he has to say. Sunday, you'll get your turn. I promise you. You talk a
no,
lot,
I
okay?
won't. This is a farce, argument.
So what was just said is news to me. I quick Google, every single link is saying restricting sexual
I think it was Tennessee, not Texas.
conduct and drag in front of minors. Like very consistently, that seems to be every single.
All right, let me check. I could be wrong on that.
Now, if it's, by the way, if it is true,
Tennessee becomes first U.S. state to ban public drag performances.
In front of minors or just generally?
It says, while the word drag does not appear in the bill, it changes the definition of adult cabaret in Tennessee's law to mean adult-oriented performances that are harmful to minors. But I don't know if this is saying it's only banning them in front of minors.
Yes, no, I've read that bill, and that's like that fucking fucking bill is like one of the most misrepresented. Like multiple times, people ask me, "Well, doesn't this mean that?" No, it's basically classifying like sexually explicit drag shows under a adult cabaret performance. So minors aren't allowed to be there.
Wait, it also says, hold on, to be clear, it also says male or female impersonators now fall under adult cabaret among topless dancers, go-go dancers, and exotic dancers. The bill bans adult cabaret from public property or anywhere minors might be present.
I don't even have the bill up, but you're missing a sentence when you say like people performing as the other gender or like cross-dressing. There is a section there which is, I forget the exact word they use, but the
sexual interest or some shit
in a sexualized manner, right? Which is the exact
so you trust the
definition.
government to determine when a dress is dressing up in a sexualized manner?
No, if someone's behaving in a sexualized manner, it's the exact.
That's true. This law is like the first of its kind, which means that what counts as of a sexual interest is going to be determined by a judge or a jury. And if that's happening in a very red state, the problem is if you're a drag performer, you just wouldn't take the risk. Why would you risk this new law being enforced on you and having to explain yourself in front of a conservative judge or jury? Why would you do that? You just wouldn't do it. It's like a chilling effect. The same as like the don't say gay thing. Where is the bill? I want to find the actual Tennessee bill. If everyone has it, you can link it in chat or DM me on Discord if it's not working. Drag law. Tennessee bill. It's Bill 3. It's called. Fuck off! Why is it not letting me in? Shit. YouTube chat doesn't let people link stuff. It's so cringe. Or Discord stream chat. I can't go to capitaltennessee.gov. I'm sure I can. Proceed. It's just unsafe link. Okay, I don't care. Oh, geolocation. I can't go to the Tennessee website because of I'm in. Oh well.
Same like tests that we use to.
Federal judge already. I know that. Yeah, I know it was blocked. Yeah.
What does that mean? A trans woman in a belly shirt, is that
What's
acting in a sexualized manner?
You're right. Like, what is ultimately like the sexual nature of like a strip club? Like where is the line between like breastfeeding and stripping? Right. There is like, again, like with the definition of pornography, with the definition of sexuality, there is like a gray area, and it's very difficult, right? But like one of the concepts here is. And how this is going to be enforced, I guess I predict, I can't know for sure, but if it's enforced, how that word is enforced everywhere else in Tennessee. It's going to be whether or not this is a sexualized performance. If you're gyrating your hips like together in front of a bunch of like 5-year-olds, maybe that's a problem. I don't think that.
I can't get on the Tennessee website. No, the thing that Destiny's looking at there, no, I can't get on there. The problem with it is that we know that conservatives see all drag as sexual, right? We know that. Like, conservatives will say that allowing a child to change their pronouns or suggesting HRT for kids is sexualizing children. We know they believe that. And if you're a drag performer and this new law, first of its kind with no precedent, comes in, and you're a drag performer, why are you going to risk some crazy Republican like calling the cops on you because you're doing a drag show in front of kids? You just wouldn't bother.
Like together in front of a bunch of like 5-year-olds, maybe that's a problem. I don't think that's like on par with like restricting freedom of speech in terms of banning university
hips,
like Republicans from like hosting ideas that left-wingers don't like.
Or dancing, like if you see any of these like Latin American dances, they're pretty sexual. So fuck.
Wait, what was that important sentence that you said was missing?
Hold on, I'll bring up the actual bill.
Okay, while he does that, right? Do we think like that ideas or books should be banned for children? Like specifically, is outside of the sexual realm. Let's remove sexuality from this. So, other than sexuality, do you think we should be banning concepts like teaching about the Holocaust or anything like that from children's libraries or schools under a certain age, like kindergarten? Like, should kindergartners be learning about the Holocaust, right?
Is this a free speech issue, though?
Wick always wants to
I feel
do the
like this is just going to come down to like curriculum.
Well, like I mean, it's not necessarily a censorship issue, though, to say, like, for example, we shouldn't be teaching, like, issues around sexual assault to people in grade 1. That doesn't necessarily mean that we should make, like, materials unavailable to, for whatever reason, like somebody in grade 1 who has reason to research this topic. But I don't think it would necessarily...
What? Oh, first grader going to the library. Can I get books on the nuances of sexual assault? What? Okay.
Be appropriate as a part of a curriculum.
I think I know what he's saying. It's just he said it in a really strange way.
Okay, fair enough. But as I understand it, the Stop Woke Act doesn't just remove it from the curriculum, but removes it from school libraries and things like that. Is that incorrect?
I mean, the removal from the library would be bad,
based.
but I don't think that like educators making the determination that kindergarten is not the appropriate grade level for students to be learning about like certain historical events is tantamount to like censorship or book burning or anything like that.
I think the minor status of the kids involved is kind of an issue here. Can we move this up a couple grades? Because now we're talking about like traumatizing kids versus curating what's appropriate for people to learn first, right?
Well, I think the... Or Charga.
And I would like to quickly, if like, just because I found the sentence, right? So it's about whether or not it appeals to a prurient interest, which is a sexual interest, whether or not it appeals to sexuality.
Wait. But is it now classifying that men and women that cross-dress are essentially doing so? Can you link what you're looking at in the group chat?
Yep, absolutely.
Let's see this.
We get to find out together.
But this is what they say with prurient interest. Like, have you ever seen a right-winger describe drag shows? They'll just obsess about how they exaggerate all the characteristics that we would associate in some loose way with sex, like the width of their hips or their size of their fucking breasts and like the makeup to make their lips look more full. Like it's like the Jordan Peterson thing with heels. Literally, remember when Jordan Peterson said that fucking women in heels are sexualizing themselves with the fucking rouge cheeks and the red lips and the fucking heels to make your back arch and like fucking hell. If that's what if he thought fucking makeup was to sexualize yourself, why would they not say it about drag and cross-dressing? Ew.
I got to do it on my phone. I mean,
he said women shouldn't be in the workplace if they shouldn't be wearing lipstick in the fucking workplace. That might be a good idea to not do that. That's what he said. Literally, fuck.
Learning with lactoid.
Yeah, I'll post it because again, like. It's kind of interesting though, because let's just say I'm right. Let's just say I'm right. Technically, you all just participated in misinformation. Maybe you should get banned.
Oh, he's getting smug.
Well, there's a difference between misinformation and disinformation, right? I think disinformation would be what you're...
All right, just so that this smug fuck doesn't get away with it, like this is probably a good time to remind people that not only was this law blocked by a federal judge on the grounds of it clashing with the First Amendment, this is what the judge said. But not only did the judge say this, the judge was also a Republican appointed by Trump. So this federal judge, this is like, I don't know, and it's always easy to check this stuff out because was something that I learned from the whole transgenocide debacle is all these like the worst laws. Just find out if a federal judge blocked it because it's most likely they did. Like it's just because so much of the stuff that Republicans are trying to do is just so unconstitutional, and I don't even think their voters care. It's just enough to virtue signal to their audience that they're doing like the right thing, and the voters probably don't even know that it's being stopped. But this is what the judge said. Does a citizen's private, as a Parker listed concerns aligning with the group's argument that the law was overly broad, questioning the location specifications of a cabaret entertainment venue that might be viewed by a minor. Does a citizen's private residence count? How about a camping ground at a national park? Ultimately, the statute's broad language clashes with the First Amendment's tight constraints. So, that's a Republican judge appointed by Trump saying that. Holy cock. And this is the case with so many of these bills.
You're promoting if you got this wrong.
And I think it was the block was it was only a few hours before it came into action. So it's never actually been in law. It's never been actionable within law yet.
Well, this is
from the Tennessee website, right? Did you wait? You didn't make a group chat, or I'm not part of it.
Damn, you didn't even invite this guy to the group chat? Ouch.
Sorry.
I was looking for it. I was like,
I had unfortunately, again, Lactoid is the last minute replacement.
Who's this Gideon person, by the way?
He said he wanted it. No, I think he's just trolling. I don't know why everybody thought he was seriously wanted it.
I don't know what he'd have to add to this discussion, but he'd be welcome to do so. I guess while we're getting that up, and I think he just posted it there. Let me see if
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Have I been plagiarized? Oh no. This motherfucker better not get more likes than this. Fuck. Fuck! Which one of us is cuter? Sad. Looks like hang on. Wait, I'm not why am I scrolling through Twitter fucking publicly? That's a terrible idea. Because I've noticed even my followers, even some of my followers love posting nudes. I don't know why. Fuck. I'll be really careful. My colleagues, my followers. All right, hang on. Thermia. Yeah, wait, hang on. It looks like that Death in June apparently that Death in June band was attacked by the SPL, by the Southern Poverty Law Center. But because their creator is right-wing, like with one of their founding members is like a right-wing anarchist. I'm sorry. Nah, fuck it. I don't know why I give people this kind of leeway. Like, if you think being a Death in June fan makes you a Nazi, like you're just insane. Just like stop fucking tweeting until you've made some friends and figure out what the fuck you're saying. Jesus.
I can't share it with this is a whole. Do you have a line or something I can go to?
Yep. So how this works is you have to there's bill history, amendments, video, and then click on summary. If you go to bill summary, it explains what the bill is, right? So this bill creates an offense for a person who engages in an adult cabaret performance on public property or in a location where the adult cabaret performance could be viewed by a person who is not an adult. The bill defines.
Okay, go on. Sorry.
The bill defines an adult cabaret performance to mean a performance in a location other than an adult cabaret, like a strip club. that features topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers, male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest or similar entertainers, regardless of whether or not performed for consideration.
So if a trans woman wears a slim-fitting dress and sings on a stage outside of a cabaret environment, would they run afoul of this?
No, because the actual entertainment is not one that appeals to a prurient interest, which is
well, that's a matter of
interest.
judgment, no? Like,
Yep.
the reason why I say form-fitting outfit is precisely
Get
because
him.
a form-fitting outfit is one
Get
that
him,
shows
Sunday.
off your form. That's directly appealing to a prurient interest.
So
They're not wearing a. They're not wearing
I don't know if I want to
parka.
debate the ins and
Right,
outs of this
but
right
here's
now.
the thing: if we want to play like ultimate skeptic, there, you could also read that technically anybody who wears a slim-fitting dress then it goes to sing could technically be they're violating this, and so therefore we can't have rules against
I'm gonna submit my
strippers,
chat back.
right?
No, you're misunderstanding me. You have an interest in this being much more specific because your position is that it's a bad thing that, for example, along similarly ambiguous lines, conservatives are being removed from social media.
Hold
What
on.
I would want to know is if performers were doing explicitly sexual acts in front of children, is there really no law in Tennessee that already covers that? I'm pretty sure if you go out and start fucking windmilling in front of a kid, or if you take a kid into a strip club, like whatever the fuck, I feel like you're probably going to get in trouble without this bill.
I want to fight over this for a second.
Go ahead.
Sure.
I disagree. I think that a Republican would say that every drag show is necessarily sexual. I think that they would just say that.
Well, the question is what qualifies as a drag show. So I wouldn't necessarily trust a Republican to distinguish between
People,
a trans woman.
a person saying, "I'm going to do a reading time in the square dressed in drag," because for any of these,
No.
other...
But the question,
wait,
Stephen,
hold
is
on.
not.
No, wait. I want it with Lactoid. Okay, hold on. Lactoid. There is no case that anybody in any of these outfits, an exotic dancer, a go-go dancer, a stripper, could go and do.
Who are Death in June? They're a punk band that flirted with Nazi aesthetics in the fucking 80s, like every other punk band did, regardless of their ideological leanings. So stupid.
Anything else, and it wouldn't be considered something that appeals to prurient interests, right? They'd still consider it as such.
No, that's the disagreement we have. So
Well, hold on, no.
the
So let's
entertainment itself has to appeal to prurient interest. So if
Sure,
you're
so
going
let's say that
to
a
drag
stripper's-
queen-
let's say
you're-
that's-
you're- hold on. If you're going to drag queen reading hour,
Yeah.
like reading to kids, is that sexual entertainment?
What about strippers playing volleyball?
Is this Nazi
So
imagery?
strippers playing volleyball, are they like? I guess it depends. Like, are they nude while they're playing volleyball?
No, they're
Are
dressed
they,
as
like, wearing
strippers, though.
pasties?
They're
Are they
dressed as
wearing
strippers. Sure,
pasties?
they've got pasties. They're dressed as strippers. It says strippers in the bill. They're dressed as strippers.
Yeah, would we allow this like in a public area now?
I'm asking you, by the language of the bill, the stripper is banned from doing so. Not because it's necessarily doing a strip show, but because
Also
of the
go-go
outfit.
dancer.
What?
Well, also like the go-go dancer
Would probably be as well, yeah.
Right. So again, like this is one of the issues we run into when it comes to defining pornography or like defining like sexual grooming or any of this shit, where like it does rely a little bit on like now you might just not trust like the intuition or the common sense of Republicans.
Well, no, hold on. I'm just going by the legally what you've said, right? So the amendment to this bill, right? The way that this particular bill was amended was the word male or female impersonators were added to this. Those weren't there before. That was part of the amendment, right? So if they're adding that, but you're telling me, oh, no, it's only performances of a sexual nature, why would you need to add male or female impersonators there?
Well,
I imagine it
well,
probably
here-
wouldn't matter whether they were doing a sexual performance or not, regardless of, right?
I can ask you the exact same question, Destiny, right? So if they just meant that male and female impersonators are just naturally doing everything sexualized, then why did they have to include a sentence, who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest, right? When people add little like modifiers, like this is like statutory interpretation. When people add modifiers to like things, what that usually means is there's an intention behind that. And when
Yeah, but appealing to a prurient
interest.
interest could mean the difference between, for example, them having to wear like full formal wear or wearing bikinis while they're playing volleyball. The reason why,
It could be argued that WIC panels appeal to prurient interests. That could be argued, right?
No,
Like,
because you're
some
here.
would say.
So the reason why that matters though is because like, is it now simply the case that any trans woman who dresses in female getup is now going to be targeted as being a female impersonator who is appealing to prurient interests? Because it seems like the impersonating itself, I don't know, like judging by how it's discussed, it seems like that itself is equivocated with appeling to a prurient interest. This is why drag queen
Why are they all
story hour,
wrong?
despite the fact that they may be wearing
Why are they all
like full
wrong?
Yeah,
Mary
I just-
Poppins garb, may nonetheless be characterized as a like having sexualized performance for children.
I'm sure
and
that's what they meant.
Is drag clothing even sexual in nature to you, Lactoid?
So, I guess we don't know for sure how, like with every single statute ever, like with every statute against child molestation, with every single statute against drug dealing, with every single statute against anything ever. We don't know exactly how it's going to be interpreted. We don't know exactly how it's going to be enforced. We don't know the specifics of everything. You know, how the jury's rule is going to also have an impact on how these things turn out practically. I don't disagree, right? But I'm just going to tell you, based on my reading of this, right, what's the proper statutory interpretation here. They're not just saying male and female impersonators. That's part of strippers, and that's part of everybody who has to go under an adult cabaret performance. They are specifically modifying that sentence with only if they're performing entertainment, the entertainment being one of a sexual interest, one of a sexual.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
right?
it feels like that language is only there to say that they're doing a show of some sort. That's what it's there for. So a stripper walking in public, maybe. But my guess is going to be that the way that Republicans perceive drag is any type of show.
Well, so this is why originalism is the best legal philosophy.
Well, we're not talking originalism. I'm just saying,
I'll explain why.
Again, thrown out by a Republican judge appointed by Trump. Fuck off.
I'll explain why. Because when they're interpreting this, right, the reasonable thing to do is, why did they make this? Why did they include that little thing? And what is the context of the time that they included it? Well, the context of the time was a whole bunch of controversy about the fact that you had Drag Queen Christmas, where you had people literally wearing giant fake tits and grinding their genitals in front of small children, which is highly sexual. This is highly prurient.
Yeah, but my guess is going to be that stuff like that is probably already prosecutable. There's probably already bills in Tennessee.
No, it's not.
I can go in Tennessee prior to this bill, which, by the way, doesn't even account for that. Let's say prior to this, I could walk up to a child and start rubbing my dick in front of a kid, and because, you didn't put the dick rubbing and sweatpants part clause in the bill, I'm not going to get in trouble for it? I don't think so.
If you did that specific thing, I don't know. I'm not an expert on Tennessee, any specific.
Remember, this law is the first of its kind, okay? It's the first of its kind. Ugh, shit. The adult cabaret thing. Ugh.
Anti-child molestation Tennessee statutes. What I'm saying is that, generally speaking, in these states, drag queens going up on stage and gyrating their genitals on each other and wearing these great big old fake tits and acting in an incredibly sexual nature, and there was minors there, I mean, they haven't been prosecuted. And so there has been a little bit of a backlash to this. Well, oh shit, we don't want this happening in our state, or we don't want this happening in our state again, right? Because DeSantis decertified the area that did that in Florida. And then you have Tennessee who's well, we don't want that to happen here, so we're going to pass this bill to make sure it doesn't happen.
I'd be interested in looking at that, but I super don't think you're right. I don't think so. I think
why did they pass this? Why did they?
Because they don't want to have
a sexual prurient or
they didn't.
Interest here.
It's not. You're focused so much on that. That language was already there, the prurient interest. But look at what other classifications that they're being compared to, right? These things are necessarily and inherently by what they are sexual. Topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers, and cross-dressers. That's being classified with all of those. No matter what performance any of those other people are doing, these people are probably going to get in trouble if they're doing a performance in a public area. It's necessarily going to be prurient interest. Somebody dressed as a stripper.
What's a go-go dancer?
I don't know, but it's probably some sexual fucking.
If it's
sandwiched between topless dancer and exotic dancers and stripper, my guess is a go-go dancer probably wears incredibly sexually provocative clothing insofar as Tennessee sees it. That's going to be my guess.
Oh, she wears a bikini and dances in front of people, and if she's dancing sexually to a sexual interest, then that would be a problem, right?
Well, how about this, Lactoid? How about this?
That's a really good point. Would someone at Hooters be acting to a prurient interest? But I guess that's not an adult cabaret. Wait, what did they say about the venue? I think the judge had a problem with the federal judge had a problem with what they mean by with what venue. But I can't read the fucking bill, and Destiny's covering it with his dumbass fucking head. Fuck. Why can't I get access to this link? They don't say a venue. Well, that's why a private residence could count. Oh, is it an adult cabaret venue? Is that what they said? Oh, in a location other than an adult cabaret venue. Is that what they mean? Hang on. Maybe I can find something close to it. Venue. Oh, so they couldn't say adult venue. Why is it so hard to just find the text of the bill in the UK? What the fuck? Venue. Ugh. NPR. Come on, someone just show me some text from the bill. Bans them from occurring within 1,000 feet of schools, public parks, or places of work. Wait, really? Okay. If anyone's able to access this bill in the UK, can you show me? Because I can't find Ugh. It's fucking with my brain.
I'm going to give you 2 examples, okay? A volleyball tournament on a beach involving...
Oh, it's to host it where children may be... Bruh! Fucking toothbrushes. Fuck off. Where they may be present. Is that right? Privacy. Okay. Okay.
Women in swimsuits. The swimsuits are various, whatever they brought with them from home. Some are in bikinis, some are in one pieces. Some have those weird frilly things from the 30s, okay?
Hey.
Prurient interest.
Based.
Public volleyball competition. They're at the very least showing lower leg. Every single one of them. Is that appealing to a prurient interest?
It doesn't
It's so funny.
matter if it's appealing to prurient interest because I don't think it's defined as an adult cabaret performer. That's the point, right? Because
yeah. Well, also, well, no, you would have to like prove that they like that there's a sexual intent here. They're appealing to a prurient interest, and by the way, it's a misdemeanor. So like you would also prove that like they intended to do this, right? They intended to like appeal to a sexual nature.
No, I understand, but like
which you could do when you're like got great big old fake tits and you're gyrating your genitals in front of 4th grade.
Okay, well this is where the other example is going from. Because we can imagine, for example, a sexy volleyball competition being displayed on a cabaret stage for the titillation of the audience. What if we have the exact same scenario, but they're trans women?
Should kids
exact
be at
same
that?
variety of dress.
Let me ask you, Sunday. Should kids be at that? At a sexy volleyball competition? Should kids be there? In your opinion?
Well, I'm not defining a volleyball competition at the beach as a sexy volleyball competition at the beach.
Say it was a wet t-shirt contest, sexy volleyball. They're gonna do the wet t-shirt thing. Where they wear a t-shirt, get sprayed with water, and
that
then
event
go out
is
and do
that event
do
is coded.
volleyball, right?
That event is coded sexually, so by dint of the branding, no. But for example, we wouldn't say that kids shouldn't go to the beach because they might encounter women with bikinis there.
Or particular cheerleading performances at sporting events.
no, because those people aren't called out here. The adult cabaret performance is defined here to mean a performance. What?
Technically, it could fall under go-go dancer because a go-go dancer is a very broad category of people who dance at like entertainment venues.
Okay, here's the screens. Thank you so much, Maritzi. Okay. Public property or in a location where the adult cabaret performance could be viewed by a person who's not an adult. Yeah, that's so broad. Yeah, okay, I got you. Okay.
Well, the reason why I'm pushing back on this, Stephen, is because like adult cabaret, what's intended for an adult cabaret is endless because anything can be simulated for the titillation of an audience on such a stage.
Wait, do I have the laser eyes emote in my chat? I think I do. I think Sunday deserves... Well, there's the Biden one, not the Godbox one. Okay, close enough. All right.
There's like a massive scope for interpretation there.
Yeah, no, you've got to just take a step back for a second, right? And this is one of the difficult things of like defining pornography. Or defining sex, like something sexualized, is like you do have to like take a step back and look at it like, is this appealing to a primarily sexual interest? Is this appealing to a what is the purpose of them doing this? Is the purpose of them like gyrating their genitals on each other? Is there like something sexual about that? Are they like trying to be sexual to like the audience? Is the entertainment? Is the actual performance like built to appeal to somebody's sexual interest?
It just the language added doesn't.
That's different than like somebody with just a bikini. Okay?
Sure,
because That's not how it's been defined before, and that this bill doesn't change it to be defining that.
Sure.
It's defined that way.
Adding the cross-dressing thing just doesn't make sense. They're trying to ban drag, right? So I'm linking you to another part of the Tennessee Code, okay? This is 2021. I don't know if the language has been updated. But like, if we look down here, right, this defines, if we look at like how it's defining adult stuff or adult cabaret or adult entertainment, it seems like broadly what they're really talking about is stripping. That's what it seems like they're really talking about.
And you
right?
put that in the group chat as well. I want to see.
I dropped it in the group chat.
They included
right?
strippers, but
no. Broadly speaking, they're talking about stripping, right? Topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, strippers. And then they put in male or female impersonators. And then adult entertainment means any exhibition of any adult-oriented motion picture, live performance, display, or dance of any type that has as a significant or substantial portion of such performance, any actual or simulated performance of specified sexual activities, including the removal of articles of clothing or appearing unclothed. So earlier you gave the example that somebody was rubbing their crotch in front of a child's place or whatever. This sounds like a simulated performance of a specified sexual activity, so it would have been illegal before. And removing articles of clothing sounds like things you would do in regards to like a strip show, an adult cabaret. So I don't know why you would add male or female impersonators here. Any types of these sexual performances happening before, I can't think of any examples that wouldn't have already been caught under this bill. It sounds like you're just trying to ban drag.
The reason why, and there could be like a specific intent there for sure. But again, like the reason why is because recently this has been happening more. And I think it's
But
wrong,
if somebody was
right?
doing that in front of a kid, you would have already been able to charge them with a misdemeanor. I'm positive of that. There's no shot that I could go up in front of a kid. As long as I'm dressed like a man, I can do sexual activities, simulated sexual activities in front of the child and be okay. That's got to be, you can't have to pass an anti-drag amendment to existing legislation to make that illegal. There's no shot.
So hold on. Is your argument that it's redundant, or is your argument that it's
No. My argument is not that it's.
speech?
My argument is that in your world it's pointless because your interpretation doesn't make sense. In my world, they're just trying to ban all public performances of drag. In which case, it makes perfect sense. They're trying to ban drag. Otherwise, why would you add cross-dressers to topless dancers, go-go dancers, exotic dancers, or strippers performing adult entertainment like simulated sexual acts or removing articles of clothing to appear unclothed? Like it seems like you're just trying to ban drag.
Sure. That's one way of taking a look at it. Okay. I just think the context of when this came out.
I think he's
this was like right
I think
on.
he's maybe got his partisan instincts now. He doesn't really want to let it go, but I think he knows. This Lactoid guy doesn't seem like it compared to the other conservatives. He seems all right, but just a bit. I don't know. Maybe that's just because he doesn't talk like a fucking weirdo, like all the other.
On the heels of at the time like a number of incredibly sexualized and provocative drag performances in which there was children in the audience. And
what number?
And people they had a whole tour.
To be clear, I don't.
Drag Queen
I bet
Christmas.
I don't think this happened. I don't.
He's from DGG Discord. Okay.
I can
How
link
does
you
this
that
not
too.
sound like a moral panic, like Lactoid? Like,
no, I don't
like-
think this ever happened. I don't think that there were. I think that this is my guess is going to be there's pictures from the shows or different shows, and there might have been kids in the audience, and people were making sexually suggestive things. But I don't think somebody was doing a highly sexually suggestive thing right in front of a kid, and there's not a misdemeanor statute that you couldn't charge that person. I don't believe that's the case.
They were doing no. They were doing it on a stage, and there was children in the audience.
Okay, Lactoid. Let's assume that is completely true. Once again, back to Stephen's point. No. Once again, back to Stephen's point. Even if that is completely true, the reason why that would be a problem is because they are engaging in simulated sexual activity in front of an audience. The wording of what you just posted suggests that the bare fact of dressing in the garb traditionally associated with the opposite sex counts as a cabaret-like performance. It seems like not just you want to ban drag, it seems like you want to ban any male-bodied person from appearing in public wearing a dress.
Any cross-dressing person, or at least doing any type of performance, not just appearing there, because it seems like a stripper could walk in public, but when it comes to doing any sort of performance, it feels like any performance relating to drag, because this has been added inappropriately. I'm at it. It doesn't, because it doesn't. Like if you read this section, none of this sounds like it has anything to do with people cross-dressing.
Has this bill been passed, by the way?
It was an amendment to the bill, and the first website that he linked is the updated Tennessee code, criminal code. So yes, it is part of it. The amendment was passed.
Has there been any prosecutions? Has there been any?
My understanding is that it may have been temporarily blocked. I don't know on what grounds.
Okay.
But
well, there was
that would be my question.
Here, I'll link that.
That's again, like I think I've already said this.
Oh, shit.
Ultimately, we will need to see like exactly how this plays out, like with all statutes. But when you look at like what is the intent? What are they trying to target? What is the intent? Now, I think one reading of this is well, trans people just can't like be in public anymore.
No, can't do public. Don't be charitable to my point. Can't do any public performances, not just be in public.
Yeah, sure. Can't do any performance just because they happen to be in drag.
Correct.
So while Lizzo,
this one interpretation.
just real quick, stop. So while Lizzo, for example, was called out by Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro, apparently, right? And I saw the Matt Walsh one, haven't seen the Ben Shapiro one, saying you should arrest her because she's violating the Tennessee law, right? Has any arrest been made? Has any action on this bill been taken by the enforcement mechanisms in the state? Because
does no one say it? I feel like that was one of the first things that came up when I Googled this. I think it's quite relevant that it was blocked by a fucking Republican.
Just a thing about as Lactoid claims to stop sexual performances, right? Then you probably wouldn't see much. But if it was, to Sunday's and Destiny's point, simply an excuse to ban all drag performances, surely we'd have seen some prosecution on that. Some action. Something. Right? Something?
Did you see Noam Chomsky's recent video with Matt Pigface? Who the fuck is Matt Pigface? No, I haven't seen Noam Chomsky's video with Matt Pigface. You can send it to me in Discord if you want. As a DM.
No reasonable person is going to read it that way. That's the problem. Like when they're actually trying to enforce it.
Republicans.
Okay.
You disagree?
No, I agree. No reasonable person would. I don't consider conservatives reasonable. And I think it's pretty obvious what they're trying to do with the bill is they're trying to ban all public performances of drag. Like, that's what they're talking about over and over again. Like, drag story hour and blah, blah, blah. Like, these are the topics that are coming up over and over again. And that was the onus under which this was added. Again, if you read the other categories of people that are considered, like, performing these adult performances, cross-dressing just doesn't fit. They're talking about strippers, go-go dancers, doing highly sexualized things. Like, why would you add cross-dressing there? That's so weird.
It fits when you look at, like, the context of what was that bill in response to? What was happening at the time that, like, they were like, oh, fuck, we got to pass these bills. It was a whole bunch of, like, highly sexualized drag performances.
And highly sexualized.
The one that I'm thinking of in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Like, perhaps one of the reasons why they wanted to really specify this was the case, in case, like, well, we're going to, like, get around some of the statutes by, like, we're not going to absolutely, like, simulate sexual activity, but we are going to have great big, like, paper mache tits.
Hang on. Those types of things
on.
probably would have already been illegal under Tennessee law.
Okay, hang on. So it looks like the bill was only effective as of last month on the 22nd. So there's like no time has transpired yet. Mm-hmm. I don't think we can really know one way or the other at this point.
I mean, it's a whole month.
By this metric.
And if they arrest like the drag queen story hour and like lead her out, and yeah, I mean that would be, I think, a gross misunderstanding of the intent of this law, and I don't think that should get found guilty.
No, that would be them.
I don't know with drag.
Acting completely according to why the law was passed.
The
law is the first of its kind. It's to make arrests. It's to probably prosecute something that you can't prosecute right now. Okay.
It's on this one a while. It's a little tangential, but you know what? It was interesting. I think different interpretations does play into the ultimate point, right? Of tech censorship, because it doesn't really matter what your TOS or moderation policies are. What matters is who is enforcing those moderation policies, who is interpreting those moderation policies. And given that that's the case, right, does the government have any interest in regulating what can and cannot be censored on a tech platform or on a social media platform? And do you think they should step in and, as Texas, I believe, tried to do, stop social media companies from banning you or something over infractions? What do you think?
We're linking these things in a weird way. Like the immediate cases that come to mind when we talk about whether or not government has an interest in interfering with the censorship of social media sites is for example, like China going through like Gmail accounts and things of that sort.
I don't know why Twitter started recommending videos of this to me, but they're so fucking weird. What the fuck? How did this happen? Oh! Like, where? Why? What's the guy doing? Oh! Chill. It's probably a cheap shot, depending on what the guy was doing.
Censoring discussion of particular topics, once again, in the name of its national self-interest. These often run contrary to each other. Like the government interfering with social media is very rarely in defense of citizens' rights. It's more often having to do with, you know, the control of information that it deems to be sensitive to its own interests, aside from those rights.
I mean, our own president, Joe Biden, has called for this. Back in 2019, when he was a candidate, he was arguing for the revocation of Section 230. I think it was on the basis that he said these companies are helping promote and propagate falsehoods that they know to be false.
Is that something that you guys support, the revocation of Section 230?
No, of course not.
No, but I'm saying there's already there are government officials right now, currently even our sitting president, who think that there is a compelling interest for the government to step in and begin trying to moderate these platforms, I guess, to promote in the interest of promoting truth, I suppose. But that doesn't really capture the spirit of the First Amendment. I don't think the spirit of the First Amendment is to promote truth necessarily.
Interesting. Fair enough. Okay, we are kind of winding down a little bit. I do have one more.
Can I ask one question real quick?
Please, if you have something to go for, go ahead.
For you guys, and I love this example because it's one that also is very consistent with my strong capitalist beliefs. If you have a situation in which, let's say you had a large social media company that said that they were not shadow banning, okay, let's just say that they came out and they said they advertised to their consumer base that they were not shadow banning, and then later it came out that they were. Right, it came out that actually behind the scenes, when they were hiding in the shadows, they were actually shadow banning certain people, more often conservatives, but let's just say generally speaking.
And we're just for clarification before you continue, we're taking this as it's hypothetical, yes, but we're taking this shadow banning to be not the accidental consequence of algorithms, insufficiently understood or monitored, but a deliberate policy. We have emails exchanged that show, hey, we want to ban X, Y, and Z, but not tell them.
It's designating certain people as having less amplification. It's shadow banning, right? Reducing the visibility. If this happens, when they promise that they're not doing it, do you agree that this would be some kind of fraud and they should probably be liable to the people that they lied to?
No. I think if it was a paid service, maybe you can make an argument for that. But I think shadow banning, quote unquote shadow banning, it's a very specific term, and people play around with these terms in terms of marketing all the time. So I think it's kind of...
I just arrived and I'm already bored. This is not the best panel. That Tennessee thing kind of showed just how off the mark conservatives are when it comes to free speech, but they didn't even mention that the federal judge canned it though, and why, and what the leanings of that judge were. Which is a shame.
Kind of silly to try to pretend that there's a stringent definition or example of what shadow banning means or what shadow banning is.
I don't think there should be some kind of obligation on people offering a free service to be transparent about what's going on behind the scenes. I think
Wick was maybe expecting Destiny and Lactoid to take sides as the more free speech guys, whereas Sunday and Aaron would be the more pro deplatforming ones, maybe. But it seems like they're being quite chill. So yeah,
talking about people who are accepting a TOS, that maybe as a part of their signing up process, or because they pay for some kind of feature, they're guaranteed access to some kind of good. Whether that's hey, and we will boost your profile against others that haven't paid for the service. I think in that case you'd have a case for fraud, but unless there's actually some kind of explicit relationship like that, this strikes me as no different than, for example, somebody banning people from a Discord server for reasons of personal judgment.
We call these things free, right? But that's only because we don't pay money for them. It's not as if they come at no cost. I mean,
yeah, but you're not buying.
They do use our data. They do use. We are the product, right? We are the cost. We're giving access to ourselves.
In a sense, but you are not selling your data as a currency for the thing. You are agreeing to them being allowed to read your data while you're using their site. That is.
And distinct. Given that
that doesn't fall under terms of service, though. That's a privacy policy. And these two things are distinct. I think a privacy policy is just going to outline to you how a company is interacting and harvesting your user data, but the terms of service is going to be something distinct from that. No.
Sure, but when you say that free companies that are free have no obligation to be honest to their user base, again, the agreement is being made, a tacit agreement between both parties is being made, known or not, right? You're agreeing to let them use your data, and they are agreeing to not just arbitrarily moderate you or arbitrarily ban you and things like that. And at least in most cases, as I'm aware.
Are they agreeing to that? Can't they ban you for whatever reason they want? I don't know if they're agreeing any.
Well, as far as like how the courts recognize it, if a company outlines the rules and their terms and conditions, and there's an affirmative like click or agreement that you have to do that says I agree to this or I've read this, and then you proceed to use their site. If there is within those rules something that says we can change this at any time that you want, they can't actually enforce that as a meaningful contract, because then you would be co-signing and affirming that you will like continue to agree, like you're agreeing to a contract that you've not yet seen. So those are null. But if they are regularly updating them and having you affirmatively check, I agree to the updates, I agree to the updates, then those are enforceable.
Base.
Okay, interesting. I'm not sure the law behind that. But to Lactoid's a larger point, right? Like, again, because people use Twitter and people use Twitch, YouTube, all these other streaming sites for their business. Like, people's livelihoods are tied to this. They go on to these sites and they become involved and creators on these sites and use these sites in order to make money, in order to live, right?
Hang on. What the fuck is Dustin doing right now?
So, Ben, I want to thank you for taking the time to speak with me for this long. I can imagine you're
Cops.
obviously
Okay.
being...
I'm gonna go say hello. About this fucking bill.
Who joined?
Hi.
Oh, hey, what's up?
I'm watching this this panel that you're doing with the Tennessee bill for the drag ban.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm triggered as fuck. So I don't think anyone mentioned that bill was it was blocked by a federal judge on the grounds that it clashed with the First Amendment.
Wait, hold on. Was it blocked or was there a temporary injunction?
Temporary halt. Sorry, I'm not American.
Okay, because I saw the injunction. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, a Republican judge who was appointed by Trump who said it clashed with the First Amendment. I think because I've gone through a lot of like American laws now, so I'm trying to understand this. Like, I think the reasoning he gave was that they didn't specify venues outside of adult cabaret entertainment. So I think the problem with that was that it could even have included and it was also places where there might be minors present. So that could have constituted like anywhere, like a private residence could have potentially counted, or or like a camping ground.
Like I said, we argued back and forth, but I think it was reaching pretty hard. Like, again, if you read the amendment and you read the part of the criminal code that it's under, it's very, very, very obvious that they're talking about like strip performances. That's what they're talking about. And adding cross-dressing there just makes no sense unless you're trying to say that cross-dressing in and of itself is basically akin to a sexual performance. That's the only way that I could read it. I don't understand how you can possibly read it any other way unless you're trying really hard to like bend your mind there. But
would it also be a good argument to say that since this bill is the first of its kind, that means that prurient interest, like the sexual interest, there's not going to be like a precedent for that. It's only going to be decided by a judge or a jury. So if you're a performer, then you're probably just not going to want to risk performing anywhere where there might be kids, because you don't want some crazy conservative to call the cops on you. Then you have to like explain yourself in front of a judge when you have no idea what way it's going to go. Is that kind of what would potentially happen?
Could be, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I thought that reading. Yeah, I thought that guy's reading was not very accurate, but
yeah, he didn't come off looking great. So
sure, but he's also apparently a civil litigator or something. What was he? I don't know. That's what he said, right?
Yeah, which is why you'd probably get kind of like weird about trying to make those arguments, because you never know if like a lawyer is going to know something you don't and shit. Yeah, but no,
maybe yeah. But then also, Lecture Fan is also, I think, I'm pretty sure he's a fully bar licensed attorney, and he said stuff like regarding legal matters has just been completely wrong before. It's just like dead wrong. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think lawyers sometimes are the it's like the most educated profession to like uneducated random shit of any profession for people that will ever say shit. I don't know why they do, but yeah.
I feel like that's the case with like all academics. I even remember being a student and like being fucking 18, 19 years old and occasionally Google searching things that my fucking communist sociology teacher told me. And I was like, mate, this like, so much of this is like just horse shit.
Communist sociology teacher. I mean, of course. Are you trying at that point? But Yeah.
Okay, cool. That was all. Have fun.
Okay, I love you. Be careful, babe.
Bye.
Do the companies have no responsibility to be honest with the people using their services for this purpose?
Well, you're asking if they have an ethical, if there's some kind of ethical
Yeah, it's like, I'm not
pressure.
talking legal, I'm talking ethical.
Well, so my question was like legal, right? And I think the answers are crazy, right? So I can imagine a scenario in which, let's say I put out an ad where you get a free car if you come and watch 50 hours of ads, right? And then at the end of you dedicating a significant amount of time watching ads and like being in this space that I've created, then like you don't get the car. Actually,
What's the free car that Twitter offered conservatives?
So when you come out and say we are not doing this, like we are just not doing this, but then like so what this entices a bunch of people to come onto the platform and watch their ads, right? Become like a money-making device for the company, and then it turns out they're doing it. It would seem to me that like there's.
Has it turned out that Twitter is shadow banning conservatives?
Well, here's the question. What did Twitter specifically say they're not doing?
Well, hold on, real quick. I asked the hypothetical, and everyone's resounding answer was no. But like, my question is like in the hypothetical.
I do want to hear an answer to that, though. That's an interesting question.
Oh, I'll answer it, but I'm not sure I got the answer that I was like for the question I was asking, which is, I guess maybe a reiteration. Do you really think that like if like any one of these free social media companies can just flat out fucking lie to like bring users into their platform and then not deliver on what they're saying?
I don't know. Is that illegal?
It's kind of weird.
Let's say on my website, let's say that I say if you subscribe tier 2, I'll give you a free hug if I see you or something. And then let's say I'm not doing that at all. That's just a total scam. Is that like, or not tier 2 actually? Because when I'm talking about
it should be.
Wait, hold on. Because when I'm talking about paid things, I'm sorry. What if you come into my chat and I say like, oh yeah, if you sign up for a thing on my website and you come chat, I'll give you a hug if I see you. And I'm like, no, I just lied. I totally lied. Just get more people to sign up. Is that illegal? What is the law? I have no idea. I'm not actually sure.
I don't think Twitter's saying they're not
going to be, but I think it should be.
But hang on, I don't think Twitter's saying they're not shadow banning people. Entails that they are promising that if you break TOS or you commit slurs or you engage in like pernicious language, that therefore they are obligated to promote you commensurately with other people who don't do.
Well, this is why I'm asking what he means by shadow ban. Again, shadow ban is a contentious term, right? I think in the most strictest sense, shadow banning means that you're removing somebody's access to the site almost completely without them knowing it. So that means that nobody else can see their tweets, nobody can go to their profile, they have no idea, and they've been basically completely delisted, but it's a shadow ban, the person's not aware of it.
Yeah, so for example...
Wait, real quick, but I think, so Twitter does things like they deboost people, or they might deprioritize people, or hide them from certain people's feeds, and it's arguable whether that constitutes shadow banning. That's why I'm asking what specifically did Twitter say they didn't do. And the comparison I'll always use is for cell phones. Cell phone companies today, every single provider will not say that they're throttling. They don't say they're throttling. What they'll say is they deprioritize you after you've used 21 gigabytes or whatever of data. It's essentially the exact same thing. And if you're not wanting to get
Sorry, fucking Destiny's chat were so mad that I joined in the middle of a video they was watching.
Throttled, you are going to get throttled, but they call it deprioritization on the tower based on how much data you've consumed. So that's like a similar sort of
It's the same.
Let me read this statement. So if we want to move away from the hypothetical and actually get to Twitter,
yes, please.
Obviously, it's based on.
Answer the question.
This is the statement that was made, right? People are asking us if we shadow ban. We don't. I think the real question behind the question is: are we doing something according to political ideology or viewpoints? We are not. Period. We do not look at content with regards to political viewpoint or ideology. We look at behavior.
Okay. Is that wrong?
So from what I read from the Twitter files, I only read those, I guess, only specific parts. And from what I read, they were deprioritizing people based on their political beliefs.
Well, I guess it depends on whether or not I get...
Okay. Just don't stay on this topic. Yeah, go.
I guess it depends on whether or not you consider someone, for example, like... spreading untoward statements about, say, black communities to be a political belief, or whether or not that's just like an aggression on a community that's not.
I want to hear the back and forth a little bit more from Destiny and
that would have been the question I was going to ask. That was President somebody asked, because this is the issue that conservatives keep running into. Okay, I'll go into a platform, I'll spam the N-word, and then get banned, and I'll go, they're censoring me because I'm conservative. Conservatives think you should have freedom of speech. That's the issue. My understanding is I've never seen somebody banned from Twitter for political ideology, but you guys will say things like disagreeing with the COVID narrative. That's part of my political ideology, which I think is a fair point. But it feels different to say I'm banning conservatives. Like that statement seems to take on a different character versus saying I'm banning somebody because of their political ideology versus like COVID misinformation or something, right? That's the issue, I think. So like I feel like
no, it's identical, right? If you're making like vaccine skeptical content and they specifically said we do not look at content, then they're looking at content, which they said they didn't do.
No. They said political content, didn't they? They're not going to say not looking at any content. They probably said political content.
Well, let me look at the statement again. With regards to political viewpoint or ideology.
Yes. So then my question, because here's my next question, because if I read it how if I read it how you're reading it, couldn't I arguably say every single ban on that site is due to some sort of political ideology? Every ban on every site is due to some sort of underlying political ideology, no? If I think that freedom of speech is a principled thing, yeah, so it's...
Right. If you want to be like hyper pedantic...
The N-word's a very political word, like, is it not? If someone's saying the N-word on Twitter, you can probably guess their political leanings, right?
But like,
well, no. That's your point of view. Your point of view.
This once again goes back to like the spirit of like what were they saying when they say we do not do this, we do not deprioritize people or like shadow ban people based on like their political affiliation, based on like their what they're saying, right?
Yeah.
Or not what the content,
I understand what
right?
you're saying.
Not necessarily the behavior.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying,
and they were doing that.
No, let's look at the spirit, okay? Let's use our full brains, okay? Twitter is saying that they're not banning people based on their political points of view, and you're saying like, oh, that's not true because you guys are banning for COVID, aren't you? Of course they're banning for COVID.
How is it still? It's a fucking 2-hour panel. It's 10 minutes left.
COVID misinformation. They've already
Stop crying.
said that. They're not hiding that. But they're not banning you because you're a conservative. A liberal could go on and spread that quote-unquote misinformation, or a conservative could go on and spread the misinformation. They're not banning you based on your political point of view. They're banning you based on what they have in their TOS as stuff that they don't allow on the platform, which is COVID misinformation, election misinformation, as they define it, right? It's not based on your political point of view. It's based on violating those parts of the TOS.
Yeah, vaccine disinformation is nonpartisan. Anybody could perpetuate it. Also, Lacto, do you think that the algorithms themselves are perpetuating bias?
What?
Disinformation is
perpetuating
non-partisan.
bias?
Is that what, like, is
centrist
against
disinformation.
conservatives on Twitter and getting them disproportionately banned or shadow banned or targeted?
I guess I wish the algorithms would be more transparent, so I could like know for sure in what ways. I mean, it certainly feels so. I don't know. I guess this one I have a little bit less. This is more of just like a gut feeling, where it does appear that people say, well, we're gonna expand like the list of like words or phrases or like protected groups of people to like start including people who like, especially when it comes to class, for example. I think recently, like one of the new TOS from Discord was like you can't discriminate against somebody based on where their income is. You know, and now if where your income is,
We can't make poor jokes? Oh no.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like, well, if your income is from like a government program, well, this is inherently going to put you on a direct collision course with conservatives who generally don't consider that to be like a legitimate form of income. Like if that's like what you're living off of for your income.
I think
So
Steven's
I do
case.
think like they do actually like I think it does in effect have that effect where it does seem to like bias
platform.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
biasly against conservatives.
I think
But don't you think that like your
Someone just appeared in my fucking VC and left. What the fuck? Never mind.
ability, like the same
weird.
skills that would make somebody like a good coder is not necessarily going to mean that they have the ability to like even detect or identify those sources of bias and like adjust their algorithms to exclude stuff like that?
Hopefully they would adjust their algorithms to not bias people based on or not bias. Well, really the problem is that they're like banning people or shadow banning people in the first place.
Yeah, the question here isn't an algorithmic error. It's like this is like an intentional policy set, right?
Well, I think Steven, to that point, I think Steven's case was actually stronger than he articulated it. So he was saying like they might deprioritize people, or they might say they're deprioritizing people. My question following that from those, by deprioritizing, do we mean that they are actively putting like a marker on this account saying this one will get deboosted relative to everybody else, or are they simply neglecting to boost that one in addition? And then the question becomes, are social media platforms obligated to commensurately boost every single voice to some part? That seems like a difficult sell for me.
I believe for some accounts they were explicitly marking them as not for.
But that would be like COVID disinformation, stuff like that.
They weren't just removing content; they were blacklisting accounts
Okay, sure, but let's
limiting the visibility of entire accounts, right?
Sure, but
how is that not going back to like shadow banning if you're doing it based on an account?
Because that's not traditionally what shadow banning means. Sorry.
Shadow banning is like on YouTube. So for example, I've got a bunch of people spamming the N-word in my chat briefly. When I block them, they can still type that on their end. They will see it in their chat, but it will not appear on my.
Yeah, isn't shadow banning just algorithmic suppression as well? Like a video will deliberately just not get the algorithmic boost relative to how many people are watching it and for how long because it's maybe a topic they don't want. I know Israel-Palestine videos are algorithmically like fucked. Same with like Holocaust denial, and there are loads of topics that just the algorithm says no to, basically.
My chat, that's shadow banning. So for them, it appears as if they're not banned. For me and everybody else, they are banned. That's what shadow banning is. So unless that's actually taking place, Twitter isn't shadow banning people.
And that's the issue with the definitions, I think.
Yeah, okay. I think I maybe this sounds stupid, but I think that's stupid. I think that when you refer to shadow banning, in my mind, or most reasonable people I've spoken to, maybe they're not reasonable. But what shadow banning to me is you have an account and without your knowledge, right, you are put on a blacklist, right? You are marked. And now the shit that you put out is like reduced visibility to the point of like severely restricting what you believe you could do when you sign up for the service to begin with and you spend a lot of your time.
Okay, this is boring. I'm going to get my Huel. I'm going to get my Huel fuel, and then we're going to go to the Steven Crowder, Candace Owens drama. Okay. Chat, while we're 20 away from our super chat goal, guys. But let's do it. All right. You've got 1 million tabs. Where do I upload links to vids? You can upload links to vids in my fucking fuck. You can do it on my Discord DMs or Twitter DMs and just tell me where you sent it. I hate YouTube chat for that. Or the Discord stream chat. Maybe I should just have that up. I don't know. I just don't know. Discord stream chat's probably best. It's less intrusive, you know? Respect my personal space. But we got a few Crowder clips to go through here. Hang on. Ooh. Apparently this Crowder Candace stuff is going into legal drama already. Oh. What else we got here? Okay, I'm gonna get my Huel and then we will dive into this shit show. All right, 1 second. All right. Sit down, dipshits. Cucks. Let's watch a right-wing implosion because we just don't get enough of it. And it seems to be because these right-wingers are a lot more powerful and resourceful than we breadtubers are. They go hard. When they fall out hard, it seems. Well, we've got some tweets here, but I don't care about that just yet. Where do we even start? I think he opened up his video on his channel. his last show, he opened it up by talking about how he's getting divorced. So let's see.
We'll be on with your regular programming and Nick DiPaolo in third chair in a little bit, but needed to take a moment here to address some issues out there that are circulating. It's never fun. But, well, I guess let me be clear here. I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not.
I did not hit her. I did not. There's a gun on his desk. That's true. There is a gun on his desk.
My choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted. It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know, my opinions on parenting and family.
Is he against the fact that legally his wife can divorce him? What's this? Tequila, better be good. Women are less happy than ever recorded in modern history. Feminism isn't working. Oh, these are all tweets that he made while he was getting divorced. Women are doing less work at home. They're unhappier. Divorce rates are skyrocketing and men don't want to marry them. I just wish women understood how much men love them and want them to be the women they were designed to be. Oh my God. Oh shit, Stephen. Katie was in there, obviously. Wow. Stephen. And this is while he was going through his divorce. Oh my God. Demons. Demon Crowder.
Families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible. But in today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period. So for well over a year, in the best interest as well as physical safety of my children, we've decided to keep this issue private and to resolve it privately with the appropriate attorneys, what have you, legal jargon. And all this, one thing I want to be really clear about is certain. True north here is that my children are blameless, completely without fault. And so we decided to resolve these issues privately, as it's in their best interests, both emotionally and physically, to do so. Now, the other issue is, and this is something that I've kept private for likely far too long, many other people knew about this behind the scenes. Some, not all, but some of them in positions of power, influence, leverage, knew of this.
Oh.
They also knew
Candace
the
Owens.
safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Stephen has a lot going on. I guess
drama.
That's the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear
Drama.
because
Let's
people
go.
don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their lives. I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes people need a scripture. You know, Stephen purports to be a Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that. You know, maybe if I feel in further defense, some things should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to.
What, the kids are toddlers? That's why it's weird that he said the kids are not to blame. I mean, I thought he just meant maybe a marriage, like it can be a marriage that breaks up because the kids, like, they couldn't cope with having kids together. Like that exposed how much they hate each other. I don't know what's supposed to happen there.
You understand certain circumstances.
I would blame the kids.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other issues have been, or I should say, inferences have been more pernicious behind the scenes with demands and threats to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used, knowingly putting my children in harm's way. So to those self-styled Christians, conservatives, and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes, which will be made alarmingly clear as this process of discovery continues. And it also, by the way, makes me that much more appreciative of those who did know about this and in understanding the best interests of my family, my children, kept their word and used discretion. I can't thank you enough. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Won't forget it. It's pretty simple. I loved a woman so much that I married her. A woman who, despite all of this,
Cringe.
I still love as the mother of my children. And she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now, of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story.
Bro, he keeps saying that. Is there a point here where he actually is he really, like, people are saying that he's against the law, that he thinks that the law should be that the wife should stay unless that they both want a divorce, but is he actually going to come out and say that for sure? But he's really strongly hinting it for so far, excuse me.
But one thing that is undeniable in this case is that it's no one's fault but my own.
Remember when he made an article about how special it was to lose his virginity to his wife after marriage? Yeah, because it was the whole, like, no one else has been there. But yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah, he did say, my thoughts don't matter according to Texas law. Yeah, he seems pretty fucking, yeah. It's a pretty strong hint.
In that I picked wrong, and that's certainly not the fault of my children. And I will say that what's in the best interest of my children is not internet drama, speculation, certainly not blatant or veiled shakedowns or dragging their father or mother.
It's in your best interest, though. Chat, it's in my best interest. Absolutely in my best interest. It's in my best interest if the kids fight over who gets to be their parent.
And I can't be clear on that enough. Or their mother through the mud. And to anyone who tries it, I'm no longer going to pacify, capitulate, or sidestep because I love them a whole lot more than I love you. And I will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect my children. Discussing the divorce any further on social media or on this show or in any public space is not what's best for them. I'll be handling this through the proper legal avenues and channels available as a matter of record in which I have more than full confidence. So I'd ask that you understand the need for and respect our privacy in what is obviously a pretty tough time. And I hope that none of this has to go any further than that. Now, on with the reason you're all actually here.
We're done with the reason I was actually there. God, he's so fucking... He always looks so nervous when he's doing these segments. I guess that's because we only ever watch him when he's doing drama stuff. Like, I don't really care about his politics, or, I mean, we've reacted to his politics before, just because he repeats himself a lot and there's usually not much substance there, but fuck. He's really rattled. I don't think he handles drama very well at all. It's because his dad didn't write this part. Oh no. Now, what's the order here?
I have been living with a
Oh,
proverbial...
we just watched this. So Candace responds. Ooh.
That's it. That's the big scary story. I then went onto my platform and I said, pray for Steven Crowder, honestly, because that's what he needs. He needs a prayer. And apparently nobody's answering those prayers right now because he's still acting erratic.
Say your prayers. She said, say your prayers. That's a threat. That's extortion. Oh no.
He's now upping the ante and suggesting that I extorted him. I will not take that lightly, okay? I am not Hillary Crowder. I am not anybody in his family. I am not going to take somebody going onto his platform and alleging that I either harassed, threatened, or did anything that would put his children at risk. That is very serious stuff that he is saying. And so what I did this morning after this clip was sent to me is I contacted a defamation lawyer, and I am sending Steven Crowder a cease and desist. And I'm going to demand a full-throated retraction to the idea that Candace Owens threatened him or extorted him. And not that I simply did a little math. 1 + 1 = 2. A crazy man doing these sorts of things to his friends obviously means that something is going on personally. Honestly, this time, I'm not even going to suggest anybody should pray for him. I am so deeply troubled by the idea that he is trying to insert me into this narrative pertaining to his divorce.
He didn't say it was her, did he? No, I don't think he did. I don't recall. There's one bit where he says extortion.
Some, not all, but some of them in positions of power, influence, leverage, knew of this. They also knew that the safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Steven has
no, he's it sounds like he's referencing her. Yeah. Like, okay, wait, again, lawyers, when people say, like, because I think people, when they think of law, they think everything has to be ultra literal. There's no way you show this to a judge and they're like, well, heck, you could have been talking about anyone. The Candace clip was unrelated. There's no way, right? He's obviously talking about her. Or is the use of language there actually a way of avoiding legal repercussion? Because he even said, he didn't say he was being extorted. If you're familiar with extortion. Like,
safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised.
Like, is he saying it in that way to avoid making a categorical statement, or does it not matter in court? I don't know. I wonder if this is just for the show. I think this is maybe just for the show, the Candace Owens thing. Because don't these right-wing outlets do this all the time? I know Rebel Media used to do this a lot, was they'd always say they were doing a lawsuit, they were going to sue Facebook, or they were going to sue big tech, and they would do a massive fundraiser, and nothing would happen. Tommy Robinson, I think, used to do this a lot. But, yeah.
I'm frankly angry about this. So I'm going to hope that he does the right thing, okay? That he does another one of his live feeds on the exact same platform and via the exact same medium and offers me an apology and takes back every single word that he says.
Wow. I don't know. I'm just, you know what? I am just very skeptical of any defamation threat anymore. I've just seen too many fake ones to think there are any real ones anymore. Someone threatens to sue you for defamation? Just keep lying. Just keep doing it. Giga Chad. That's my legal advice. It's not. That's a joke. Hire an attorney. Or whatever the fuck you're supposed to say. The influencer who cried defamation. Yeah, just keep lying. Just do it. You'll be fine. Look at this. You think I'm going to get higher lactoid? You think I'm going to sue me for defamation? Look. Look, I'm on it. This guy sues everyone. I'm not going to court. I did this in a country where the defamation laws are actually a lot more actionable. We're getting away with it. Well, well. Was that really all there was to the story? Was there anything else? Because I eat a lot of bugs. Stephen Chowder. The real reason Crowder's wife left him.
Biden farts, Biden farts,
Oh God. Is this copyright? It might be copyright. Did Steven Crowder actually make this? Oh, he did. It's from the Mug Club. Bro, how could you... I'm sorry, okay? I don't like to sexually shame people. How the fuck could you ever, like, go down on someone who does this, right? How could you share a bed with someone who made this? That's impossible. Like, I don't know, fuck. $99 to join the Mug Club. The Club of Mugs. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, you know? I'm not dating that much these days. At all, really. Just got my partner, but if I sometimes I wonder, like, if I ended up meeting someone and like it, or maybe going on Tinder again and shit, I'm just like, fuck, do I really want them to know that I soy face for money? Like, I don't know. What's your work? And I'm like, oh, like these thumbnails. Hey, there's another one. 2 in a row. I don't know. But that's not even nearly in the same sphere as the Steven Crowder shit. God damn it. Finds himself a goth tanky dommy mommy. I don't know if that's true. I couldn't say. Oh well. Do we have any more news? Well, yeah, we do actually. And the other thing I want to do is just read an article about something. That was a pretty short bit. Not much going on there. Actually. Yeah, I saw this. Wait, why am I looking at that website? Not Fox. Fuck off. All right. There might be some other good news, or I guess I don't even know if it's good news, but Don Lemon was kicked from CNN. I know, we did that. We did the Don Lemon thing. It kind of overlapped with the Tucker Carlson. Oh. Ugh, more Biden farts. True. Looks like, in other news, Bernie Sanders has already ruled out his own 2024 bid. So I guess we're going to have some, I don't even know what you call this, cohesion? Cohesion on the Democrat front compared to Trump and DeSantis. I mean, that actually, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this because I feel like running and maybe getting your agenda out there might be good, but like, I guess compared to what's happening with the Republicans, it does make the Democrats a lot stronger, I think. Also, I think Bernie's just too old, isn't he? Is Bernie not older than Biden? Which is surprising, but I think he is. Wait. Bernie Sanders. 81. Oh, wait, that might not be true. Joe Biden. Oh, yeah, Bernie's a year older. Okay. Not that that matters that much. Anyway, let's see. Did all you motherfuckers celebrate the 25th of April, date of the most base revolution in the history of all mankind. I don't know. What revolution happened on the 25th of April? I don't know. We didn't. No. I didn't, anyway. Anyway, let's do this Bernie news. Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont said Tuesday that he would forego another presidential bid of his own and instead endorse President Joe Biden's re-election. The leading progressive, who was Joe Biden's chief rival in the 2020 Democratic presidential primary, told the Associated Press that he would do everything I can to see the president is re-elected. The last thing this country needs is a Donald Trump or some other right-wing demagogue who is trying to undermine the American democracy or take away women's right to choose or not address the crisis of gun violence or racism, sexism, homophobia. Sanders said in an interview, so I'm in to do what I can to make sure that the president is re-elected. Biden on Tuesday announced his decision to seek a second term, even as polls suggest that voters in both parties don't want him to run again. I did not know that. Who do they want to run? Hey! Who do they want to run? This was in February. This wasn't that long ago. Saying they want to see Biden, 37 to 52. And it's mostly young Democrats. Huh. Who would they rather? Is there anything is there anyone they'd rather see, or is this just what voters are like? I don't know. They don't want Kamala Harris. Surely they don't want Kamala Harris to do it, no? AOC boost. Or is this just that they don't want to signal support for Biden, but they don't want anyone else? Like what? Who else would run though? Buttigieg? If you're going to read this, you need to do the Bernie voice. $20 for the Bernie voice. Biden on Tuesday announced his decision to seek a second term, even as polls suggest that voters in both parties don't want him to run again. The Democratic president will face the winner of the crowded Republican primary, which features former President Donald Trump and half a dozen lower profile conservatives. Oh, God. They're all oh, no. Shit. For much of the year, Sanders has left open the possibility of running again himself. On Tuesday, he said that he would not run, and he discouraged any other high-profile progressive candidates from doing so either. Wow. His decision suggests that the progressive wing of the Democratic Party will ultimately unify behind Biden's 2024 bid, even if progressives aren't excited about him. I hope so. I do wonder, because I feel like the Bernie or bust discourse is I feel like it's kind of dead. I feel like choosing not to vote as someone who is engaged in politics is I think it's actually become one of those things that's just become so taboo now that I'm the only buster left. Oh, God. I was just starting to like you, Dahlia. Oh, no. Oh, no. Even Bernie thinks Bernie or bust is cringe. Yeah, of course he does. Yeah. I'm kidding. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay, stop calling me fucking dad. It's weird. Stop. Stop! Does that Ryan Knight guy still have a platform? He was the face of Bernie or bust. It's also that, like, I don't know, people just try to make all kinds of exceptions. I remember some people who were Bernie or bust have changed their mind now because they saw how bad Trump was compared to Biden, but they're still, like, not wanting to vote Labour in the UK elections, or not wanting to vote for Macron even when it's just between Macron and Le Pen. Like, fuck off. It's just really, really annoying. It's a very white position to take, I will say that. Sanders' decision also signals that at 81 years old, he will never again seek the presidency. the silver-haired Democratic Socialist with the thick Brooklyn accent emerged as a leading progressive voice in the 2016 presidential contest and was in position to secure the presidential nomination in 2020 before his rivals unified behind Biden's candidacy. In foregoing another presidential bid of his own, Sanders said he would continue to fight for progressive policies as chair of the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, in addition to helping form new labor unions. Based. Never give up, Bernie. Running for president was a wonderful privilege, Sanders said. I enjoyed it very much, and I hope we had some impact on the nature of American politics. But right now, my job is to do what I can as chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee to see Biden gets reelected and to see what I can do to help transform policy in America to help protect the needs of workers. He said it was too early to say what specific role he would play in helping Biden win re-election in 2024. Bro, what would happen if, is there any chance that Biden would want Bernie as VP? Probably not, because progressives are going to vote Democrat anyway. That's the point, isn't it? No matter what he does, he's already done so much good. Yeah, no, Bernie's been great. I remember Sean making an insanely ridiculous claim when Macron beat Le Pen. He said, it is not good that Macron won. Yeah, it's so, I don't know, is that like electoral deontology or some bullshit? Like, fuck off. Lesser of Two Evils is good, actually, as a defeatist mindset that makes you easy to manipulate. It's just, it's so white. Like, Le Pen, I think Le Pen actually wanted to make, one of her policies, I'm pretty sure, was that you can actually, as an employer, prioritize French nationals, like, openly. Wasn't that one of her policies? Which is like, it's not like Jim Crow. That is Jim Crow. That's like a Jim Crow policy. Fuck. Yeah, French nationals first policy for housing and jobs. You really think these are like, yeah, no, it actually is good that this policy didn't have a chance of getting passed. It's good that the person who wanted to do this is not the president of France. It's actually really good. Just because France could be a lot better. Like, such a strange. Like, it's kind of like putting yourself at the center of the universe, you know? Like, because lesser of two evils is going to be the case for everyone. We live in a democracy. That's why it's very unlikely that there's going to be one leader that people rally behind and pledge their full allegiance to. Because if you find, especially if you're like a leftist, if there's a perfect leader for you, they're going to be despised by like half of the nation. It's part and parcel of living in a democracy. Is you share the country with other people, and you need to find somewhere that like can at least get a plurality of support, if not a majority. Do you think Le Pen has a chance of winning? Didn't she just barely lose last time? Yeah, the problem with Macron is that he's just not, like, France has been a fucked country for a really long time, and that crazy right-wing nationalism has always bubbled underneath the surface in France. So I think the voting system does work in a way that it will be very hard for Le Pen to actually win because everyone who isn't Le Pen opposes Le Pen. So, and the way that the round system works in France is like eventually it's just Le Pen versus the world at the end of the final round. But there is a problem now where a lot of Mélenchon voters and a lot of the French left are touting this populist line that is resulting in a lot of Mélenchon voters going Le Pen in the second round, or most likely just not voting at all. And that might actually be Le Pen's way in. It's just so stubborn. Like, it's like, imagine just being so arrogant to think that like you won't vote for a lesser of two evils, which literally can be the difference for some people, can be the difference between like living a decent life and living a life of struggle for like 4 or 5 years. In America, it could have meant the difference between staying in America and being deported for dreamers. And for someone to not try to stop that in whatever way they can through the voting system because of their pride, because they feel like the one who wasn't going to do the deporting or the Jim Crow laws was like not doing enough to earn their specific vote. It's just, I don't like it. It doesn't make any sense. As far as the effort to impact ratio goes, voting is like the best thing you can do. It's the most effective and most important thing you can do. Hmm. Hmm. This Death in June drama is still ongoing because of how much they fuck about with Nazi imagery. Oh no. Hmm. What is this? You don't want your bread tube all up in the video. Low-key racists creating drama. Come over to cornbread tube. I find this critique so weird because FD Signifier comes off to me like the ultimate bread tuber. Like, who also engages in drama. I don't know. Whatever. Not my problem. Maybe he was saying something completely different. Okay. Yeah, there's nothing better than someone who engages in drama all the time and then just constantly talks about how they're above the drama. I love that. That's based. How do you feel about vote blue no matter who? Yeah. Unless blue are pushing worse policies than red. Yeah. What? Yeah. How lucky for children, then, that pedophiles aren't the ones doing most of the molestation. Great point, though. Puberty blockers are a pedophile's wet dream. Not to say all advocates are pedophiles. Why would a pedophile care about puberty blockers? What's the point, though? Tie pedophilia to puberty blockers to make male puberty to make puberty blockers feel dirtier? I feel like it's super obvious that the desire to not have your body go through puberty or to advocate for people to not go through puberty can be completely motivated by pedophilia. This doesn't mean that it's the only reason people are motivated. But it just seems so obvious. Bro, this Smith guy is a literal fucking brain rot. Like, this guy is... His brain is just a fucking disease. Like, I don't know. What? Is it shit posting? I think it's shit posting. Average lav fan. Yeah, he's a wrongin' is what he is. He's out there. He's a danger. Oh my god. I'm on a breadtube list. Alongside ContraPoints, Philosophy Tube, Big Joel, and Second Thought. Okay. Interesting. Solid, Demon Mama, SDL, Sam Cedar, H Bomber Guy, Legal Eagle, Surf Subpar, Dylan Burns, Annoying. Hey, look who's unbearable. They belong together. Most divisive leftists blunt rotation. Hey. So cool. Legal Eagle, a bread tuber. Why not, eh? Goated. Why am I goated? What the fuck? What'd I do? What even? Big Joel. Big Joel's cool. I like his Little Joel one where he just kind of like gets a lot more creative with his thoughts, even if they're a bit. I don't agree with them. Yeah. God, that sounds so centrist. I like that he says these things that I disagree with. My favorite bread tuber. I don't know. If you like Big Joel, does that mean that you hate Jack Saint? I don't watch Jack Saint. I don't know anything about Jack Saint. They've just never showed up on my radar. I don't know. Vosh, okay, but Destiny? I like Destiny. I think he's all right. He has some wild moments out there, but you know. Destiny finds out he's a bread tuber. The problem is like people are just so online. You realize that in American politics and probably British politics as well, maybe most European, I feel like in the mainstream, someone with Destiny's politics would basically always be considered left wing, right? Or left leaning. Even center left is like center left makes me in the mainstream center left makes me think of like Keir Starmer or like Bill Clinton and shit. Like yeah, fuck. Oh, Jose's good actually. Yeah. Yeah, Jose's good. Oh. But I don't care. I want to do what do I want to do? Both Vosh and Destiny are streaming. That's why I don't have any viewers. The ecosystem. Do you have any thoughts on Block the Blue? Play Thumper. Oh god, I keep forgetting. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. One day. He's 100% left. I don't think he'd identify himself as Breadtube. No, not really. No. And Breadtube wouldn't want him for the most part, I'd imagine. Bread streamer. Whoa. Okay, we need to fucking focus. I want to do this article on multipolarity because it looked interesting. It looked different from what I believe. So maybe we'll get some thought provoking bread looper. Shut up. I need to stay focused. And I'm not staying focused. Where the fuck is my stream tile? Huh! Okay. Did I lose it? Oh no. Time to Doog out. Yeah, do I have the Dugin emote? I don't know if I do. I don't have enough members for a new one anyway, but. How do I get into the thing. Whatever. Whatever, bro. It got dark over there in Scotland? What do you mean? No, it's still okay outside. My curtain's closed, though. Anyway. Did you have a custom website ever for streaming? No. No, I think it's like fairly expensive to get one as well, so I just haven't bothered. Wait. When the fucking stream stats page gets closed, does it not? Can you not get it back? There must be a way to get it back. Hang on. Hang on. Huh! Funny. Rose Wrist had, so I thought you could as well. But Rose Wrist had White Leaf, which I, for obvious reasons, I don't think I'm going to be getting a hold of anytime soon. Okay. Hopefully that didn't change anything. Right, so there's my stream stuff. Okay, title. Multi. Chilling. Articles and chill. Okay. Does Lonerbox do channel memberships? Yep. On this live channel, I do. I don't know how you find it, though, because it's my own channel. But I think you would just see it there, wouldn't you? Our members join. You would just see it on the homepage. Right there. Okay. So there was this article that came out on multipolarity, and it made me think about my own opinion on this because I haven't read this, but I always thought when it comes to multipolarity, I was actually kind of convinced that it was a bit more of a thing than people like to make it out, because I know it's a bit of a meme as well. For example, the way I usually saw it since kind of 2008-ish, when I started learning about politics, was that there's this new phenomenon of capitalist economies that are very functional, very dynamic, and very influential, but don't need any form of democracy. They don't need democracy to survive. And that includes like China or Russia or fucking even more authoritarian states that like still technically have democracy. I guess like maybe India. India's quite democratic, but definitely the Middle East, Saudi, Emirates, Qatar, like all that shit. So it made me think this idea, Iran, like the idea of a multipolar world is basically when American hegemony dies and there's this much more even balance of power between sort of like Europe, United States, also Latin America in there, but also places like China and Russia that have a very strong power, a strong influence in the world. And maybe we'll even reach a point where China becomes the world hegemon. And then suddenly all the other countries start to get more influenced by a much more authoritarian and like a much more ruthless regime than what we're used to. So I don't know. But apparently this article is already posing that it's a myth. And I think although China does seem to have a lot more influence than it used to, and even right now, countries like Saudi Arabia and Iran and all that are like already starting, especially Saudi, are starting to move a lot more away from the West, and lots of countries in Africa are starting to move eastwards as well. So maybe there's something there. But then obviously Russia has maybe shown that Western military supremacy is still a thing because Russia has failed so hard in in Ukraine. They couldn't even get. They wanted to like take fucking. They wanted to rebuild the Soviet Empire, and they can barely take over like a third of one of the first country. So, yeah, I don't know. And I think maybe sometimes people overstate just how close China is to catching up with the US. I still think it has a long way to go. And I think the other thing that might be a big factor is that America has gone through a lot of things that China hasn't yet. So I might not cope with. So the idea of a growing middle class that is becoming a lot more frustrated and a lot more fussy about the system and about living standards and about democratic structures and things like that, that I think they might not necessarily deal with as an authoritarian regime, right? As a growing middle class appears in China, people are less easily satisfied by the regime. So, and also with the amount of repression they have to use to enforce that regime, like what they're doing with the Uyghurs and like what they do with censorship and surveillance, maybe kind of showing that inevitable Chinese overtake might still be a long way away. So I don't know. Let's see what these guys say. Huel. Also, fuck faces. We are $20 away from our super chat goal. Let's go. Let's go. Push, push, push. Or, sorry, that was shit. I don't know. Super chat. Fuck you. All right. Article. In the 1990s and the early years of this century, the United States' global dominance could scarcely be questioned. No matter which metric of power one looked at, it showed a dramatic American lead. Never since the birth of the modern state system in the mid-17th century had any country been so far ahead in the military, economic, and technological realms simultaneously. Allied with the United States, meanwhile, were the vast majority of the world's richest countries, and they were tied together by a set of international institutions that Washington had played the lead role in constructing. The United States could conduct its foreign policy under fewer external constraints than any leading state in modern history. And as dissatisfied as China, Russia, and other aspiring powers were with their status in the system, they realized they could do nothing to overturn it. That was then. Now, American power seems much diminished. In the intervening 2 decades, the United States has suffered costly, failed interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq, a devastating financial crisis, deepening political polarization, and, in Donald Trump, 4 years of a president with isolationist impulses. Partial Pressure, thanks for the $4.99. I really appreciate that. How do you super chat? Well, it looks like you figured it out by yourself. Well done, GG. This was also scary. Was that like, what if Trump was there for 2 terms? What if he was followed up by another isolationist? That's like really worrying. That because if you have an isolationist American president, that's more opportunities for other countries like Russia, Iran, fucking Saudi, China to start moving in. So yeah, I don't know. All the while, China continued its remarkable economic ascent and grew more assertive than ever. To many, Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine sounded like a death knell for US primacy, a sign that the United States could no longer hold back the forces of revisionism and enforce the international order it had built. According to most observers, the unipolar moment has come to a definitive end. Pointing to the size of China's economy, many analysts have declared the world bipolar. Bipolar. But most go even further, arguing that the world is on the verge of transitioning to multipolarity or has already done so. China, Iran, and Russia all endorse this view, one in which they, the leading anti-American revisionists, finally have the power to shape the system to their liking. India and many other countries in the global south have reached the same conclusion, contending that after decades of superpower dominance, they are at last free to chart their own course. Even many Americans take it for granted that the world is now multipolar. Successive reports from the US National Intelligence Council have proclaimed as much, and have figures on the left and right who favor a more modest US foreign policy. There is perhaps no more widely accepted truth about the world today than the idea that it is no longer unipolar. Oh. But this view is wrong. The world is neither bipolar nor multipolar, and it is not about to become either. Yes, the United States has become less dominant over the last 20 years, but it remains at the top of the global power hierarchy, safely above China and far, far above any other country. Every other country. No longer can one pick any metric to see this reality, but it becomes clear when the right ones are used. And the persistence of unipolarity becomes even more evident when one considers that the world is still largely devoid of a force that shaped great power politics in times of multipolarity and bipolarity from the beginning of the modern state system through the Cold War. Balancing. Other countries simply cannot match the power of the United States by joining alliances or building up their militaries. American power still casts a large shadow across the globe, but it is admittedly smaller than before. Yet this development should be put in perspective. What is at issue is only the nature of unipolarity, not its existence. Okay. During the Cold War, the world was undeniably bipolar, defined above all by the competition between the United States and the Soviet Union. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the world turned unipolar, with the United States clearly standing alone at the top. Many who proclaim multipolarity seem to think of power as influence, that is, the ability to get others to do what you want. Since the United States could not pacify Afghanistan or Iraq and cannot solve many other global problems, the argument runs the world must be multipolar. But polarity centers on different meanings of power. One that is measurable, power as resources, especially military might and economic heft. And indeed, at the root of the most multipolarity talk these days is the idea that scholarly pioneers of the concept had in mind, that international politics works differently depending on how resources are distributed among the biggest states. For the system to be multipolar, however, its workings must be shaped largely by three or more roughly matched states at the top. The United States and China are undoubtedly the two most powerful countries, but at least one more country must be roughly in their league for multipolarity to exist. Well, I guess Russia maybe wanted this mantle, but they definitely don't have it, are not getting it anytime soon. Oh well. This is where claims of multipolarity fall apart. Every country that could plausibly rank third, France, Germany, India, Japan, Russia, the United Kingdom, is in no way a rough peer of the United States or China. That is true no matter which metric one uses. Polarity is often still measured using the indicators fashionable in the mid-20th century, chiefly military outlays and economic output. Even by those crude measures, however, the system is not multipolar, and it is a sure bet that it won't be for many decades. A simple tabulation makes this clear. Barring an outright collapse of either the United States or China, the gap between those countries and any of the also-rans will not close anytime soon. All but India are too small in population to ever be in the same league, while India is too poor. It cannot possibly attain this status until much later in this century. Annual GDP of major look at even the gap between the gap between the United States and China is bigger than the economy of Japan. Is almost bigger than the economy of Japan and Germany combined, is almost the same size. That's a big gap. Although China's rate of growth, I think, in the last few decades has been a lot faster, although I think even that is slowing down a bit now, so. Yeah, Russia's like, fuck off. Russia's got nothing. Russia's thing, until very recently, was their military power. And that's why I said recently, because it's maybe not anymore, right? No more rusty tanks, dusty nukes. Compare the USA with the EU. But I mean, yeah, maybe. So annual GDP of the United States is 25 trillion, sorry. Annual GDP of the EU. 14.5 trillion. Is that in dollars? 17 trillion. Is the EU about the same size as China for GDP? Is that true? $16 trillion 2022. Wait, is nominal the number I want though? It's looking like it's roughly there. So that's not far off. Okay. But the EU is not nearly as cohesive as somewhere like fucking China or America, right? Yeah. I don't know if that's the best comparison. Yeah, they're not cohesive, yeah. And lots of countries wanted to leave the EU as well. I know people want there to be like a United States of Europe and shit, like fuck, but that just seems a long way away. Lots of countries don't like the EU that are in the EU. Okay. Annual military spending of major countries. Okay, that's the maybe bigger difference. The United States is bigger than all of these combined, isn't it? Look at that. Hmm. These stark differences between today's material realities and a reasonable understanding of multipolarity point to another problem with any talk of its return. The equally stark contrast between today's international politics and the workings of the multipolar systems in centuries past. Before 1945, multipolarity was the norm. International politics featured constantly shifting alliances among roughly matched great powers. The alliance game was played mainly among the great powers, not between them and lesser states. Coalition arithmetic was the lodestar of statecraft. Shifts in alliances could upset the balance of power overnight, as the gain or loss of a great power in an alliance dwarfed what any one state could do internally to augment its own power in the short run. In 1801, for example, the Russian Emperor Paul I seriously contemplated allying with rather than against Napoleon, heightening fears in the United Kingdom about the prospect of French hegemony in Europe. Worries that may have, according to some historians, led the British to play a role in Paul's assassination the same year. That Huel gives me insane fucking cotton mouth. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Hmm. But I'm also hungry, so. Today, almost all the world's real alliances, the ones that entail security guarantees, bind smaller states to Washington, and the main dynamic is the expansion of that alliance system. Because the United States still has the most material power, and so many allies, unless it abrogates its own alliances wholesale, the fate of great power politics does not hinge on any country's choice of partners. In multipolar eras, the relatively equal distribution of capabilities meant that states were often surpassing one another in power, leading to long periods of transition in which many powers claimed to be number one, and it wasn't clear which deserved the title. Immediately before World War I, for example, the United Kingdom could claim to be number one on the basis of its global navy and massive colonial holdings, yet its economy and army were smaller than those of Germany, which itself had a smaller army than Russia. And all three countries' economies were dwarfed by the United States. The easily replicable nature of technology, meanwhile, made it possible for one great power to quickly close the gap with a superior rival by imitating its advances. Thus, in the early 20th century, when Germany's leaders sought to take the United Kingdom down a peg, they had little trouble rapidly building a fleet that was technologically competitive with the Royal Navy. Isn't it so insane that, like, one of the big precursors to World War I was two countries fighting over who had more boats? Literally. Like, Germany built a bunch of fucking boats, and Britain was like, wait, no. We're the boat people. Why do you need so many boats? We're an empire. You're not. You've got, what? Namibia? You don't need that many boats. We're going to build more boats. And then Germany was like, well, Why are you building so many boats, United Kingdom? We're going to build more boats. Hey, yeah. The situation today is very different. For one thing, there is one clear leader and one clear aspirant. For another, the nature of military technology and the structure of global economies slow the process of the aspirant overtaking the leader. The most powerful weapons today are formidably complex, and the United States and its allies control many of the technologies needed to produce them. The multipolar world was an ugly world. Great power wars broke out constantly, more than once a decade from 1500 to 1945. With frightening regularity, all or most of the strongest states would fight one another in horrific, all-consuming conflicts. The 30 Years' War, the Wars of Louis the 14th, the 7 Years' War, the Napoleonic Wars, World War I, World War II. The shifting, hugely consequential, and decidedly uncertain alliance politics of multipolarity contributed to these conflicts. So did the system's frequent power transitions and the fleeting nature of leading states' grasp on their status. Fraught through the current international environment may be compared with the halcyon days, is that how you say that word? I have no idea, of 1990s, and lacks these inducements to conflict, and so bears no meaningful resemblance to the age of multipolarity. Damn. So they've sufficiently ditched the multipolarity thing. I never even thought about that. I never thought about comparing the multipolarity narrative to like a world that was so much more clearly multipolar than like in like pre 20th century. Never really thought about that. Bipolarity, however, seems to be a stronger contender. This is the more mainstream opinion, right? I don't think most people would be sold on multipolarity, but I think more people are sold on the idea that China is like a strong competitor. And there's like, how many? I think I was a kid when people were like, "Oh, China's going to overtake the U.S." I'm like, okay, well, sure, nice one. Good luck to them. Ugh. Using GDP and military spending, some analysts might make a plausible case for an emergent bipolarity, but that argument dissolves when one uses metrics that properly account for the profound changes in the sources of state power wrought by multiple technological revolutions. More accurate measures suggest that the United States and China remain in a fundamentally different categories that will stay there for a long time, especially in the military and technological realms. No metric is invoked more frequently by the heralds of a polarity shift than GDP. But analysts in and outside of China, analysts in and outside of China have long questioned the country's official economic data. Using satellite collected data about the intensity of lights at night, electricity use correlates with economic activity. The economist Louis Martinez has estimated that Chinese GDP growth in recent decades has been about 1/3 lower than the officially reported statistics. Wait, really? Really? What? I've never heard that before. Electricity use correlates with economic. I guess it would. There's not much. I don't know. Foreign Affairs article. Yeah. Interesting. I guess that's the next thing we'll read. That's a pretty bold statement, though. I would have to check the political leanings of this person. Octavian Report. Foreign policy. Support for George Floyd protests. Okay. What is the Octavian Report? There isn't even a wiki on it. The Risky Politics of Progress, TED Talk. Okay. Whatever. As someone who works in finance, wait, stop. How does finance make you know more about GDP? I feel like, wait, is this another thing where economics and finance are like very separate things? It's been known since 2006. Why did I never know about it? I literally do macro investments. Okay. That's based. Based? Okay. Let's carry on. According to leaked US diplomatic cables, in 2007, Li Keqiang, sorry, a provincial official who would go on to become China's premier, told the US ambassador to China that he himself did not trust his country's man-made GDP figures. Instead, he relied on proxies such as electricity use. Since Xi took power, reliable data on the Chinese economy has gotten even harder to come by because the Chinese government has ceased publishing tens of thousands of economic statistics that were once used to estimate China's true GDP. But some indicators cannot be faked. To evaluate China's economic capacity, for example, consider the proportion of worldwide profits in a given industry that one country's firms account for. Building on the work of the political economist Sean Starrs, research by one of us, Brooks, has found that of the top 2,000 corporations in the world, US firms are ranked first in global profit shares in 74% of sectors, whereas Chinese firms are ranked first in just 11% of sectors. The data on high-tech sectors is even more telling. US firms now have a 53% profit share in these crucial industries, and every other country with a significant high-tech sector has a profit share in the single digits. Oh. Japan comes in second at 7% and China at 6%. Taiwan comes in fourth at 5%. Damn. This is a big USA #1 article, isn't it? The best way to measure technological capacity is to look at payments for the use of intellectual property. Technology is so valuable that others are willing to spend money on it. This data shows that China's extensive research and development investments over the past decade are bearing fruit, with Chinese patent royalties having grown from less than $1 billion in 2014 to almost $12 billion in 2021. But even now, China still receives less than a tenth of what the United States does each year for R&D, and even lags far behind Germany and Japan. Oh. So patent royalties are 12 billion versus 125. So that means they're not leading the world in technology, not even they're behind Germany and Japan as well as the US. Okay. Isn't this the meme? Don't conservatives say that China steals all their intellectual property from America? I don't know. I know conservatives do that meme. I don't actually know if it's true, but yeah. Militarily, meanwhile, most analysts still see China as far from being a global peer of the United States, despite the rapid modernization of Chinese forces. How significant and lasting is the US advantage? Consider these capabilities that give the United States what the political scientist Barry Posen has called command of the commons. That is, control over the air, the open sea, and space. Command over the commons is what makes the United States a true global military power. Until China can contest the United States' dominance in this domain, it will merely remain a regional military power. We have counted 13 categories of systems as underlying this ability. Everything from nuclear submarines, to satellites, to aircraft carriers, to heavy transport planes, and China is below 20% of the US level in all but 5 of these capabilities, and in only 2 areas, cruisers and destroyers and military satellites, does China have more than a third of the US capability. Oh wow. We already could have guessed that though from looking at the military spending graph. So basically, the United States has like a fuck ton more control of the commons than China does. Okay. The United States remains so far ahead because it has devoted immense resources to developing these systems over many decades. Closing these gaps would also require decades of effort. The disparity becomes even greater when one moves beyond a raw count and factors in quality. The United States' 68 nuclear submarines, for example, are too quiet for China to track, whereas China's 12 nuclear submarines remain noisy enough for the US Navy's advanced anti-submarine warfare sensors to track them in deep water. Wow. USA soy! Hmm. Doesn't this article make you chat? Doesn't this article make everyone so proud to be American? I'm proud to be American. Banger. A comparison with the Soviet Union is instructive. The Red Army was a real peer of the United States military during the Cold War in a way that the Chinese military is not. The Soviets enjoyed 3 advantages that China lacks. First was favorable geography. With the conquest of Eastern Europe in World War II, the Soviets could base massive military force in the heart of Europe, a region that comprised a huge chunk of the world's economic output. Second was a large commitment to guns over butter in a command economy geared toward the production of military power. The percentage of GDP that Moscow devoted to defense remained in the double digits throughout the Cold War, an unprecedented share for a modern great power in peacetime. Wait, what percentage of the US GDP is military? 3.3. And the Soviet Union was double digit. Third was the relatively uncomplicated nature of military technology. For most of the Cold War, the Soviets could command their comparatively weak economy to swiftly match the United States' nuclear and missile capability and arguably outmatch its conventional forces. Only in the last decade of the Cold War did the Soviets run into the same problem that China faces today: how to produce complex weapons that are competitive with those emerging from a technologically dynamic America with a huge military R&D budget. Now $140 billion a year. Multipolarity arose from unusual circumstances. World War II left the Soviet Union in a position to dominate Eurasia, and with all the other major powers, save the United States, battered from World War II, only Washington had the wherewithal to assemble a balancing coalition to contain Moscow. Hence the intense rivalry of the Cold War. The arms race, the ceaseless competition in the Third World, the periodic superpower crises around the globe from Berlin to Cuba, compared with multipolarity, it was a simpler system, with only one pair of states at the top, and so only one potential power transition worth worrying about. With the demise of the Soviet Union and the shift from bipolarity to unipolarity, the system transformed from one historically unprecedented situation to another. Now there is one dominant power and one dominant alliance system, not two. Unlike the Soviet Union, China has not already conquered key territory crucial to the global balance, nor has Xi shown the same willingness as Soviet leaders to trade butter for guns, with China long devoting a steady 2% of GDP to military spending. Nor can he command his economy to match US military power in a matter of years, given the complexity of modern weaponry. This article is big. Oh God. It's very big. We're learning a lot, though. I feel like my reading voice is getting fucking ruined by this Huel. How are we doing, chat? Are we doing all right? Are we vibing? Tail end of the stream, I know. Oh, ho, ho, ho. We need drama. I tried to get a debate yesterday, but it never happened. Perrin made a video about this recently, did they? Let me see. Perrin. What was it called? Multipolarity. I don't see anything here from... Oh, he does videos very frequently. Holy shit. How is he? I guess they're just lectures. I guess you could put them out really fast. Anyway. Partially unipolar. To argue that today's system is not multipolar or bipolar is not to deny that power relations have changed. China has risen, especially in the economic realm, and great power competition has returned after a post-Cold War lull. Gone are the days when the United States' across-the-board primacy was unambiguous. But the world's largest ever power gap will take a long time to close, and not all elements of this gap will narrow at the same rate. China has indeed done a lot to shrink the gap in the economic realm, but it has done far less when it comes to military capacity and especially technology. As a result, the distribution of power today remains closer to unipolarity than to either bipolarity or multipolarity. Because the world has never experienced unipolarity before the current spell, no terminology exists to describe changes to such a world, which is perhaps why many have inappropriately latched onto the concept of multipolarity to convey their sense of a smaller American lead. Narrowed though it is, that lead is still substantial, which is why the distribution of power today is best described as partial unipolarity, as compared with the total unipolarity that existed after the Cold War. The end of total unipolarity explains why Beijing, Moscow, and other dissatisfied powers are now more willing to act on their dissatisfaction, accepting some risk attracting the focused enmity of the United States. But their efforts show that the world remains sufficiently unipolar that the prospect of being balanced against is far stiffer constraint on the United States' rivals than it is on the United States itself. Ukraine is a case in point. In going to war, Russia showed a willingness to test its revisionist potential. But the very fact that the Russian President Vladimir Putin felt the need to invade is itself a sign of weakness. In the 1990s, if you had told his predecessor, Boris Yeltsin, that in 2023, Russia would be fighting a war to sustain its sphere of influence over Ukraine, which Russian officials back then assumed would end up as a reliable ally, he would have scarcely believed that Moscow could sink so low. It is ironic that now, when unipolarity's end is so frequently declared, Russia is struggling to try to get something it thought it already had when US primacy was at its peak. And if you had told Yeltsin that Russia would not be winning that war against a country with an economy 1/10 the size of Russia's, he would have been all the more incredulous. The misadventure in Ukraine, moreover, has greatly undermined Russia's long-term economic prospects thanks to the massive wave of sanctions the West has unleashed. Yeah, it's a really interesting thing because I guess with I guess if you were what am I going to say? If you were Russia in the days of Yeltsin, you probably would have just taken for granted that Ukraine belonged to you, right? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. But even if Russia had swiftly captured Kyiv and installed a pro-Russian government as Putin expected, that would have had little bearing on the global distribution of power. There is no denying that the outcome of the war in Ukraine matters greatly for the future of that country's sovereignty and the strength of the global norm against forceful land grabs. But in the narrow, cold-hard calculus of global material power, Ukraine's small economy, about the same size as that of Kansas, means that it ultimately matters little whether Ukraine is allied with NATO, Russia, or neither side. Further, Ukraine is not in fact a US ally. Russia would be very unlikely to dare attack one of those. That's true. Given how the US the United States has reacted when Russia attacked a country that is not a US ally, funneling arms, aid, and intelligence to the Ukrainians and imposing stiff sanctions, the Kremlin surely knows that the Americans would do much more to protect an actual ally. How funny is that? Yeah, because Ukraine's not in NATO, they're not in the EU. How funny is that? Like, when you think about it, Ukraine, yeah, they weren't really a United States ally. They definitely had dealings with each other. With like America funded Ukraine, and they were part of treaties like the Budapest Memorandum or the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Chemical weapons, sorry, and non-proliferation. Okay. China's revisionism is backed up by much more overall capability, but as with Russia, its successes are astonishingly modest in the broad sweep of history. Wait, hang on. What the fuck am I thinking? Okay. China's revisionism is backed up by much more overall capability, but as with Russia, its successes are astonishingly modest in the broad sweep of history. So far, China has altered the territorial status quo only in the South China Sea, where it has built some artificial islands. But these small and exposed possessions could easily be rendered inoperative in wartime by the US military. And even if China could secure all the contested portions of the South China Sea for itself, the overall economic significance of the resources there, mainly fish, is tiny. Most of the oil and gas resources in the South China Sea lie in uncontested areas close to various countries' shorelines. Lonerbucks, how much do you make on average monthly from your main channel and livestream channel? How is the income distributed between them? I guess I can say that. My main channel makes between 500 and 1,000 a month, pounds, maybe more sometimes. Sometimes 2 if a video goes viral or quasi-viral. Live channels like what? Live channel was usually making like 200 or 300 a month, but now it's more up to like 500-600. So actually, the answer to that question is entirely up to you guys. Oh. But there's also Twitch streaming, like sub money and fucking Patreon, donos, if I ever get an ad on my videos. So it's all right. Anyway, $15 on the super chat goal since you mentioned it. Thanks then. I know you're not really making that much. Yeah, I don't make that much. Patreon and advertising kind of helps it a bit, but you know. I'm not like rolling in it or anything. All right. Where the fuck was I? Unless the US Navy withdraws from Asia, China's revisionist ambitions can currently extend no further than the first island chain, the string of Pacific archipelago. What the fuck? That includes Japan, the Philippines, and Taiwan. That cannot change anytime soon. It would take decades, not years, for China to develop the full range of capabilities needed to contest the United States military's command of the commons. Also, China may not even bother to seek such a capacity. However aggravating Chinese policymakers find their rivals' behavior, United States foreign policy is unlikely to engender the level of fear that motivated the costly development of Washington's global power projection capability during the Cold War. I think the South China Sea, is that not when China tries to claim fishing water that would otherwise, that should really be for the likes of Vietnam and other countries surrounding? And sometimes the United States will put fucking ships through the South China Sea to let other countries do their... Is that not what they do? Is that not why the US Navy is in Asia? China. Yeah, true. Based. For now, there is effectively only one place where China could scratch its revisionist itch. In Taiwan. China's interest in the island is clearly growing, with Xi having declared in 2022 that the complete reunification of the motherland must be achieved. The prospect of a Chinese attack on Taiwan is indeed a real change from the heyday of total unipolarity, when China was too weak for anyone to worry about this scenario. But it is important to keep in mind that Beijing's yearnings for Taiwan are a far cry from revisionist challenges of the past, such as those mounted by Japan and Germany in the first half of the 20th century, or the Soviet Union in the second. For context, Imperial Japan, I think, had control over, like what? Like they invaded fucking China, the rape of Nanjing. They had Korea, which they basically used as a fucking slave economy. Yeah, Japan was, yeah, they had a lot going on. And obviously Germany, the entire fucking Lebensraum, and North Africa as well. If you look at the World War II maps, Germany took a lot of North Africa as well. They inspired a bunch of like anti-Semitic pogroms in fucking Algeria and I think Libya as well. I can't remember. But yeah. Vietnam as well. Yeah. Each of those countries conquered and occupied vast territory across great distances. And if China did manage to put Taiwan in its column, even the strongest proponents of the island's strategic significance do not see it as so valuable that changing its alignment would generate a dramatic swing in the distribution of power of the kind that made multipolarity so dangerous. What about the flourishing partnership between Russia and China? It definitely matters. It creates problems for Washington and its allies, but it holds no promise of a systemic power shift. When the aim is to balance against a superpower whose leadership and extensive alliances are deeply embedded in the status quo, the counter-alliance needs to be similarly significant. On that score, Chinese-Russian relations fail the test. There is a reason the two parties do not call it a formal alliance. Apart from purchasing oil, China did little to help Russia and Ukraine during the first year of the conflict. A truly consequential partnership would involve sustained cooperation across a wide variety of areas, not shallow cooperation, largely born of convenience. And even if China and Russia upgraded their relations, each is still merely a regional military power. Putting together two powers capable of regional balancing does not equate to global balancing. Achieving that would require military capabilities that Russia and China individually and collectively do not have, and cannot have anytime soon. All this might seem cold comfort given that the limited revisionist quests of China and Russia could still spark a great power war within its frightening potential to go nuclear. But it is important to put the system's stability in historical perspective. During the Cold War, each superpower feared that if all of Germany fell to the other, the global balance of power would shift decisively. And with good reason. In 1970, West Germany's economy was about 1/4 the size of the United States and 2/3 the size of the Soviet Union's. Because each superpower was so close to such an economically valuable object, and because the prize was literally split between them, the result was an intense security competition in which each based hundreds of thousands of troops in their half of Germany. The prospect of brinkmanship crises over Germany's fate loomed in the background and occasionally came to the foreground, as in the 1961 crisis over the status of Berlin. Was this Checkpoint Charlie? Hang on. When the tanks were square going with each other. That was earlier. Okay. Oh yeah, 61. Berlin Wall crossing point. Okay. Ooh. Or compare the present situation to the multipolar 1930s, when in less than a decade, Germany went from being a disarmed, constrained power to nearly conquering all of Eurasia. But Germany was able to do so thanks to two advantages that do not exist today. First, a great power could build up substantial military projection power in only a few years back then, since the weapon systems of the day were relatively uncomplicated. Second, Germany had a geographically and economically viable option to augment its power by conquering neighboring countries. In 1939, the Nazis first added the economic resources of Czechoslovakia, around 10% the size of Germany's, and then Poland 17%. Wow. They used these victories as a springboard for more conquests in 1940, including Belgium 11%, the Netherlands 10%, and France 51%. China doesn't have anything like the same opportunity. This is also why I think people talk about like why are there loads of American like fucking bases or whatever in South Korea? Well, yeah, that's probably because like you would expect China with North Korea would probably they probably in a different world they would have just taken South Korea. Like why wouldn't they? If they could. For one thing, Taiwan's GDP is less than 5% of China's. For another, the island is separated from the mainland by a formidable expanse of water. As the MIT research scientist Owen Coates has underscored, because China lacks command of the sea surface, it simply cannot safeguard a properly sized seaborne invasion force and follow-on shipping necessary to support it during multiple transits across the 100-plus mile-wide Taiwan Straits. Consider that the English Channel was a fifth of the width, but still enough of a barrier to stop the Nazis from conquering the United Kingdom. True! The English Channel was a godsend. Those 20 miles of water, actually so based. Like, people in Britain get so fucking smug about World War II. We were literally saved by a wee pond. By a wee bit of water. Lonerbox is falling into his video essay voice. Whoa. Oh well. Anyway. Whatever, dudes. Let's carry on. Japan and South Korea are the only other large economic prizes nearby, but Beijing is in no position to take a run at them militarily either. And because Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan have economies that are knowledge-based and highly integrated with the global economy, their wealth cannot be effectively extracted through conquest. The Nazis could, for example, commandeer the Czech arms manufacturer Skoda Works to enhance the German war machine, but China could not so easily exploit the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. Its operation depends on employees with specialized knowledge who could flee in the event of an invasion, and on a pipeline of inputs from around the globe that war would cut off. Today's revisionists face another obstacle. While they are confined to regional balancing, the United States can hit back globally. For instance, the United States is not meeting Russia directly on the battlefield, but is instead using its global position to punish the country through a set of devastating economic sanctions and a massive flow of conventional weaponry, intelligence, and other forms of military assistance to Kyiv. The United States could likewise go global if China tried to take Taiwan, imposing a comprehensive naval blockade far from China's shores to curtail its access to the global economy. Such a blockade would ravage the country's economy, which relies greatly on technological imports and largely plays an assembly role in global production chains, while harming the US economy far less. Because the United States has so much influence in the global economy, it can use economic levers to punish other countries without worrying much about what they might do in response. If China tried to conquer Taiwan and the United States imposed a distant blockade on China, Beijing would certainly try to retaliate economically. But the strongest economic arrow in its quiver wouldn't do much damage. China could, as many have feared, sell some or all of its massive holdings of US Treasury securities in an attempt to raise borrowing costs in the United States. Yet, the US Federal Reserve could just purchase all the securities. As the economist Brad Setzer has put it, the United States ultimately holds the high cards here. The Fed is the one actor in the world that can buy more than China can ever sell. Okay. Today's international norms also hinder revisionists. That is no accident, since many of these standards of behavior were created by the United States and its allies after World War II. For example, Washington promulgated the prescription against the use of force to alter international boundaries, not only to prevent major conflicts, but also to lock in place the post war status quo from which it benefited. Russia has experienced such strong pushback for invading Ukraine in part because it has so blatantly violated this norm. In norms, as in other areas, the global landscape is favorable terrain for the United States and rough for revisionists. Bro. This article is actually so fat and so thick. It's almost as thick as this Huel. God. At least I'm dropping all my stream viewers for good knowledge, eh? Are you sponsored by Huel? No. I'm just eating it, drinking it, I don't know. I'm just getting by on it. It keeps happening. It just keeps happening. Look at them go. Who would win in a fight, me or Darius? Oh, God. I'm a hooligan. True. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Palace Drome. This person is always... I don't know. If he wants to talk to me about something, shall I just do it? I don't mind President Sunday. He seems to be a bit more sane these days, at least based on the last 2 times I've seen him. I don't know what the fuck he wants to talk about, but... Actually, let's do it a bit more... Maybe he'll rally the research squad. True! Sure, if he wants, why not? Okay. Agreeing to debate Sunday on a whim that might be rescinded later. Yeah, well. God, what if I just cancelled again? That would be so funny. I wouldn't do that. If he has a topic, why not? All this might seem cold comfort, given that even the limited revisionist quests of China and Russia could still spark a great power war, with its frightening potential to go nuclear. But it's important to put the system's stability in historical perspective. During the Cold War, each superpower feared that if all of Germany fell to the other, the global balance of power would shift decisively. And with good reason, in 1970, West Germany's economy... Oh, we already did that bit. What the fuck? Where are we? Did we do all this? Oh yeah, America's choice. This is the last bit. Okay, Jesus. Deja vu. Box vu. America's choice. The political scientist Kenneth Waltz distinguished between the truly systemic failure of the distribution of capabilities on the one hand and the alliances that states form on the other. Although countries could not choose how much power they had, he argued, they could pick their team. The US-centric alliance system that defined so much of international politics, now entering its 8th decade, has attained something of a structural character. But Waltz's distinction still holds. The current international order emerged not from power alone, but also from choices made by the United States and its allies to cooperate deeply in the economic and security realms, first to contain the Soviet Union and then to advance a global order that made it easier to trade and cooperate. Their choices still matter. If they make the right ones, then bipolarity or multipolarity will remain a distant eventuality, and the partial unipolar system of today will last for decades to come. More consequentially, the United States should not step back from its alliances and security commitments in Europe or Asia. The United States derives significant benefits from its security leadership in those regions. If America came home, a more dangerous, unstable world would emerge. If America came home, a more dangerous, unstable world would emerge. There would also be less cooperation on the global economy and other important issues that Washington cannot solve on its own. Indeed, in the era of partial unipolarity, alliances are all the more valuable. Revisionism demands punishment, and with fewer unilateral options on the table, there is a greater need for the United States to respond in concert with its allies. Yet, Washington still has substantial power to shape such cooperation. Cooperation among self-interested states can emerge without leadership, but it is more likely to do so when Washington guides the process, and American proposals frequently become the focal point around which its partners rally. Keeping US alliances in Asia and Europe intact hardly means that Washington should sign a blank check. Its friends can and should do more to properly defend themselves. Not only will they need to spend more, they will need to spend more wisely too. US allies in Europe should increase their capacity for territorial defense in areas where the United States can do less while not trying to duplicate areas of US strength. In practice, this means focusing on the simple task of fielding more ground troops. In Asia, US allies would be wise to prioritize defensive systems and strategies, especially with respect to Taiwan. Fortunately, after more than a decade of ignoring calls to prioritize a defensive strategy for securing the island, turning it into a difficult-to-swallow porcupine, Taipei appears to have finally awakened to this need, thanks to Ukraine. The third newest Perun video is basically just this article. Aha. Well, we'll check the date on this article, because I think this article came out after the Perun video. As far as I know. Yeah, anyway. In economic policy, Washington should resist the temptation to always drive the hardest bargain with its allies. The best leaders have willing followers, not ones that must be coaxed or coerced. At the heart of today's international order is an implicit pledge that has served the United States well. Although the country gains certain unique benefits from its dominance of the system, it doesn't abuse its position to extract undue returns from its allies. Maintaining this arrangement requires policies that are less protectionist than the ones pursued by either Trump or Biden administration. When it comes to trade, instead of thinking just about what it wants, Washington should also consider what its allies want. For most, the answer is simple: access to the US market. Accordingly, the United States should put real trade deals on the table for its partners in Asia and Europe that would lower trade barriers. Done properly, market access can be improved in ways that not only please US allies, but also create enough benefits for Americans that politicians can overcome political restraints. And the United States must also resist the temptation to use its military to change the status quo. The 20-year nation-building exercise in Afghanistan and the invasion of Iraq were self-inflicted wounds. It's funny to think that, like, how fucking stupid in hindsight were both of those wars. Maybe not even in hindsight. I feel like in Iraq, enough people knew that this was like never going to be a feasible option. Afghanistan, I don't know if people knew back then, but they should have known, right? Like the fact that the Taliban were like as strong as stronger than they'd ever been, despite the United States being there for what, like 20 years. I really hope no American president ever forgets that. Because I imagine it kind of feels like they forgot about Vietnam and like Cambodia and shit. But maybe those are a little bit different because of like containment policy. Maybe they realize now that in this world they don't need to do that. I really hope that. I really hope that we never see one of those happen again. The lesson should be easy enough to remember. No occupations ever again. Any proposal to use military force outside Asia and Europe should be deeply interrogated. And the default response should be, hey, pre-watch. Should be no. Preventing China and Russia from changing the status quo in Asia and Europe was once relatively easy, but now it is a full-time job. That is where the US military's focus should lie. Ultimately, the world in the age of partial unipolarity retains many of the characteristics it exhibited in the age of total unipolarity, just in modified form. International norms and institutions still constrain revisionists, but these states are more willing to challenge them. The United States still has command of the commons and a unique capacity to project military power across the globe. But China has created a fiercely contested zone near its shores. The United States still possesses vast economic leverage, but it has a greater need to act in concert with its allies to make sanctions effective. It still has a unique leadership capacity for promoting cooperation, but its scope for unilateral action is reduced. Yes, America faces limits it did not face right after the Soviet Union's collapse, but the myth of polarity obscures just how much power it still has. Oh. And on that note, chat, USA. That was a decent article. Definitely keep a hold of it if I ever need stats on just how dominant United States is with fucking military stuff, because I didn't know it was, like, I knew the military dominance was that big, but I've never seen it laid out in those stats before, like with the nuclear submarines thing, the American ones can't be detected and they have more of them. The Chinese have less of them and they can be detected and followed. Yeah, fuck. As well as like satellite control or like control over the land, air, and sea kind of thing. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyway. What's Vouch doing?
Remind me what his deal is. He's insane. He's talked about this like breeding cult. I'm gonna zoom into chat. Stepdaughter, my bad. He's porking the stepdaughter he adopted. There we go. That's right. So that's the household that Elon Musk grew up in. The one presided over by the dad who would later adopt.
Oh, yeah, we hate Elon Musk. True. Fuck that guy. Are there any ridiculous Dustin panels I can jump on?
Mental disorder. He says, for example, on page 7, child sexual abuse researchers have repeatedly maintained that hemophilic interactions are innately and intensely harmful for the younger person, and then he cites his own research to demonstrate that. So he is directly arguing that this is harmful to children. What he's basically saying in his paper is that the active partner, the human, is not suffering from a mental disorder like schizophrenia. It's something that naturally arises in humans. Just like humans naturally steal, murder, and rape. That doesn't mean it's useful or good. I
don't know what they're talking about. Whatever. But yeah, that guy, the guy who's wanting to kill apostates and shit. I'm asking, sorry, one of my friends is like a punk connoisseur who actually had the unfortunate position of actually being involved with like Nazi punk groups when they were a teenager, but they're going to tell me if this June fucking thing band is actually like Nazi, if they're following as Nazi or whatever. As far as I know, they're not. As far as I know, they're just like this out of touch, fucking out of date 80s band that just fucks about with the aesthetics and the way that so many punk bands did back then. But yeah. When will you talk to Ukrainian Anna again? I don't know. Whenever she wants. She can jump in whenever she wants. Actually, I don't know if she has the perms role, but yeah, I'll let her know. It's difficult though, because whenever I talk to her, we just agree on everything. But she can just carry a stream for like 2 hours and just say things. She can do that. Looks like Dylan's second channel is back. Nice one. Not old enough or into music enough to know. Oh well. Looks like we're not getting an answer to that one. Fuck. My friend doesn't know either, which is surprising. Do we have any meme content to look at? I don't really want to stop just yet. But I feel like I feel like what's happening? We're just at that kind of time of the evening where Vosh, Destiny, and Hassan have like 20,000 or sorry, like 50,000 left-leaning fucking viewers between them. There's just none for me going around. Oh well. Would the punk movement be able to grow in 2023 the way it did in the 70s and 80s? Not with those aesthetics. Absolutely not. No. The Nazi, like, that's the thing, is ironic fucking Nazi imagery used to be a thing in punk. It's not anymore. Now, Nazi imagery is just Nazi imagery, right? There isn't really an ironic way to do it anymore because of the alt-right and all that shit. But that's the problem, is people just can't contextualize. People don't understand that culture and the way people communicate symbols changes over time. Like, if you were a punk band and you wore a fucking swastika t-shirt, that meant nothing. It just meant you were a punk band. It didn't tell you anything about what that person actually believed, apart from that they were a bit of a shithead, you know? Back then, it was more about attention seeking than politics. Yeah, it was about shock factor. That was all it was about. Can we get a music review stream? What music am I reviewing, Dahlia? You tell me. Oh god, there's a new shoe video. And it's about Sneako.
Hello.
Actually, you know what? It's short. I'm gonna watch it. Fuck. I'm doing it. Shoe versus Sneako. The Shoe and Sneako drama. Holy shit. All right. Is there drama between them? Kind of. She did a video that Sneako was reacting to on his stream, and there was a funny moment in it that we're definitely going to see in this e-girl versus alpha male gimmick. All right. Let's go. Let's go.
So it has come to my attention that the streamer Sneako responded to one of my videos. Now, right off the bat, I need to clear up a few things. Number one, I had no idea who this Sneako person was until he had internet beef with my twin brother, Moist Critical.
You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips. What you have there is not clips. These are mags.
Sneako is a streamer in the red pill alpha male Andrew Tate sphere.
And more as the years go by, men are getting weaker and weaker and weaker.
2, I have pink hair today. I decided to up the e-girl look from a solid 40 to like an 80. Walmart Belle Delphine. But apparently he watched one of my videos, and I gotten a few requests to react to it. He apparently watched the How to Be a Man video. I'm going to cut out a bunch of chunks of that video. If you haven't seen the original video, go watch it now. Link in the description. You can pause. I'll wait. I'll be right here. Did he pause? Is that guy going? Alright, good. That guy f***ing sucks.
W intro. I'm feeling good, chat. This video is called How to Be a Real Man by Shoe on Head. So, you know, get all your misogyny out now. Just do it, chat.
Alright, chat. We're watching Sneako. Get your racism out now. Wait, is he black or white?
Oh my god. She could have said misandry, but she went for racism. Holy shit. Fuck. She went dark. She went big dark. Oh no.
Or Latinx. Racially ambiguous. I'm Ellis Island mystery meat, so I can't even talk. Recently, men have been in a crisis. Sperm count is low. Liberalism is high. Testosterone is decreasing.
Even women know liberals makes you gay. Being a liberal is gay.
Even women know that being a liberal is gay. So true, King. Oh, this reminds me, some Andrew Tate fan account made this. Instead of chopping wood and hunting mammoths, men are throwing on thigh-high socks and cat ears. The question on everyone's mind is, how do we stop this epidemic? How do we save men? They don't even know when they're like being made fun of. They don't understand that I'm being ironic. Ironically becoming the face of the red pill movement. Ironically using that influence to run for president. Ironically becoming dictator. Ironically imprisoning everyone who has ever called me gay and retarded online.
Wait, I gotta put the soy boy graphic on this.
What?
Where is it? Ah, perfect for this video.
Soy boy graphic? What is this? These are the soy boys. Okay, so there's like Charlie, I don't know who that is, I don't know who that is. Hassan, I think I know this person. Isn't this Jay? Isn't Jay literally a trans woman? I guess that's what Too Much Soy does, I suppose. That is like Noah Sampson. I don't know this person. And then that's like
Mr.
Ethan.
Beard.
These guys are all pretty normal looking. Maybe like 2 I could see kind of looking kind of soy. But you could easily put Sneako in this collage and it would make just as much sense. So before we dive into this cringe, let's...
He really fits there, doesn't he? Look at this. Oh no. I used to not find Shoe that funny, but maybe she's upped her game, or I've just changed my sense of humor. Maybe I've just been too online for the last 2 years. It's probably B. The answer is probably B, chat. I've been online too much in the last 2 years. All my friends hate me. They don't even hate me. They've just forgotten who I am. I'm like, hey, and they're like, what? Who the fuck are you? I said base too many times in the pub.
And it would make just as much sense. So before we dive into this cringe, let's dive into today's sponsor. You can also...
Shut up!
You didn't skip the ad, right?
What the? Yes, I did! Witch!
Grown men should not be playing video...
I love it how he just, like, properly interacts with the content he's watching. Like, he answers the questions that she asks in a prepared video essay.
Games past the age of 12, video games are for children.
Facts. You notice how all the liberal streamers are gamers, but you don't see right-wing red pill streamers ever game.
Ah yes, right-wingers never game. ever. They hate video games. Please inform the thousands and thousands of journos on Twitter who have PTSD from Gamergate 10 years ago. It's such a stereotype that people who play video games are like racist and sexist and whatever. So it's actually incredible that he's saying this. I'm not sure if the stereotype like flipped in recent years and now like gamers are seen as like liberals, but I used to see shit about gamers being Nazis like every day. I don't know, what's the stereotype you guys see more?
There is a correlation there with having low testosterone in gaming.
Source? Why are these guys so fucking obsessed with testosterone? They talk about testosterone more than trans men I see online.
Wait, is she based or is she like a La Sanabi type? Or I thought she was based, but she seems like ironic now.
Wait, is she based or is she cringe? Chat, is she based or cringe? Chat,
True.
what is this chat saying? I hate her face. She looked like Leafy is here. Libtard.
True.
She's liberal.
True.
She's retarded.
True.
Those teeth are massive. She needs an apple slice. Someone feed this bitch a carrot. She's a centralist. She kind of looked like a dude. No cap, she a whore. She's
True.
it.
Bro, is she
not
just
that.
farming Twitch viewers? Where's the Twitch link?
Sneako, I don't have a Twitch. I refuse to use Jeff Bezos' streaming website. I refuse to use some corporation's greedy website. Instead,
You're on fucking YouTube and Twitter. Shoe. She's got the populist brain. That's her. Oh, God.
I will just be here on YouTube, a perfectly fine and
Oh, yeah,
normal website owned by Google. Famously not a greedy corporation.
That's a good one.
Look at the e-girl.
That's a good one, Shoe. You got me. Oh, God. She made a fool of me. Fuck. Fuck. I will still maintain that I think Shoe probably has populist brain rot. Ooh. 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 It's getting out of hand, guys. That format, getting out of hand.
Just trying to, okay, here's the Patreon. And then here goes all the simps that are gonna go to, this is the scam.
Why is it a scam? Why is me having a Patreon a scam? He's literally getting donations through this entire stream.
Yo, big 150! The biggest dono in like a month!
But when I do it, it's a scam. Oh wait, it's because I'm a woman. Right. We all know the only reason you would listen to a woman is if you want to date her. Like I date any of my subscribers. I mean, just kidding. Give me money!
She's probably, yeah, she's just farming a bunch of these dudes who, oh yeah, I like the fact, do you like my Pokemon cards? I'm 80.
That's literally you guys. That's you. That's what you sound like.
Yeah, it's just
That's you guys as well, chat. That's you. If I was a woman, that bar would have been filled by now. Just saying. But alas, I have to do the up. Me and Sneako here, we're like Sisyphus, pushing that boulder up the hill, only getting money from the truest Giga Chads.
basically just never listen to a woman when it comes to being a real man. She has no idea what she's talking about.
He's right, actually. I can give advice and tips and opinions, but at the end of the day, I'm not a man, and I don't know what it's like to be a man. For example, I don't know what it's like to have sperm cramps every month. Men have told me about their sperm cramps, and I couldn't imagine. Oh, and also the fact that they need to poke their penis holes with a toothpick every week so the hole doesn't close up. You guys are braver than the troops.
And this
That was okay. That was funny. That's a good. Well done, Shu. Okay. Okay. What was Shu's scandal again? The recent one that she said the Balenciaga thing was sussy, and everyone was calling her fucking JQ fucking pedophile ring, anti-trans. I don't fucking know. God.
Better start transitioning then.
Thank you for the $20, Matsugan. I'm already full of soy, so She straight up called them pedo. Wait, Dahlia, did she? Did she? Because as far as I know, I think she said sussy and not normal. Did she say Balenciaga were a pedophile fucking I don't know. That's why I think there was miscommunication. I think some weird shit. I don't know. I couldn't find it at the time. Was there more? Where was there more? Let me grab proof. Okay. Like, because if I saw this, where was it? I don't know if I'd have called it pedo, but I would have called it like, maybe if someone said it was like a bit noncy, a bit sussy woo woo, I would have been like, yeah, it is. Yeah. It's cringe. It's fucking stupid. What are you doing? She called Xanderhall a pedo. Did she? What? I don't remember any. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? I need receipts, Dahlia. I'm not so sure what's going on here. I'm an enlightened skeptic on this now.
This is a scam. Where's the Twitch? She looks like Pokimane.
So first of all, again,
True.
I don't have a Twitch. Second of all, I look like Pokimane? Really? I mean, thank you, but really? The only acceptable manly activity to some of these people is like making fun of 15-year-olds on TikTok who are experimenting with their gender identity.
Bruh! I was mistaken. It should have been given away by the e-girl eyeliner. Is she wearing cat ears and it's just cropped out?
Fuck's sake.
It's so funny that he's saying this. Meanwhile, like every single day I'm called a Nazi. And this man's like, oh, she's woke. She's like Hasanabi. This is honestly so refreshing right now. I've grown tired of being called Hitler every week for having opinions like the normal average human being has.
Here's my new gender.
Nazis always appealing. They always appeal to the normal, the everyday citizen, the Volk. Typical Shoe. Typical Hitler on head going for the all I'm doing is expressing the opinions of the average Aryan. I mean, person. Okay, there you go.
Everybody, strange men on TikTok? Bro, why would you do that? Don't allow your kids to use TikTok, please. It's just gonna brainwash them.
Okay, wait, he's correct here. He's correct here. My future children will not have TikTok, or Twitter, or internet for that matter, or a phone. My children will not even know it's the current year.
Yeah, go for it, Dahlia. You can send me on Discord, yeah.
I will raise my children like the movie The Village. They will think it's the year 1840. If you're a grown-ass man and you wear a seatbelt in the passenger seat, you are likely to be a raging homosexual.
Based. Bro, like, it's kind of, like, wearing a seatbelt is kind of gay. Like, oh, let me just click the thing. Okay, please protect me. Bro, a little car accident never hurt nobody, bro.
A little car accident never hurt nobody, bro. Sneako.
There's no fucking way, believe. Yeah, nothing makes me feel more straight than when my fucking head goes through a windscreen.
2023. Racist white dudes be like, here's my top 25 films. These are like very normal, good movies. These are very like popular, critically acclaimed movies. The Matrix? Racist white dudes?
She's so close to being... Chat, should I fly her out? Shoe on head. Let me fly you out. Come to Miami. I got a guest room.
Is he inviting me to go fuck his girlfriend? No, that's okay. I appreciate the offer, sir, but no thank you. Also, women have no fucking room to talk. Don't go around calling Pulp Fiction and Fight Club red flag movies when your ass is binge watching serial killer documentaries.
She's almost there. She's almost there.
I love how he keeps going, she's so close. She's almost there. As if he's not currently saying the same anti-woke shit right now that I was saying 8 years ago. I'm not almost there, Sneako. I've been there. You were speaking to one of the godfathers of internet anti-feminism, a decorated veteran of the meme war.
Wait.
fathers of internet anti-feminism. A decorated
What hat is that? Is that the hat? No, it's a communist one. Oh, that's fine. We like those ones.
veteran of the meme war.
That's a joke for people who were watching this stream like 5 months ago. Okay.
So do not preach the ancient wisdom to me, Nicholas. I was there when it was written. Astrology is just racism for white women.
Astrology is just gay. No millionaires believe in astrology. Billionaires do. All millionaires, if you're smart enough to become a millionaire, and if you got to that point to see reality for what it is, you don't believe in that garbage. If you're a billionaire, you're like, yes, I want everybody to believe in astrology so they can stay retarded while I keep on collecting money.
The Rothschilds creating weekly horoscopes to make women retarded. Has abs? Not a big fan of abs, but I don't see how that's a red flag. I mean, it's not a big-
Okay, this bitch is gay. You don't like abs?
This bitch is gay. I love that men have just psyoped themselves into believing, like, women only like six-pack abs or whatever. I mean, like, I can appreciate it, like, aesthetically. I appreciate the hard work and, like, the aesthetics of it, but I'm just not attracted to it. I don't know, give me a hairy dad bod over a six-pack twink any day. It's from New Jersey. Okay, I agree with that too. New Jersey is New York's dump.
Okay, so you know that she got by some. Shout out to all the Guidos in New Jersey who this bitch and didn't text her back.
Alright. That is the most offensive thing he has said about me thus far. I would never fuck a New Jerseyan. That is haram. Men who watch YouTube might as well be women. Well, put on the dress. Men should dress like men.
Ah, you made me laugh, woman! Fuck, why'd I laugh at her? Women aren't funny.
If I see a gentleman drinking tea, I assume he is a
I
homo.
just can't get over that bit. It's just fucking insane. What the fuck? Why did he say that? You made me laugh, woman. Oh no.
Sexual. To be honest, I've said it before, tea is gay coffee. Men who drink juice suspect-
Stop making me laugh, she's not funny.
Aw, he's so sundere.
It's not like I think you're funny or anything, but Baka.
Men ditch the gay look, grow a beard, and get strong. Ah yes, nothing gay men hate more than strong men with beards. Men who grow beards-
Nice. She made me laugh twice. I hate- okay, maybe women are funny.
Sorry, did Sneako just say women can be funny? Ladies and gentlemen.
We got him.
The Andrew Tate acolyte said women can be funny. I'm officially to Sneako what 21 Jump Street was to Kanye West. Sneako, I could fix you. I can make you worse. Eating girls out is submissive. You are what you eat. If you as a man eat pussy, you are one.
Here's a good argument for why eating pussy is gay. Chat, right now, try to look masculine eating pussy. There's no way to do it. There's no way to look masculine eating pussy. If I reenacted the act of eating pussy right now.
POV, you're Andrew Tate's ass. I rarely brush my teeth. Feels gay.
Chat, there's a good point here. And if I reenact brushing my teeth right now, that shit will be clipped up for eternity. And if you don't believe me right now, brush your teeth right now. Simulate brushing your teeth. What does that look like? What does that look like?
I can tell that this is just like an act that he's putting on, but I do feel bad for dudes who like
Is it an act? I feel like he's actually just a bit mental these days. I don't know.
Ironically think wearing a seatbelt or brushing your teeth isn't masculine or something. Like, bro, why do you care about looking masculine when you're brushing your teeth or eating pussy? Just focus on the pussy, bro. I feel like he's the type of dude to look in the mirror while he's banging, like American Psycho, but not in like a narcissistic way. In like a gotta make sure I look manly kind of way. Does my dick look too feminine right now? It's actually kind of sad though, man. Like, you're not gonna be on your deathbed one day. I wish I spent more time worrying about how manly I looked in front of strangers. Don't worry about looking masculine. You're a man, you're masculine enough. It's okay. So that was that. Subscribe if you liked this video, donate to my Patreon to get scammed, and I will see you soon with a new video. Bye!
Oh my, I'm liberal. Liberal! Like, subscribe. Liberal. Done. Okay, that was good. That was a good memes. Fuck. Sneako is weird, but Sneako's a weird guy. Huh. Gotta watch in 140p or I might randomly get booted 10 minutes behind. What? Why, Mel? Why? Why? Why is that a thing to you? What? Ugh. Guess my internet is awful recently, secretly. Maybe. In any case, I've been streaming for 5 hours and 45 minutes today. Pretty chill one. Although actually quite a lot of donos. I appreciate that. Okay. I think I'm gonna fuck off now. I can't raid out because I don't know how to. Or at least it doesn't seem to work from my end. So I'll leave you guys to it. See you tomorrow, probably on Twitch. Yeah, probably go on to Twitch. There might be some Ron DeSantis stuff to look at tomorrow, or I don't know. I'm kind of hoping for Lava or Mr. Girl to do something crazy again, because that's always fun. Although Mr. Girl seems done. I don't know. Kind of hoping for some nonsense to take place, to transpire. Anyway, whatever. All right, chat. Take care. See you next time. Bye-bye.